Order. Questions for oral answer. Mr. Louis Chua.
Question 1, please.
DPM.
Mr. Speaker, as I will be delivering a ministerial statement together with my colleagues later on, may I have your permission to take question 1 to 62 in my ministerial statement?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Chu Pei Ling.
Question 63.
HDB periodically receives requests to repurpose multi-storey car parks, MSCPs, for alternative uses. This matter was also raised by the member for Sengkang GRC, Associate Professor James Lim, during the Committee of Supply COS 2026 debate for the Ministry of Culture, Community and Youth last month. As MSCPs are built for vehicle parking, HDB will need to carefully evaluate proposals to repurpose these multi-storey car parks. They have to bear in mind considerations such as residents' needs and safety. The assessment also includes the factors cited by Mr. David Ho, such as having enough lots to meet the demand for parking over time, potential disamenities to residents, and technical considerations including fire safety requirements, exit capacity, and structural loading. Revenue considerations, including opportunity costs from foregone income that Associate Professor James Lim mentioned at the COS debate last month, are not a factor in HDB's assessment. It is important for me to clarify this point so that members of the public have the correct set of facts and do not form the wrong impression based on what Associate Professor James Lim said. In the case of Clementi Peaks, the project was completed less than 4 years ago in July 2022. Parking needs have not yet fully stabilized, and it is too early to consider converting the parking spaces to other users at this juncture. Thank you.
Mr. David Ho.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the SMS for a response. I'd like to seek clarification on how does the ministry assess, what does it mean when parking needs have been stabilized? What criteria or benchmark are we looking at? And how did we arrive at this criteria and benchmark? Secondly, I would like to ask also as a MP to Clementi Division in Block 463 multi-storey car park, on my numerous visits to this car park, I've noticed that it has been severely underutilized to a point that there's no cars in level 7. And oftentimes I see that residents are doing their jogs, children are cycling, parents are teaching their children how to cycle. I understand that the current situation, current circumstance, that it is not ready to be repurposed. I'd like to seek the SMS, what alternatives can I then give to my residents? Because when they look at me, they're just asking for space. And we do have space at level 7 of the multi-storey car park, but it's severely underutilized with no cars at level 7 on occasional visits. Thank you.
SMS.
On Mr. Ho's first question, parking demand can change and evolve over time, especially in a new estate. You could have changes in household sizes, and with that, changing in parking needs. And that is why it can take quite a number of years before parking demand in a new estate stabilizes. And that is the case for Clementi Peaks, which I mentioned was completed less than 4 years ago. So HDB does not recommend conversion of parking spaces into alternative uses during the early years of developments, because with premature conversion, where the parking spaces are removed permanently, this could lead to parking shortages in the later years should the parking demand grow. On Mr. Ho's second question, our HDB estates are designed with playgrounds, with community spaces, with open lawns, and residents can use these places for leisure. For underutilized space in multi-storey car parks, these are incidental spaces, and they are not designed and intended for community activities and gatherings. But where the opportunity arises, HDB can consider repurposing suitable car parks into alternative users, subject to meeting the parking needs of residents, which I mentioned earlier, as well as technical feasibility. Thank you.
Associate Professor James Lim.
I thank the SMS for her clarification on how revenue considerations are not critical. I'm very gratified to hear this, and yet, in my experience, HDB has seemed very reticent to appeals for change of use. Perhaps the SMS could clarify a clear set of criteria for appeals of change of use that HDB takes into consideration that town councils can submit to ensure that such requests will be taken into account seriously.
SMS Soon.
Thank you, Mr. Lim, for raising the questions. Could I first ask the basis for the statement that you made on the 5th of March last month? Because, and I quote, you had mentioned that one objection is that there is an opportunity cost to foregone income since such lots could generate potential revenue. And this has sometimes been MND's response to requests for converting car park spaces to other uses, such as community gardens. Could I first clarify if there was correspondence with MND that suggests that this is why you think that the MND is not allowing the conversion of the MSCPs? Thank you.
Associate Professor James Lim.
Thanks for the request. This was conveyed to me by town council staff. If I was mistaken in this statement, I will retract that request. But nevertheless, I think the general spirit of my question remains, which is that in prior requests that the town council has made requesting a change of use, MND has cited various reasons for not permitting this change of use, and hence my request for asking for a clear set of criteria.
SMS Soon.
Thank you, Mr. Lim. You might want to check with your town council staff, because I have a copy of correspondence between, actually this is between yourself as well as the HDB staff. The TC staff might have been copied. This was in relation to a request that you made in 2021. The HDB staff, and I quote the email that was sent back to yourself, it says, "We refer to your request to install playgrounds and cloud kitchens on multi-storey car parks in Sengkang." The email then goes to say, HDB provides residential car parks primarily to meet the parking needs of HDB residents. Then it goes on to say that HDB does look into requests for conversion of car park lots into alternative non-parking uses at suitable sites if the car parks are assessed to be sufficient to meet parking needs after the conversion of the lots. In addition, as MSCPs are not designed upfront to support non-parking facilities in terms of their structural loading, we also have to assess if it is technically feasible to support other non-parking users. Aside from this, there are other considerations, such as regulatory requirements, fire and safety building safety standards, for instance, suitability of location, and potential disamenities to residents that the non-parking users may create. So I think by citing these 4 examples, actually 4 reasons and considerations in the email between HDB and yourself, I think it quite amply explains what are the considerations that HDB has, and in your proposal to repurpose those MSCPs for community use, if you are able to address the considerations that HDB has, I think we'll be happy to facilitate those requests. Thank you.
Mr. Alex Yam.
Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to answer oral questions number 64 to 69, written questions number 67 and 68 in today's order paper, and oral question number 1802 filed by Honourable Member Mr. Victor Lai for the 8 April sitting, as they all relate to the US Section 301 investigations.
Please proceed.
On 11 and 12 of March 2026, the Office of the United States Trade Representative initiated two investigations under Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974. The first investigation involves 16 economies for structural excess capacity and production in certain manufacturing sectors, while the second investigation involves 60 economies for not adopting or effectively enforcing a ban on the importation of goods produced wholly or in part with forced labor. Singapore and all the other 15 economies involved in the first investigation are subject to both investigations. The U.S. Trade Rep's Federal Register notice on the investigation into structural excess capacity had highlighted that Singapore enjoyed a bilateral trade surplus with the U.S. in both goods and services, amounting to $27 billion in 2024. MTR has since clarified that it was the U.S. which ran a trade surplus of $27 billion with Singapore in 2024. The U.S. Trade Rep has since removed their inaccurate statement from its Federal Register notice. As the U.S. Trade Rep's investigations are ongoing, we should not speculate on the basis for or outcomes of these investigations. It would also be premature to comment on the potential impact on our export sectors or workers at this juncture, as the details are not yet available. The Singapore government will continue to engage the US constructively in the course of these investigations and will provide further updates when ready. And in the meantime, the Section 122 tariff of 10% imposed on Singapore's exports to the US since 24 February 2026 remains unchanged. The Singapore Economic Resilience Task Force will continue to gather feedback on how businesses and workers are affected and address specific concerns as they arise. The government will also strengthen resilience of our trade-exposed sectors by helping companies diversify the markets that they serve and deepening Singapore's trade and investment linkages with like-minded partners.
Mr. Yam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the MOS indicated that while it's still undergoing investigation, we shouldn't speculate. I know also from her reply that they have removed the onerous, the wrong classification of our trade deficit with the US. Having done so, has the trade team on the US side provided any indications to MTI on the reasons for our inclusion? Second question is moving beyond the particular issue of Section 301, beyond our existing agreements with actors like the US, are there plans for MTI to also accelerate diversification into emerging markets or strengthening our regional supply chain so that we reduce our exposure to unilateral trade actions such as this? My last SQ is, given Singapore's inclusion despite the trade deficit, does the ministry assess that traditional indicators of trade imbalance are no longer the primary basis for such investigations, and what precedent does this set for future actions against economies such as ours, which are small and open?
MOS Gun.
To the first and also the third question, the US has not given us reasons on why they have included Singapore under the Section 301 investigations, and neither do we know if other countries might have similar perspective. It is, I think, too early for us to speculate on the reasons as well as the outcomes of the investigation. And to the member's second question, indeed, Singapore has been and will continue to strengthen the diversification of our trade linkages. This was covered in great length at the recent COS debate under MTI. Thank you.
Mr. Saktiandi Supat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 questions. First is, given that the Section 301 actions can sometimes be broad-based, how is Singapore engaging with our US counterparts to ensure that our firms are not inadvertently affected by measures aimed at other economies? Second clarification is, given Singapore's role as a regional base for MNCs, has the government observed any early shifts in investment decisions or supply chain strategies arising from these developments? And lastly, beyond tariffs, could the Minister comment whether firms in Singapore actually face increased compliance costs or increased administrative burdens arising from such investigations now or going forward, and how we are supporting them possibly in the future navigating these complexities? Thank you.
MOS Khan.
It is actually premature for us to give any meaningful and useful advice to companies that may potentially be affected by the Section 301 investigations. We are following up with the US authorities to try to better understand the reasons as well as the coverage of these Section 301 investigations. And in the meantime, for firms that require support, we ask that they give the feedback direct to MTI or through the trade associations and chambers, SBF, for example. We have been keeping in touch with them. And also there's a business adaptation grant, which remains available to help companies understand the implications of the US tariffs on their businesses.
Mr. Yip Hong Wing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the MOS for a reply. I declare I work in a global investment firm. There's investments in semiconductors and manufacturing companies. Given the US Section 301 investigations reflect a more unilateral approach to trade enforcement, could the MOS elaborate on how Singapore is safeguarding its interests within a rule-based trading system that appears to be under strain? What considerations shaped our current approach in engaging with the US, and how does this protect Singaporean jobs and economic stability, particularly in sectors such as semiconductors? Thank you.
MOS Khan.
Actually, this has been covered extensively at the recent COS, still very relevant and current. In the interest of time, I ask that the member refer to the details that were covered back then. Thank you.
Mr. Mark Lee.
I thank the Minister for the clarification. I think there are many times that you have mentioned that investigation is still underway and details are still unclear. But I still like to ask the Minister to comment whether the government has actually assessed the extent that Singapore exports and also our re-exports into the US are exposed to heightened forced labor scrutiny, particularly where upstream inputs are actually originating for higher risk jurisdictions. Thank you.
MOS Khan.
Well, on Singapore being investigated for import of goods passing through Singapore, made wholly or partially with forced labor, I would like to emphasize a few points. First, Singapore takes a strong stance, and we also criminalize forced labor in Singapore under various laws, including the Penal Code and Prevention of Human Trafficking Act. Forced labor is also prohibited in the Constitution of the Republic of Singapore. Relevant government ministries and agencies such as MOM, MHA, and SPF play their part in investigating complaints of suspected breaches in these domestic laws. Now, preventing the importation of goods produced with forced labor requires an effective international regulatory framework to investigate and positively identify such goods. Now, this issue is transnational in nature, and there's no international agreed available framework for such investigations at the moment. And Singapore will continue to work with international community through appropriate international platforms like the ILO, International Labour Organization, as well as bilaterally with like-minded partners, including the US, to address this issue.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In light of MOS reply just now, can I ask whether MOS, whether the government is able to reply to my written PQ of 67, an update on whether the government will be represented at the upcoming public hearings for the US trade representatives' investigations into overcapacity and forced labor under Section 301. Thank you.
MOS Khan.
Well, economies that are subject to Section 301 investigations may choose to submit written comments, participate in public hearings, and engage in bilateral consultation with the U.S. trade rep. We also know the deadline for submission of written comments and requests to appear at public hearings for both the investigations will be coming up soon. Now, to the question of whether companies will be attending or participating, no, they are not required to participate in the hearings, but we do encourage companies who have feedback or inputs to provide that to MTI so that we can represent them sufficiently. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a clarification. Is the government, will the government be represented at an upcoming hearing? Because bearing in mind the submission deadlines. Thank you.
The answer is yes, we will be attending the hearings. Thank you.
Mr. Christopher D'Souza.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the SAF has a framework to recognize all our units and personnel who have participated in operations. We will similarly do so for the recent mission undertaken by the SAF in service of our nation. Within the bounds of operational security, the SAF will profile the mission planning, execution, and the background training that enabled the SAF to execute this mission. All missions involve risks. All missions are enabled by the consistent investment in training and equipping over the years. We thank Singaporeans for their support of our SAF. Our SAF remains ready to execute our missions in service of our nation. Mr. Speaker, sir, this mission was made possible by the collective efforts of many across the SAF and other agencies, including those beyond MINDEF. Besides the aircrew who mounted the flights, there was also a team of headquarters planners, intelligence analysts, and policy staff, some of whom are non-uniformed officers who work at short notice to develop a safe flight plan, obtain diplomatic clearances, and formulate various contingency scenarios and responses. We had a military medical team deployed to ensure the safety and well-being of those on board, commercial personnel from our defense partners, including ST Engineering Defense Aviation Services and ST Airport Services, deployed alongside our uniformed engineers to support aircraft maintenance and cargo management. Locally, our full-time national servicemen ensured that the aircraft was prepared and equipped in a timely manner for the 2 flights.
Mr. Chris D'Souza.
I thank the Minister for his comprehensive reply. My SQ arises out of our deployment of our MRTTs. I think our airmen and soldiers, MFA and MINDEF should be commended. It was a complex, high-altitude mission, and it was successful. My SQ is born out of my request that an exhibition or the inclusion of this exercise be included in the syllabus of OCS Air Wing or Special and Command School, Specialist Command School, so that NS men and our soldiers, both men and women, can learn from the courage and the complexity of these successful, multifaceted rescue operations and evacuation operations. So would the Minister of Defense consider providing an inclusion of syllabus in the teaching of the commanders in our NS, where we can glean extremely good lessons from successful missions such as these? And I state on record again, these men and women should be immensely commended. Thank you.
Minister Chan.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we thank Mr. Chris D'Souza for your support of our men and women in service. The answer to your question, both questions, are yes. We intend, like in any operations, to debrief the team thoroughly, and then we will share the relevant lessons with our servicemen, including those that may not be made publicly available. On your other question about sharing some of these facets of the work with the wider public, we will certainly do so, as we have done so in the first tranche with the media, including our local newspapers and broadcasts, to highlight some of the work that's done behind the scene to enable this mission. And finally, I would just like to thank all members for your support, because as the Chinese saying go, 台上1分钟，台下10年功. For the SAF to be able to mount an operation successfully, even if it's 1 minute on the stage, it requires 10 years of hard work behind the stage. Thank you.
Mr. Ang Wei Nung.
Question 72, please.
My response will cover the questions raised by Ms. Poh Lee San, Dr. Neo Kok Peng, Mr. Ang Wei Nung, Mr. Melvin Yong, and Ms. Eliza Chen in today's order paper, as well as related questions filed by Ms. Joan Pereira, Mr. Gerald Giam, and Mr. Alex Yeo for tomorrow's sitting. If members are satisfied with the response, they may wish to withdraw their questions after this session. So between 16 and 18 March 2026, Singtel experienced difficulties with its mobile service network. Based on preliminary reports, an incident on 16th March affected more than 600,000 Singtel mobile customers. While services were progressively recovered, the disruption lasted for about 9 hours. The cause of the incident was attributed to a mechanical fault at one of Singtel's network facilities. A separate incident reported on 17 March affected about 2,000 Singtel mobile customers and was attributed to a software bug from a planned IT system upgrade. On 18 March, some Singtel mobile customers experienced intermittent connectivity issues during peak network traffic in the late afternoon. Singtel indicated that these issues were resolved within an hour. The Infocom Media Development Authority is investigating the incidents. Thus far, there is no evidence that the incidents were due to cyber attacks. IMDA is also investigating whether calls to emergency services were affected by the incidents, even though there are no such reports thus far. I would like to assure members that MDDI and IMDA take all service disruptions seriously, and we recognize the concerns raised. Service providers are held to high service standards through the Telecoms Act and the Telecom Service Resiliency Code. For example, service providers are required to ensure that service incidents are resolved within 1 hour, failing which IMDA may take enforcement actions and impose financial penalties. Among other measures, service providers are required to conduct regular audits on key telecom infrastructure for resilience. They are also required to uphold stringent quality of service standards, such as ensuring more than 99% nationwide outdoor mobile service coverage at all times. While disruptions cannot always be prevented, IMDA requires key service providers like Singtel to put in place robust measures to contain their impact and ensure speedy recovery. This includes providing redundancies and failover systems for core network functions. IMDA also regularly reviews its regulatory frameworks to ensure that they remain relevant. This includes updating regulations to protect our submarine cables in 2022 and to enhance the cybersecurity of key telecom operators in 2023. IMDA is reviewing telecom service resilience regulations to ensure they remain effective. It has been about 3 weeks since the incidents. We note that Singtel has provided one-time rebates for affected mobile subscribers as part of their service recovery. In the meantime, IMDA's investigations are ongoing. It will publish its findings after investigations are completed and will not hesitate to take strong regulatory action should any lapses be identified. We also thank members for their suggestions. These will be assessed for the ongoing review of telecom service resilience regulations, together with other suggestions that IMDA or the industry have put forward.
Minister Teo, I assume that your response covers PQ 71 to 74 in today's order paper.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Ang Wei Nong.
Thank you, speakers. Thank you, Minister, for the comprehensive reply. Can I just ask further clarifications? The 3 incidents of Singtel disruptions, it was reported by the press that it was totally unrelated. What was the preliminary investigation based on the finding of MDA? And secondly, did IMDA or MDDI require the Singtel to do the compensation as what they had done as service recovery, or is it purely your own effort? And thirdly, will the service recovery be part of the requirement by IMDA or MDDI for other telcos with similar incidents? Thank you.
Minister Teo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his questions. Because investigations are still ongoing, I will not want to prejudge the outcome. We don't rule out entirely that the incidents are related in some way, but the extent of the relations is yet to be firmly established, so it's better to let the investigators complete their work. But it is clear, however, that for now, there is no evidence to suggest that any of the incidents that have been reported were cyber-related. So that part, I think, is clear. As to the question that the member raised about the compensation, this was done on Singtel's own volition. Around the world, if you look at various jurisdictions, we do not know of anyone that require telcos to make compensation for service disruptions. Part of the reason is because in most markets, telecom services are quite competitive, meaning that from the provider standpoint, there is an interest on their part to maintain goodwill with their customers. And so in this instance, Singtel has decided that the service disruption lasted long enough. It impacted a wide swath of people. Many of their customers were inconvenienced, and they decided that they would offer a one-time rebate as part of their own service recovery.
Mr. Melvin Yong.
So I thank the Minister for her answers. I have 2 questions. First, whether IMDA currently mandates stress testing or simulation of failover systems under peak or adverse conditions, and if not, whether such requirements will be introduced following IMDA's review. Second, even if such continuous incidents are infrequent, the impact of such disruptions on both consumers and businesses is significant, and I feel there should be greater safeguards. So will IMDA consider introducing more stringent resilience benchmarks on the telecommunications companies?
Minister Teo.
Mr. Speaker, the short answer to the member's question is yes. The stress testing obviously has to take place. But as we complete the investigations, we may find that there are parts of a system where the stress testing is not as good as it needs to be. So this will then inform our understanding of the extent to which we need to then strengthen the regulations and put in place the right set of obligations and expectations. So I can assure the member that we will take this very seriously. Just to say that telecom networks have become much more complex. We continuously introduce new service enhancements, so from 3G to 4G to 5G. And of course, in today's context, the system is also needing to respond to greater user needs, for example, in AI-enabled tools. So we fully appreciate what the member has said. Members of the public, whether businesses or individuals, are depending on these services. So in terms of their reliability, the expectation is certainly rightly high. I would like to perhaps provide some context to assure the member that we track these performance issues very carefully. If we look at telecom incidents and look at the period 2016 to 2020 compared to 2021 to 2025. So to look at two big blocks, because annual numbers may not be fully reflective. You look at 5-year blocks. Average number of incidents in the earlier block of 2016 to 2018 was 6. Was 8. So it was average of 8 incidents in the period 2016 to 2020. In the more recent 5-year period, 2021 to 2025, that has come down to 6, average number of incidents per year. The average duration of the incidents have also come down from 8 hours to 6.5 hours. Is there room for improvement? The answer is yes. And part of the purpose of investigations is to arrive at a better understanding of how the system components are interacting with one another and where we need to strengthen the measures.
Dr. Neo Kok Beng.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the Minister for the reply on the telcos, especially on the stress test and the redundancies. I would like to ask whether the telcos network exists independently by themselves or interconnected with other telcos operators. If the IMDA, in view of resiliencies of our telephone network, would it consider regulations for them to work together such that if there is any outage, there will be automatic switchover from one telco to another telco so that disruptions to the subscribers are not disrupted? And a simple example would be like we move to another country or we visit another country and then we auto roam. So I'm a telco engineer, so I know a little bit. Thank you.
Minister Teo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his suggestion, and we will continue to study it. But preliminarily, I would just say that even if there was mobile switching available, it wouldn't be able to respond to all kinds of service disruptions. It depends on which part of the network has gone down. And maybe some parts of the network can be switchable between telcos. Some parts of the network will not be able to do so. So that is just to put it out there. There are maybe other kinds of mobile switching, options available, but they will inevitably involve some costs, and it's not clear that subscribers are willing to pay for these additional features. So that's something that we also have to keep in mind. I should just add that in our context, in the Singapore context, wireless services are readily available. So looking at the issue from the point of view of a user, if you are able to get to a wireless network, there are also messaging services that you can rely on. And that, I think, is the option that many people currently rely on, and remains something that is quite viable.
Mr. Lexio.
Sir, I thank the Minister for her answers. I just wanted to ask the Minister, I think for outages, as we have spoken in this House, I think consumers and businesses are most affected. And one of the things that I think if you hear from the ground is that there is no real-time live information on how long the outage is going to be, what is the reasons for it, and so on. And I understand, like in Australia, they have a live outage register. Would the IMDA consider mandating telcos to provide real-time live information whenever any of these outages occur, rather than for consumers and businesses to wait for them to issue a press statement before finding out more information about these issues? Thank you.
Minister Teo.
Mr. Speaker, I think service providers can certainly improve the timeliness of their updates to their subscribers as well as to members of the public. Today, quite a lot of the information on outages is crowdsourced. There is something called down detector that people very frequently refer to. By and large, it's quite reliable and gives a very good sense of what's going on. But I take the member's point. In terms of our investigations, in terms of how we assess the incident response or the incidents responses by the service providers, we will also look at how well they have done in terms of communicating with their subscribers and members of the public.
Last SQ, Mr. Jerogiam.
Sorry, thank you. I thank the Minister for the replies. So the fines paid by telcos for service disruptions go into the consolidated fund, so they do not directly benefit affected consumers and businesses. And the $5 to $10 goodwill rebates given out by Singtel and Gomo are not legally mandated, and these amounts may be small compared to the losses suffered by customers. I understand that in some European countries, consumers actually do have a legal right to compensation in the event of service failures. Now, if the ministry will not mandate compensation, what accessible recourse is available to consumers and small businesses to recover financial losses due to these network failures, given that legal action may be prohibitive? And how will the ministry ensure that financial penalties for service lapses are high enough to act as a genuine deterrent rather than a cheaper alternative to investing in network reliability, especially at the higher end of the reliability range? And next, given the recent history of state-sponsored cyber attacks on our telcos, did IMDA and CSA conduct their own independent and thorough cybersecurity investigations beyond Singtel's internal investigations to arrive at their own conclusions? And if so, did they uncover anything new?
Minister Teo.
Mr. Speaker, the telco service providers have different commercial arrangements. In some instances, with bigger customers, they may indeed have built into their contracts conditions upon which compensation would be due. We are not privy to all the details of these arrangements, but I can say to the member that they do exist. So some of the customers may already be seeking damages from the telco service providers when an incident of this nature happens. So just put that aside. He may be referring to individual consumers. And when he talks about some European jurisdictions, we are only aware of the UK and Germany having in place arrangements that he may be referring to. In these two countries, the regulators require compensation, but the scope is quite limited, such as for loss of service for broadband or landline only, which in the incidents that took place in March for Singtel would also not have qualified. But nonetheless, it is overall not a common requirement. We were prepared to look at the suggestion. I would just add 2 points. One is that on their own volition, because of competitive reasons and the need to maintain customer goodwill, in this instance, Singtel has decided to pay a one-time rebate to their customers. I think a competitive market does have this effect on the service providers. They know not to assume that their customers cannot change providers. So that's one feature of the way the market works that gives the consumers some assurance that the service providers need to be up to mark in terms of the service resilience and reliability. The other thing is that in response to the earlier question to Mr. Melvin Yong, I had cited how the regulations have perhaps helped also to reduce the number of incidents as well as the average duration per incident. And we will continue to look at how regulations can be strengthened in support of such improvements. Finally, to the question posed by the member regarding state-sponsored advanced persistent threat actors, whether IMDA does its own investigations. The short answer is that IMDA, together with CSA, will have to look very seriously into these issues. And we have, on previous occasions, updated the public about findings that could be made known. Of course, the work continues.
Ms. Kwa Bunting.
Number 75.
Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to answer questions 75 and 76 together?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. As of February 2026, more than 84,500 individuals have signed the Advanced Medical Directive, AMD. The decision to make an AMD must be taken seriously as it is a legal document stating that an individual does not want to use any life-sustaining treatment to prolong his life in the event that he is terminally ill, unconscious, or requires life-sustaining treatment. Hence, safeguards are in place to protect the interests of individuals. For example, a witnessing doctor ensures that the individual understands the medical implications of making an AMD. It is not being coerced and is of sound mind. Strict confidentiality of AMDs are maintained to ensure that the knowledge of an AMD does not inappropriately influence treatment decisions before a patient is certified terminally ill. We have established operational processes to ensure that AMD search requests made by doctors receive prompt attention, including after regular office hours.
Ms. Kwa?
I thank the MOS for the information she's provided. By way of a supplementary question, I would like to ask if the MOS will agree that in general, the take-up rate for AMDs has been quite slow compared to LPAs. I'm glad to see that the numbers have now been boosted to 84,000, but I know it's had a very, very long rollout, bearing in mind that this legislation is now 30 years old. I accept what the MOS has said, that it is good for those who want to sign MD to get advice from their doctors on the implications. But I will make the argument that lawyers, too, are able to give the same advice, of course, provided that the individual has mental capacity. It's no issue of their lack of understanding. And the advantage of being able to remove this requirement that one of the witnesses must be a doctor will mean that those who are interested to make end-of-life decision-making will have a one-stop shop. They will be able to see their lawyers and have both their LPAs and their AMDs signed at the same time and have access to the advice to make informed decisions. So I hope this is something that the Ministry is open to doing, to remove the requirement that one of the witnesses must be a doctor so long as there's no issue of lack of mental capacity. And I believe that for question 76, which I've raised, is about how the fact that doctors are not allowed to ask their patient, have you signed the AMD? And I hope to receive the MOS's reply to that. Thank you.
MOS Rahaya.
I thank member for the question. In relation to the first matter, as I explained, and I think the member is fully aware, the reason we actually require that a doctor be present for the purposes of this is because there are clinical implications. There are clinical treatments that actually may require some explanation from the medical perspective, as well as the fact that you need to also ensure the soundness of mind of the individual. I note the points raised, and actually we are reviewing the whole AMD process to, one, increase uptake and awareness on this, and also to streamline the processes to make it a lot simpler and accessible to the public. On the second point, actually I did mention it is really a function of confidentiality. It's an important safeguard. You appreciate the seriousness of the implications of an AMD. Firstly, because with an AMD, you want to make sure that it is only triggered at the point where the patient is certified to be terminally ill. And we want to ensure that this doesn't get raised inappropriately. This is governed, as you know, by the AMD Act. And within the Act, there are exceptions, safeguards that says that the doctor can talk about this as a concept, to describe and explain the process, but not with a view to protect against the inappropriate use of this matter. Also, in our assessment in terms of how the protocols are put in place, we are very conscious that this is a very time-sensitive process in a directive. And from my records, actually, from our records, it does appear that it has been properly exercised. But if there are any further feedback in specific circumstances, feel free to raise it to us and we can look at how we can continue to improve the process as we are reviewing this.
Ms. Kuo.
Thank you, MOS. I just want to assure you that I fully agree that there is a time and place to ask that question, whether AMD has been executed. And it shouldn't be done at insensitive junctures where the circumstances have not arisen for AMD to be relied upon. But to the question of confidentiality, I do think that when you are in a position to ask the patient himself or herself, there shouldn't be a concern that there's an issue of confidentiality because you are asking that information from the patient. But currently, the doctors are not even allowed to do that. And in my question, the scenario I painted is that very often those conditions where AMD may be triggered often arrives in very inconvenient moments, like in the middle of the night. And the feedback I've obtained from doctors is that they literally have to wait because they're not allowed to ask the patient, they're not allowed to ask family members who have that information, and they have to wait until they have the opportunity to call the registrar to obtain that information. So I hope there will be some interest in trying to remove that requirement, but of course reaffirm that it must still be information that is sought at the appropriate time and place. Thank you.
MOS Rahayu.
I will just reiterate the point I mentioned earlier because actually from our assessment there has been very prompt responses even outside office hours in terms of actually following through with a request for the search. So in terms of the process, it is something that we have been monitoring and it is something that is done very promptly. So it is not something that causes any inordinate delay. But like I said, if there are some specific circumstances, please let us know. I would also highlight that actually in discussions with patient, when the patient is still very conscious and lucid, clearly nothing stops the doctor from having conversations. And in fact, as I highlighted, the exception in Section 15(2), I believe, of the AMD Act actually allows for the doctor to have a conversation about AMD broadly and to explain the concept, to explain the directive. So this is something that I think doesn't stop the doctor from having that robust discussion, especially as they also discuss things like ACP and LPA. They can indeed talk about the concept so that the patient is aware of it and may want to choose it. But I think there are some concerns about it. I note the point, however, and this is a feedback that I will take back to my colleagues to see if there are some other areas for which we can sharpen this further.
Dr. Chu Pei-Ling.
Question 77, please.
The Parenthood Genetic Disease Carrier Test or PREDICT program is a pilot project to enhance prenatal screening of carriers of recessive genetic disorders such as spinal muscular atrophy and Pompe disease. While it is offered to almost all couples that KKH is attending to, fewer than 1,300 couples showed interest and wished to participate in the pilot program. These couples were then invited to undergo genetic counseling so that they understand how to interpret the results and the potential implications. Many couples did not complete the mandatory genetic counseling or decide not to proceed after the genetic counseling. So today, about 800 couples have gone through the test. The earlier target set was obviously too ambitious, and we will review both the target and the pilot with KKH and Temasek Foundation, which is funding the program.
Dr. Chu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the reply. I have 3 supplementary questions. The first one, beyond awareness, what does the ministry see as the key reasons why couples are not taking up PREDICT? And second, whether the ministry has considered if earlier touch points, such as at the point of registry of marriage or registry of Muslim marriages applications, may be more effective in reaching couples. And if not, whether this is something the ministry would consider. Third, whether the ministry has considered what role incentives could play in improving uptake. Thank you.
Minister Ong.
Okay. The key reasons for not taking up, because this is a preconception test. And you know, KKH doesn't really come into contact with preconceived couples. They come into contact with pregnant couples. So therefore, the only contact point they have is fertility clinics, IVF clinics. And those couples, I believe, just want to get pregnant. So you tell them about genetic tests and possible illness that a child may have. I think they are probably not in the frame of mind. And for many of them, I would think that they love children. And they say, regardless of the situation, I'm going to love the kid. And I think good for them. Second reason, I strongly suspect, we have not done any study about the reasons, but this is what we strongly suspect. The other reason is actually insurance. That if you are tested positive for a genetic condition, couples will ask, then what happened to my insurance? And thirdly, I think PREDICT covers just too many diseases, 80 diseases, more than 80 in fact, I think about 80, for about 100 genetic conditions. And I think it's just too much for couples to digest. This program was designed between Temasek Foundation, the sponsor, and KKH. As the member may know, I take a particular interest in genomics because I think it really has a potential to transform and improve our healthcare system. So now that because of this PQ, it piqued my interest, I think MOH will want to dive into this program. I think it has a lot of potential. But there are a few principles. Members might be aware of some of the protocols that we have set up, one for familial hypercholesterolemia, and recently for BRCA1 and 2. And there are certain principles that we adopt when we implement genomics in healthcare. Number one, you've got to address the issue of insurance. And members might know we are in the process of drafting a new act that will come to this parliament, this chamber, to approve so that genetic data cannot be used for insurance underwriting. And that will provide the assurance to many couples. Number two, we think it is more likely to be successful if you take a disease-specific approach, like FH, like breast cancer. Then it is clearly linked to a certain genetic condition, and if positive, we know what is the treatment pathway, what is the implications, doctor can advise patient what exactly to do or not to do. But to lump 80 diseases into one test, I think it may be too much. So I think we take an interest in this. We will study how to implement this better because I think there's great potential for us to improve this.
Ms. Gozuki.
Question 78, please.
Posting groups are used to facilitate students' entry into secondary schools and guide students to take subjects at appropriate levels at the start of Secondary 1. Students admitted through different posting groups may take subjects at similar levels depending on their individual strengths. Under our full subject-based banding, full SBB, our secondary school students are placed in mixed form classes where they spend around a third of their curriculum time taking common subjects such as art and character citizenship education, CCE, with peers from different subject levels and combinations. This approach gives our students more opportunities than under the previous streaming system to interact with and to learn with classmates of different strengths, and interests. Outside the formal curriculum, there are also other group settings, such as co-curricular activities and values and action projects for our students to interact with peers within and across schools. The Ministry of Education is mindful of potential challenges that some students may face, including with social interactions in a more diverse classroom setting. And this is why we provide our teachers with resources and professional development opportunities to support students in full SBB schools. For example, our teachers use termly check-in surveys to understand their students' interests, emotional well-being, and peer support networks, which in turn helps them to foster a positive classroom culture.
Mr. Ho.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the MOS for a response. I have two SQs. The first is whether there are any specific guidance or professional developments to teachers managing a mixed posting group classroom. Specifically, I ask this because prior to mixed posting group classroom, teachers would teach a class with similar profile, specifically in subjects like CCE and D&T. Given a mixed PG classroom now, teachers then would have to engage in a classroom with wider students' profile. Second, so if there are professional development or guidance given, what is the current take-up rate and training that teachers have gone through? And have we gotten any feedback from teachers about the usefulness of such training in helping them to manage a classroom of mixed PG classroom with students with different learning profiles?
MOS Lau.
I thank the member for his question. I will try and answer both questions in just one answer. One of the concerns for mixed form classes is the emotional well-being and support systems for all of our students, because they come from different backgrounds and may have different life experiences. So a lot of our focus in terms of supporting our teachers is in providing them with tools and strategies to understand and monitor our students' emotional well-being. As I mentioned, the termly check-ins do focus on their emotional well-being and peer support systems, and we also provide teachers with tools to help map out their students' peer support networks. Now, every student, every child, and therefore every mixed form class will be unique. We are also observing how many of our teachers are coming up and developing their own approaches in managing more of these mixed form classes. Now, MOE will help to share these practices, these best practices across the teaching profession, so that across the board, our teachers are more equipped in future to deal with and manage mixed form classes, regardless of how every mixed form class looks like in future. Thank you.
Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim.
Question 79, please, sir.
Mr. Speaker, Singapore is a diverse society, and we understand that some Singaporeans relate strongly to events abroad, including international conflicts. Our approach has been to foster better understanding of these developments and to explain the implications for Singapore and Singaporeans. The government strives to make such information available in a timely manner, including through statements to this House. It is also important to provide space for civil dialogue on these issues and to allow Singaporeans to contribute in constructive ways. This can deepen mutual understanding between communities and promote social cohesion. Our racial and religious harmony circles organize inter-ethnic and interfaith initiatives to build trust across communities, such as the Peace and Harmony Dialogue in October 2024 that discussed the Gaza situation, and more recently, a youth seminar in January 2026 that sought to empower youths to act against extremism in the digital age. The Rahmatan Lil Alamin Foundation, RLAF, established by the Islamic Religious Council of Singapore, MUIS, provides channels for all Singaporeans to help. In 2024, our Harmony Circles organized the Harmony in Action fundraising campaign, supporting RLAF's Gaza efforts, raising $500,000. For those in our Muslim community who need a listening ear or someone to discuss these issues with, they can approach our asatiza, who are trained to provide counseling and appropriate guidance. One example is Asatiza Solis Care, a service initiated by the Singapore Islamic Scholars and Religious Teachers Association, PERGAS, which provides a free, safe, and confidential platform for individuals and families seeking emotional and spiritual support to talk about any concerns.
Ms. Aslina.
Thank you, Speaker. I also thank the Acting Minister. I've got two supplementary questions, one in English. Thank you for acknowledging the need for space and to unpack complex situations and that we all process things differently. One clarification to ask was this service that Acting Minister has mentioned also available to communities beyond the Malay Muslim, given that it cuts across different groups? And in Malay, please, Speaker. Speaker dan Pemangku Menteri, seluruh Singapura terus prihatin seperti dikatakan, sama ada rasa celaru, khawatir dan juga berkecamuk mengenai konflik di Timur Tengah ini yang pelbagai jalurnya. Soalan pertama saya, apakah amatan pemerintah sejauh ini tentang kesan konflik di Timur Tengah ini, terutama sekali untuk masyarakat Melayu maupun Islam dari segi emosi, rohani maupun mental? Yang kedua, selain perancangan yang telah pun dikongsikan ataupun wadah-wadah yang dikongsikan awal tadi, apakah rancangan selanjutnya mungkin untuk bekerjasama dengan badan-badan seperti MMO, Malay Muslim Organisation maupun IMO, Indian Muslim Organisation, dan juga sokongan yang diberikan kepada mereka untuk sama-sama menangani kesan situasi ini? Terima kasih. Thank you.
Acting Minister Faisal.
So I thank the member for the excuse. Yes, indeed, the Asatiza Solace Care is open to all. In fact, they have been very supportive all these years, and I'm thankful to all the Asatizas for playing this role. This is where we see our Asatizas go down to the ground. They really roll up their sleeves and also try to share perspectives, right, from what they know and how we can journey through together. And I'm happy to share that they are very well aware and really plugged into the context of Singapore, as well as having deep understanding of Islamic principles and what we ought to do in our lives as Muslims. And also, with this in mind, they are also connected to the multiracial setting. Many of them are in settings like harmony circles, or even in some of the aspects of how we build our community together. So anyone can approach them, if any fellow Singaporeans or any community leaders may need the support. We welcome you to seek some guidance and opinion from the Asatiza in the Asatiza Solace Care. With regards to the second SQ, let me answer in Malay. Kita tidak melihat setiap isu ini sebagai satu isu, tapi kita melihatnya secara keseluruhan bagaimana kita boleh meneruskan pembangunan negara kita. Dan kita faham bahawa kesan konflik-konflik ini boleh mendatangkan impak yang mendalam. Ada konflik yang tidak menjejas seteruknya, ada yang lebih rumit untuk kita menangani sebagai satu masyarakat. Jadi kita tidak mengambil ringan tentang impak konflik-konflik ini kepada negara kita, warga kita, termasuk golongan-golongan kecil, walaupun ia mungkin tidak mendapatkan impak ataupun butiran yang lebih mendalam dalam aspek ini. Jadi yang kedua, bagaimana kita boleh memberi sokongan kepada golongan yang terjejas dan juga badan-badan masyarakat, termasuk IMO, MMO dan juga para asatiza kita. Di mana seperti yang saya nyatakan, kita ada pendekatan di pelbagai peringkat. Yang pertama di Parlimen. Jadi kita, kalau kita lihat, kita juga telah berbincang tentang isu-isu ini di Parlimen. Dan juga kita mengadakan pendekatan dialog di beberapa peringkat ada yang kita adakan di ruang selamat dan juga ada di mana kita adakan dengan badan-badan masyarakat ataupun ahli badan-badan masyarakat kita. Dan kalau isu itu lebih rumit dan memerlukan pendekatan secara individual, kita juga akan melakukan seperti ini, di mana kita melihat setiap isu itu penting dan bagaimana kita sebagai masyarakat boleh menanganinya. Tapi saya rasa gembira kerana dapat melihat kematangan dari segi matang pemikiran, pendirian masyarakat Singapura. Mereka memberikan kepentingan negara sebagai satu prioriti dalam menangani isu-isu ini. Walaupun kita mempunyai pendirian pendapat yang berbeza, tetapi apabila kita membincangkan tentang kepentingan negara, ramai di kalangan masyarakat kita yang setuju bahawa kita harus memikirkan kepentingan negara sebagai satu prioriti. Jadi untuk melihat sokongan yang diberikan sebagai contoh kepada para asatizah kita, kita memberikan latihan kepada mereka dari segi dalam pendidikan profesional yang berterusan, iaitu CET, di mana dalam pensijilan skim pengiktirafan asatizah, mereka menjalani program-program peningkatan untuk menyediakan diri mereka dalam mendekati masyarakat kita. Ini termasuk dari segi bagaimana mereka boleh memberikan sokongan emosi dan juga rohani kepada masyarakat, termasuk dalam isu-isu konflik yang sedang berlaku. Dan juga kita ada pendekatan di peringkat Pergas dan MUIS, di mana para asatizah kita juga berkongsi pandangan, pengalaman mereka dan bagaimana kita boleh mengaitkannya kepada kepentingan negara dan juga kehidupan sebagai seorang Islam di negara kita. Di peringkat akar umbi, kita juga ada Harmony Circle, di mana para asatizah dan juga badan-badan masyarakat ataupun agama yang lain, mereka bersama-sama membincangkan isu-isu yang relevan dan juga termasuk konflik yang sedang berlaku, dan juga memikirkan bagaimana kita boleh mementingkan keharmonian dan juga kehidupan kita sebagai satu masyarakat kohesif. Justru ini adalah perjalanan yang kita lakukan pada dekad-dekad yang lalu dan termasuk hari ini, dan kita akan terus memperbaikinya dan juga membangunkan satu rangkaian dan pendekatan yang relevan, kerana kita lihat pada hari ini dunia berubah, telah berubah, dan kita memerlukan sokongan daripada semua keluarga kita untuk membangunkan negara kita supaya kita boleh meneruskan usaha membangunkan negara yang kohesif dan harmoni.
Mr. Sushen.
PQ80, sir.
The take-up rate for the new shared parental leave scheme is not yet available. The SPL scheme was introduced on 1st April 2025, and following parents' maternity or paternity leave, parents have up to a year after the child's birth to utilize the SPL. Thereafter, their employers have an additional 3 months to submit their claims to MSF. MSF will be able to provide an update on the SPL take-up rate for the 2025 birth cohort in mid-2027.
Mr. Ng.
I thank the Minister for his reply, but is there any inkling on what's the take-up rate among new fathers? And at the same time, are there any considerations that the government can put into to encourage or to support new fathers in applying for shared parental leave?
MOS go.
Speaker, I thank the member for his question. The data, as I said in my main reply, is that we don't really have the data in terms of the claims yet. It's still early days. And in fact, just 1st April this year, we've just introduced the new 10-week SPL. So we don't really have the data to be able to speak definitively on that yet. But having said so, I think the key message that we want to send through the SPL is that parenthood is a shared journey, it's a shared responsibility between both the father and the mother. And more importantly, we do want to encourage fathers to take a more active role in terms of taking care of not just children in the first year, but beyond that, throughout our children's growth stage. And I think that's something that's very important, and MSF continuously works with our partners, including partners such as the Center for Fathering, to develop programs, do public outreach, to encourage our fathers to do more in terms of playing an active role in our children's development. I think beyond, I also want to take the opportunity to say that beyond SPL scheme, to encourage our fathers to do more, actually we do need to look beyond, perhaps even a societal reset in terms of how our workplace norms need to change to balance more of family needs. And I think these are some of the objectives that the work group chaired by Minister Indrani, looking at marriage and parenthood, will be looking at.
Ms. Heniso.
Number 81, please.
Mr. Speaker, for this year, to date, there has been no significant increase in attendances for HACE-relevant conditions at the public hospital emergency departments and polyclinics.
Ms. So.
I thank MOS for her response. I understand from a few senior staff interacted with in Woodgrove recently, a number of their peers were unable to join them for their regular outdoor qigong and brisk walk activities due to respiratory-related health conditions lately. In this regard, I wish to ask, has the ministry noted that the seniors have been particularly more prone to exacerbations of respiratory conditions during the haze periods lately, given their higher vulnerability to air pollutants? And also, how can initiatives such as the Community Health Post, which is intended to bring healthcare closer to residents, especially our seniors, be further enhanced to better support them during the haze periods? Some examples which I wish to recommend is through proactive respiratory health monitoring, targeted educations on haze precautions, expanded on-site support services, or integrating with telehealth and frailty screenings at the CHPs. Thank you.
Ms. Rahayu.
Indeed, for haze and a lot of the other conditions, there may be different vulnerable groups. It may be because of their age, it may be because of their existing medical conditions. So we do try and keep an eye out for some of these things and see if there is a need to actually give special attention or some support. I thank member for actually raising the CHPs. The CHPs, as you know, has been put in place for a more a broader approach to healthcare, especially for those amongst the seniors, so that they can have immediate access within the community at the active aging centres, for example. It is an always-on sort of setting, and we are intending to actually make sure that there are regular engagements, and this includes also services such as medicine, as well as delivery of medical services and also medication perhaps. But indeed, in situations where there are more immediate or sudden crisis or event, they will definitely be meaningful platforms to be additional touch points for the seniors.
Ms. Andre Low.
Question 82, please.
Mr. Speaker, the government uses best-in-class technology solutions, including those from international vendors, to deliver effective digital services for citizens and to support our public officers' work. We have established comprehensive safeguards to protect citizen data when working with any vendor. Our risk-based approach ensures that data access is granted strictly on a needs basis, following the principle of least privilege. vendors are expected to implement robust technical safeguards, such as non-retention of data, encryption, as well as access and identity management. Data residency may also be required, depending on the sensitivity of the data. This is coupled with proper governance frameworks and contractual agreements on how the data can be accessed, used, stored, and retained. These help to prevent vendors from accessing, using, or disclosing government data where they are not permitted to do so, including in response to demands from foreign governments. Our approach combines global expertise, technical safeguards, legal protections, and ongoing oversight to ensure citizen data remains secure. We continuously monitor vendor compliance, conduct regular security assessments, and update our frameworks to address emerging risks and maintain public trust.
Mr. Loh.
Thank you, MOS, for your response. I'd like to share that the primary reason for me to ask this PQ was driven by concerns I have over a specific vendor, which is Palantir Technologies, which over the last 5 years or so has become the preeminent supplier to governments around the globe of AI data security solutions. Now, I'm not sure if the MOS is at liberty to disclose if we do have any ongoing contracts with Palantir, but I think even if the answer is no, the broader concern remains that overseas legislation like the US Cloud Act compels these US-based companies to disclose data in their legal system from foreign countries, and even with data residency in mind, the Act still compels them to disclose this data. So what assurances can the MOS give that we will not be subject to such compulsions?
MOS Law.
I thank the member for the question. I understand the member may have filed a separate PQ on Palantir for the Ministry of Finance, which I will leave for MOF to answer. And I would like to add that you're right, legal and contractual agreements aside, the reality is that no matter what legal provisions the contracts may contain, some jurisdictions, like you mentioned the US, may have legislation or regulations, including with extraterritorial reach, that empower government agencies to require companies or entities within their jurisdictions to provide certain information. This could include Singapore government data. And such legislation or regulations can override contractual obligations, and this is why the government's approach is to rely not solely on contractual provisions, but also on other risk mitigation measures, which I've mentioned, such as technical controls and safeguards, as well as governance frameworks which limit what use cases and categories of information may be used with non-government provided tools and platforms. Thank you.
Mr. Patrick Day.
In 2025, the gross monthly income from employment, excluding employer CPF contributions, of full-time employed resident professionals, managers, and executive PMEs was about $4,500 at the 10th percentile, at $5,400 at the 20th percentile, and $6,000 at the 25th percentile. The median income was $8,400. At the high end, incomes were about $12,100, and at the 75th percentile, and $13,900 at the 80th percentile.
Mr. Tay.
Thanks, SPS, for the response. And I just one SQ for Ministry of Manpower to really, in light of these wage levels of our professionals, managers, executives, to in the course of reviewing some of our existing employment labor laws as well as regulations, to factor this in so that such PMEs are adequately represented, protected, and covered.
Sean.
I thank the member for the question. The short answer is yes, we constantly monitor the wage levels, including our operating environment, and make sure that our laws and regulations are fit for purpose and relevant. Thank you.
Ms. Valerie Lee.
Mr. Speaker, the government coordinates planning efforts across all land users to minimize disamenities and environment impact to the area. For example, JTC works with LTA to carry out transport impact assessments for major industrial developments to support transport demand from companies, their workers, and nearby residents. JTC has no plans to develop new industrial estates in Loyang and Changi North in the near term. The member may refer to MOT's reply to the oral PQ at the 3rd March 2026 sitting, which outlines the government's efforts to mitigate the impact of congestion in the area.
Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Speaker and MOS. First, I'd like to really thank LTA for partnering closely with me as I represent the concerns and frustrations of residents in Pasir Ris and Changi, particularly on the ground where the impact of increased industrial and aviation activities most keenly felt. So I have one SQ. In terms of future planning, not just for Loyang and Changi Industrial, will the government actually review and strengthen buffer zones and land and road use strategies to ensure that further industrial expansion does not come at the expense of residents' livability? Thank you.
MOS Gun.
Give assurance to the member that the government, whether it's JTC, LTA, and other organizations and entities that develop the different parts of Singapore for industrial, residential, commercial purposes will always look holistically at the impact, not just on the businesses and the industrial land users, but also the residents around. Thank you.
Mr. Abdul Muhaimin Abdul Malik.
Question 85.
Mr. Speaker, resale flat prices are set by the open market at prices agreed between buyers and sellers, depending on the flat's location and attributes. In 2025, about 6% of resale flats transacted above $1 million. The resale market continues to provide a wide range of flats at different price points, catering to different budgets and needs. In 2025, there were 4-room resale flats with leases of 70 years or longer in Tampines and Punggol, going for around $650,000 to $700,000. In Sembawang and Yishun, such flats were available below $600,000. And in Jurong West and Woodlands, there were options below $550,000. For eligible first-time resale buyers, HDB provides housing grants of up to $230,000, further reducing the amounts they need to pay. So based on the flash estimate for the first quarter of 2026, resale prices declined slightly by 0.1%. We expect the resale market to continue to moderate due to a robust supply of new BTO flats, including shorter waiting time flats, and a larger number of flats finishing their minimum occupation period and entering the resale market from this year, 2026, and we will see further increases in 2027 and 2028.
Mr. Muhaimin Abdul Malik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for the reply. I have 2 supplementary questions. First, with over 13,500 flats reaching MOP in 2026 located in mature estates, is the Ministry concerned that this could paradoxically increase the number of million-dollar transactions rather than moderate prices, given that these newer flats in desirable locations are precisely the type commanding such prices? Second, several MPs have raised that the income ceiling for BTO eligibility, which has remained at 14,000 since 2019. Could the Minister share whether the ongoing review of income ceilings is also examining whether households that exceed the ceiling are being pushed into the resale market and contributing to price inflation there? Thank you.
Minister Chi.
Mr. Speaker, if we look at the resale flats that have reached MOP, minimum occupation period, and are entering the market for this year and also 2027, 2028, there is a spread. Not all the flats are in mature estates. Some are in different parts of Singapore. Some are nearer to MRT stations, some are a bit further away. So I think there's a good spread of different flats with different locations, different attributes that buyers can look for depending on their needs and their budgets. So that was my point earlier. We provide a range of options that cater to different groups of buyers. So the second question, I think we have discussed this during the recent Committee of Supply, and I have responded to cards from members that we are reviewing the income eligibility criteria, not just for BTO flats, but also for ECs.
Order, end of question time, introduction of government bills. Minister for Manpower.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Manpower, I beg to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Central Provident Fund Act of 1953.
Central Provident Fund Amendment Bill.
Second reading, what day?
At the next available sitting, sir.
So be it. Prime Minister and Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, I introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Securities and Futures Act 2001.
Securities and Futures Amendment Bill.
Second reading, what day?
At the next available sitting.
So be it. Minister for Digital Development and Information.
I have the President's recommendation for the introduction of this bill. I introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Info Communications Media Development Authority Act 2016 to enhance the provisions relating to fair and efficient market conduct and effective competition in the media industry, to reduce regulatory burden on the media industry, to provide for additional powers of the Info Communications Media Development Authority, and to amend the Telecommunications Act 1999 for alignment and related purposes.
Info Communications Media Development Authority Amendment Bill.
Second reading, what day?
At the next available sitting.
So be it. Second Minister for Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide in accordance with treaties for co-locating border clearance of people and goods travelling by train on cross-border railways between Singapore and Malaysia, and for other coordination arrangements at the border and for other matters connected therewith, and to make related and consequential amendments to certain other acts.
Cross-border Railways Border Control Co-location Bill.
Second reading, what day?
At the next available sitting.
So be it. Minister for National Development.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for National Development, I introduce a bill entitled An Act to Make Miscellaneous Amendments to Certain Acts Administered by the Ministry of National Development and to validate past collections of fees and charges by certain statutory bodies.
Statutes Miscellaneous Amendments Bill.
Second reading, what day?
At the next available sitting, sir.
So be it. Order, ministerial statements. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Trade and Industry.
Mr. Speaker,
Coordinating Minister for National Security, K. Shanmugam, Senior Minister of State for Finance, Jeffrey Siao, and I will deliver a ministerial statement each on the impact of the Middle East situation on Singapore. Our ministerial statements will address parliamentary questions 1 to 62 in today's order paper, as well as written PQs 1 to 12 and related PQs filed for subsequent sittings. May I have your permission to take clarification at the end of the three statements? And as this is a whole-of-government approach, may I also seek your permission to allow relevant political office holders to respond to clarifications pertaining to their respective areas of responsibilities?
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran has entered its 6th week and spread across the wider Middle East. Within days of the conflict, Iran effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz. It has also attacked close to 20 vessels. Last month, only about 6 vessels on average passed through the Strait of Hormuz each day, compared to around 135 in normal times. President Trump has said recently that the US has almost accomplished its goals in Iran, but it is still not clear when the conflict will end and when the strait will be reopened. In the near term, the closure of the strait has caused a global shortage of energy supplies, including crude oil and gas. Before the conflict, 1/4 of the world's supply of seaborne oil and 1/5 of its gas transited through the strait. More than 80% of these flows were bound for Asia. Such a severe choking off of supply is unprecedented. It is the worst disruption since the 1973 oil embargo. The fuel shortages have caused a surge in global energy prices. Since the onset of the conflict, Brent crude oil prices have doubled from $71 per barrel just before the conflict to a peak of $141. Similarly, spot liquefied natural gas (LNG) prices have also doubled from $11 per million British thermal units, or MMBTU, to as high as $22. The disruption extends to other key products too, particularly those that use oil and natural gas as feedstock or starting materials. One example is fertilizers. Most fertilizers are made using natural gas, and the Middle East is a key global producer of fertilizers, second only to Russia. Nearly 1/3 of the world's fertilizer trade is shipped through the strait. The supply disruption has led to soaring fertilizer costs. If farmers reduce or stop fertilizer use, crop yields will fall, raising global food prices. Other industries are also affected. This includes aluminium, which is used to manufacture cars, airplanes, and many other products, as well as helium, which is needed for producing semiconductor chips and cooling magnetic resonance imaging machines, or MRI machines. These disruptions are cascading through the global economy. Higher fuel and raw material costs will raise business costs, some of which will pass through to consumers through higher prices. Higher energy prices have also increased transport and shipping costs. Air freight rates between Asia and Europe have almost doubled since the conflict began. This will eventually push up costs of other items, including food and grocery supplies. Rising business costs and consumer prices will, in turn, dampen demand and slow down the global economy. Many Asian currencies have weakened against the stronger US dollar, compounding inflation and growth risks in these countries. All of these pressures could intensify further in the coming weeks. As a small and highly open economy, Singapore will not be able to insulate ourselves completely from this crisis. We must respond with a coordinated, multi-agency effort to cushion the impact on our people and our economy. And this is why we have convened the Homefront Crisis Ministerial Committee, chaired by Coordinating Minister for National Security, K. Shanmugam, and comprising several ministers. We will focus on the following areas. First, securing our supplies, such as LNG and diesel for power, as well as other essential fuel products like jet fuel and motor gasoline. Strengthening our economic resilience by helping businesses to preserve their productive capacity and capability, and facilitating their transformation where necessary. Providing targeted help for those most affected by the crisis, including businesses in the energy and chemicals cluster, platform workers, and low-income families, and helping workers with training and employment support, as well as providing households with broad-based help to address cost of living concerns. Minister Shanmugam will share more later on how we are organizing ourselves to coordinate our national response. So, sir, what do these developments mean for our economy? In February this year, MTI upgraded Singapore's GDP forecast for 2026 to 2 to 4% on the back of strong growth momentum seen in the fourth quarter of 2025, supported by robust AI-related demand. Early data indicates that economic activity continued to be resilient in the first quarter of 2026. However, growth in the coming quarters is likely to be affected by the ongoing conflict. While the conflict impacts many sectors, some sectors will feel it more than others. In manufacturing, the most direct impact will be on industries that rely on natural gas, crude oil, and crude oil derivatives as feedstocks. Our refineries have adjusted by reducing their run rates and brought in shipments from sources outside of the Middle East. Downstream chemical firms will also be affected. Some firms, such as PCS, have already declared force majeure due to upstream supply disruptions. Beyond the energy and chemical clusters, higher fuel and electricity prices will also affect a wider range of industries, including electronics, precision engineering, and other energy-intensive clusters. In services, outward-oriented sectors like air and sea transport, as well as tourism, will be affected by higher costs and weaker demand. On the other hand, domestically oriented sectors such as retail, food services, and private land transport will face higher operating costs, including utility and fuel. Taken together, these sectoral impacts will weigh on economic activities in the coming quarters, although the extent remains uncertain as the conflict is still unfolding. MTI will continue to monitor developments closely and will update our GDP forecasts in May. Let me now move to the impact on Singaporeans. As we import nearly all our energy, the spike in global oil and natural gas prices will inevitably raise fuel and electricity costs for Singapore. About 95% of Singapore's electricity is generated from natural gas, whose price is mostly pegged to market prices. The regulated electricity tariff, which most Singaporean households pay, increased by 2.1% to about 27 cents per kilowatt hour for the second quarter of 2026. The increase is modest relative to the spike in fuel prices. But that is because the tariff is based on fuel prices from the first 10 weeks of the preceding quarter, from January to middle of March. That means only a small portion of the recent surge in fuel prices has been captured in this tariff adjustment. Fuel makes up about half of the tariff, so higher fuel prices will flow through to electricity prices. We should therefore expect a much sharper increase in the next tariff adjustment, which will fully reflect the higher cost of fuel. These cost increases will feed through to broader inflation in Singapore. We had earlier forecast CPI all items and MAS core inflation to come in at 1 to 2% in 2026, after inflation broadly eased in 2025. However, the Middle East situation has driven up global energy and commodity prices, which will drive up global inflation. Consequently, we now expect Singapore's overall inflation for 2026 to be higher than earlier projected. If the conflict is protracted, higher inflation in our source markets could also lead to further increases in import prices over time. These pressures will be felt by households in more expensive electricity, transport, and daily necessities. Lower-income households will be more affected as a larger share of their spending goes towards essentials. MES will take these developments into account in its upcoming assessment of the inflation outlook, which it will release on 14th of April. Mr. Speaker, the crisis is unlikely to be over anytime soon, and we must be prepared for its effect to persist for some time. Even more worrying is the risk of escalation, including further damage to energy infrastructure or a prolonged blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. This could trigger a global energy crunch, slowing global growth and pushing up inflation worldwide. This crisis has reminded us again of how interconnected and how fragile the global system is. We need to be prepared for more frequent inflation shocks and supply chain disruptions in a world of heightened geopolitical contestation. We will strengthen our resilience by building up inventories and diversifying our sources of supply, but Singapore will always remain dependent on imports for our supplies. It is therefore critical that we continue to strengthen our partnerships with like-minded countries and uphold an open and rules-based trading system. As a trading nation, keeping faith with our partners and maintaining our credibility is crucial. We must foster the free flow of energy and goods as far as possible. Prime Minister Lawrence Wong has spoken to Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. They jointly affirmed our commitment to support the flow of essential goods, including petroleum oils such as diesel and LNG, between our two countries. PM Wong has also spoken to New Zealand PM Christopher Luxon to reaffirm our commitment to strengthen supply resilience and mitigate disruptions. Singapore and New Zealand concluded an agreement on trade in its essential supplies last October, which is a timely framework to ensure the continued flow of critical goods between our two countries. The ASEAN foreign ministers and economic ministers have discussed and underscored the importance of maintaining stable, open and reliable global energy supply chains, as well as the importance of minimizing disruptions to the flow of essential supplies, including food. Singapore and 10 fellow members of the Future of Investment and Trade Partnership, or FITP, also issued a joint statement last week, reaffirming the importance of not imposing restrictive trade measures, including export restrictions, tariffs, and non-tariff barriers on essential goods. Mr. Speaker, may I now say a few words in Mandarin, please? 议长先生，这场危机短期内不会结束，所以新加坡必须及早做好准备，不可以掉以轻心。作为小型开放经济体，我们不可能完全不受影响。外部成本上升，最终会影响到企业、家庭和物价。我们将致力确保能源与粮食供应稳定，加强经济韧性，以应付危机。为受影响最严重的企业、平台员工以及低收入家庭提供必要的帮助。我们也将为工友提供培训和就业援助，并协助家庭应付生活费的压力。现在最重要的是，无论是商家或者是个人，都必须乘坐应对。政府会加强跨机构协调，保障供应，稳定经济，减轻冲击。我们过去经历过无数次的危机，这次我们也要一如既往，坚韧团结，共度危机。Sir, The government recognizes that the impact of this crisis will be felt by households and businesses. We will do what is necessary to support them through this period. Senior Minister of State for Finance, Geoffrey Seow, will share more on our support measures. At the same time, all of us, government, businesses, and households, will need to do our part. Households can do our best to conserve electricity, use climate vouchers to purchase more energy-efficient appliances, and adopt simple measures such as using fans instead of air conditioning, taking public transport instead of driving. Businesses can also conserve energy by tapping on schemes such as the Energy Efficiency Grant and investing in more efficient equipment. Periods of disruption such as this will test the resilience of countries and economies, but they also create impetus for firms to transform, diversify, and deepen their capabilities. We must press on with the recommendations of the Economic Strategy Review, including building global leadership in key growth sectors, such as advanced manufacturing and modern services, supporting firms to diversify and internationalize, and accelerating enterprise transformation through technology and innovation, so that our economy remains resilient and competitive in a more challenging global environment. This also means making our energy and supply chains more resilient, deepening partnerships with like-minded countries, and staying open and connected to the global economy. If we stay disciplined, deepen our trust in each other, preserve our capabilities, and use this period to sharpen our competitive edge, Singapore will be well placed not only to weather this crisis, but to emerge from it stronger. Thank you.
The Acting Minister for Transport and Senior Minister of State for Finance and the Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs will also be making related ministerial statements. I will allow members to raise points of clarifications on all statements after Minister Shanmugam's statement. Acting Minister for Transport and Senior Minister of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister has set out how the Middle East conflict will affect Singapore's economy. I will now explain what the government is doing to support our businesses, our workers, and our households through this period. On the 12th of February this year, the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance presented our largest budget on record at $155 billion. We could not know about the conflict that would break out in Iran, but we could see many uncertainties ahead, and therefore the need to provide greater reassurance and support in this budget. Hence, PM Lawrence Wong announced substantial broad-based support measures, including a corporate income tax rebate, CDC vouchers, and the cost of living special payment. We provided more support for lower-wage workers and households, such as enhancements to the Progressive Wage Credit Scheme and better support for lower-income families through Comlink Plus. We also enhanced USAVE rebates, giving 1.5 times the regular amount, or up to $570 this financial year. The first tranche of USAVE rebates will be disbursed in April. This will help defray the increase in utility bills from April to June. A second tranche of USAVE rebates will be disbursed in July, and this should help to defray the much sharper increase in utility bills from July to September that we expect with the spike in oil prices. 16 days after the budget, the United States and Israel launched coordinated airstrikes on Iran. The current situation in the Middle East remains highly uncertain. We cannot predict how exactly events will unfold or when the conflict will end. What we do know is that Singaporeans are already feeling some of the effects on the ground. In Singapore, petrol and diesel prices have risen sharply in tandem with global oil prices and are likely to remain elevated for some time. And while the impact has not yet fully filtered through for items such as electricity and food, we have to brace ourselves because we know from experience that this will come. The government is not waiting to act. We will supplement what was announced at the budget with a further package of support measures. These provide targeted support to those who are the most heavily and directly affected. We will also provide broad-based support for businesses and households. And let me go through each of these in turn. First, support for the domestic transport sector. The sharp increase in fuel prices had an immediate effect on the earnings of platform workers, private hire car drivers, and taxi drivers. NTUC has worked with platform and taxi operators on fuel vouchers and fare adjustments, which have helped to cushion the impact. To provide further relief, the government will disburse $200 in cash to active platform workers, private hire car drivers, and taxi drivers from the end of the month. For certain essential bus services, such as those for school students, seniors, and persons with disabilities, the government will provide temporary assistance to co-fund cost increases to enable these services to continue operating without disruption. The respective government agencies will provide more details. Several members have asked if the government will consider reducing fuel or diesel subsidies across the board. We do not think this is the right move. It is too blunt an approach, and it could also be regressive. At the same time, we want to preserve the price signals for consumers to use energy more efficiently. And more fundamentally, as an open economy, we must allow fuel prices to reflect market realities. If prices are artificially suppressed, importers may choose to divert fuel to where prices are higher, and over time, this can tighten supply and leave us worse off. Instead, our targeted approach provides direct support to those who are directly affected, and this allows us to channel more help to those who need it most. Second, let me talk about support for businesses. Higher energy and logistics costs will continue to be felt by businesses across the economy for some time. Our SMEs, in particular, are more vulnerable to sudden cost increases. To help businesses manage cash flow, we will enhance the corporate income tax rebate announced at budget from 40% to 50% for the year of assessment 2026. We will also raise the minimum benefit that a company with at least one local employee will receive from $1,500 to $2,000. The total benefits cap for each company will be raised from $30,000 to $40,000. We will disburse this enhancement quickly, as early as the end of this month. Even as we roll out immediate relief, this challenging period is also a timely reminder for all our businesses to build longer-term resilience against high and sustained energy prices, and we will support them to do so. Businesses that invest in energy efficiency will reduce their exposure to volatile energy prices and lower their long-run operating costs. We currently have an energy efficiency grant which applies to 6 designated sectors. For example, food services, retail, manufacturing, and construction. Companies in these sectors can make use of the grants to invest in new, energy-efficient equipment. We will now expand the base tier of this grant to all sectors and extend this support for another year to 31st March 2028. So that more companies can benefit. Additionally, some companies in the energy and chemical sector have been badly affected by feedstock supply disruptions. Our agencies are engaging these firms and assessing how best to provide targeted support to preserve critical capabilities for our economy. And finally, as a responsible buyer, the government is prepared to share the cost increases directly related to fuel costs for critical government projects where any delays or stoppages would clearly affect the public interest. This includes major government infrastructure projects such as the Cross Island MRT line and new HDB BTO projects. The DCA will issue a circular with more details shortly. Third, let me talk about support for households. We are tracking the prices of food and other essential goods and services very closely. So far, rising fuel prices have not yet fully percolated into wider price increases across the economy. Given the uncertainty in the Middle East, it is still too early to update our projections of inflation in Singapore or to quantify the full impact on households. But we know the situation has amplified cost of living anxieties for Singaporeans. Therefore, to reassure Singaporeans that the cost increases in the impending months can be managed, we will bring forward the disbursement of the $500 CDC vouchers announced in budget this year from January 2027 to June 2026. We will also increase the budget 2026 cost of living special payment by $200 for all eligible Singaporeans. And this will bring the total quantum of this special payment to between $400 and $600 per person. About 2.4 million Singaporeans will receive this additional payment in cash, which will be disbursed in September. Mr. Speaker, may I now say a few words in Mandarin, please? 中东局势紧张，能源价格上涨，我们理解国人的担忧。政府今天宣布了多项援助的措施，为国人提供及时的帮助。我们也会为最直接受到影响的人士加强援助。例如，德士司机和平台员工将从4月底获到200元的现金补助。政府也会为企业和家庭提供更多的帮助，包括把2027年1月的500元 CDC 邻里购物券提前在今年6月发放。9月发放的生活费特别补助也将调高200元。我们还不知道这场危机会持续多久，也不知道影响会有多大，但政府会继续密切关注局势的发展，在有需要的时候再取更多的措施，为国人提供援助。政府一直以来都会非常谨慎的和负责任的管理国家的资源，先把资源储备好，有备无患。因此，在遇到危机的时候，政府才能有能力帮助人民，不让任何人掉队。不论遇到什么样的危机，只要大家上下一心，携手应对，我们一定能够度过这个难关。Mr. Speaker, the government has put together a substantial first response to the energy crisis caused by the Middle East conflict. We do not know how long the conflict and its economic impact will last, but the government is alive to the situation. We have drawer plans, and as events develop, we can put them into action and do more if the situation calls for it. This package adds up to close to $1 billion in additional measures on top of what has previously been committed in Budget 2026. It is much larger than our immediate response in 2022 after war broke out in Ukraine and caused a similar surge in oil and gas prices. To fund these measures, the government will work within the amount approved in the Supply Act last month in the first instance and seek Parliament's approval for the supplementary budget later on. Mr. Speaker, this is neither the first crisis we have weathered, nor will it be the last. What Singaporeans can count on is a government that is well prepared, builds sufficient buffers, anticipates problems, and thus is ready and able to respond swiftly with solutions. We will always make sure that no Singaporean is left to bear his or her burden alone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said last Thursday, we stood up the HCMC, which is the Homefront Crisis Ministerial Committee, soon after hostilities started. At the civil service level, there is the Homefront Crisis Executive Group, or HCEG. The HCEG coordinates across government agencies to anticipate potential emergency scenarios, ensure the necessary contingency plans are prepared, and respond to the impact of any homefront crisis or emergency. The HCEG reports to and receives directions from the HCMC. The HCMC is a structure that was formalized after the SARS outbreak in 2003. Its role was set out and explained in Parliament in 2004 by then Minister for Home Affairs, Mr. Wong Kan Seng. Structurally, organizationally, from the time it was set up, the Minister for Home Affairs has been designated as the chair of HCMC. The PM asked that the HCMC be stood up some weeks ago to deal with the current crisis. DPM Gan is the advisor to this HCMC. The key ministries and their ministers all play an important role. We have also brought in newer office holders to complement the team. They will bring additional perspectives as they deal with specific issues related to the ongoing situation. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, may I ask the clerks to distribute Annex A, which shows the composition of this HCMC. Members may also access this material through the PAL app.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. So I'll carry on. There are 13 members in this HCMC, and their names are in the annex. Over the past month, both the HCMC and the HCEG have met several times. The HCMC has been looking at a broad range of issues, including energy and food resilience, including supply chain resilience, resilience for other essentials, security developments, both domestic and external, and support measures for Singaporeans and public communications, and foreign affairs and our diplomatic relations. In response to the heightened threat environment, from the security perspective, we have put in place additional measures. ICA has increased checks at our checkpoints upon the escalation of the conflict, and police have also stepped up patrols at areas of concern. We have also activated contingency plans to repatriate Singaporeans in the Middle East affected by the conflict. Flights were organized by MFA and MINDEF. They were executed at short notice and required close coordination between the ministries. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs began assessing evacuation routes upon the escalation of hostilities, given the possibility of prolonged airport or airspace closures in the region. MCCY and MOIS have also been engaging Singaporean residents in the Middle East, as well as key partners, such as the Association of Muslim Travel Agents in Singapore, for Umrah and Hajj arrangements in the light of this conflict. You have heard about the impact of this conflict from DPM. I will highlight a few points. More than half our total crude oil imports comes from the Middle East. Prior to the crisis, about 9% of our natural gas would have been imported from Qatar if it had carried on as per normal through the year. Many other critical supplies pass through the Straits of Hormuz, including helium and aluminium. We can no longer rely on such supplies in the same way. I will speak in a little bit more detail about two key sectors. First, fuel and energy, and second, food supplies. First, on fuel and energy security, since the start of the conflict, several countries have announced export restrictions on fuel or implemented fuel rationing measures. We have not done so far. There has been no need to do so. Global energy majors and trading companies have a sizable presence in Singapore. We are the world's third largest oil trading hub and the sixth largest refinery export hub. These capabilities were built up over decades. It is a result of a deliberate long-term strategy. Today, they underpin our energy and fuel resilience. Because of this, we are deeply connected to global flows of energy, and that gives us access to diverse sources of energy and fuel supplies. So we are able to respond to disruptions more flexibly, and we continue so far to have access to crude oil. And we have been meeting our domestic needs and international obligations for fuels. However, we do not know how long the disruptions will last. As Minister Tan See Ling said a fortnight ago, we need to brace ourselves for a bumpy ride ahead. No one can say what the situation will look like or will be like if there are more serious disruptions and if they last longer. We have secured crude oil supplies from alternative sources, but the pricing is different. We have to pay prevailing prices, which are much higher. Brent crude has surged as high as 70% since the increase in hostilities on 28 February. Singaporeans are feeling the impact in higher prices as fuel and energy costs rise. Prices are likely to remain high even after hostilities cease. Damage to infrastructure in the Middle East will take time to repair. We have already seen damage to large oil facilities in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, other places. Even if the Straits of Hormuz fully reopens tomorrow, global oil and gas export capacity will not return to pre-conflict levels quickly. In the broader term, we are concerned about broader disruptions to global supply chains, which can affect goods critical to Singapore's economy and essential services. MTI is monitoring the situation closely and working with the industries. As for electricity, we have taken steps to reduce risks to disruption of our supplies to meet our electricity needs. And there are four aspects to this. First, our sources are diversified. Apart from the Middle East, we also import liquefied natural gas, LNG, from Australia, which is one of our key suppliers, the United States, and Mozambique. Gasco was set up last year to centralize gas procurement for the power sector. Gasco has begun buying replacement natural gas to replace the disrupted supply from Qatar. Second, while 95% of our electricity is generated from natural gas, our power plants can switch from natural gas to diesel when needed. Third, and relatedly, we have fuel reserves. These reserves comprise a mixture of natural gas and diesel. Some are owned by the government, Some are owned by power generation companies. We are also planning to increase our fuel reserves. It will be costly, but we think it necessary. We have so far not tapped on our fuel reserves, nor have we implemented fuel rationing. The Energy Market Authority, or EMA, also requires power generation companies to have pre-arranged contractual access to additional fuel. Fuel suppliers are required to deliver the fuel to the power generation companies within a set number of days upon activation. And we are prepared, if necessary, to direct the power generation companies to exercise their legal rights to secure the additional fuel. That said, securing the additional fuel by the power generation companies may be subject to force majeure events. Some of the additional fuel may be sourced from overseas and may be subject to supply disruptions again. Fourth, EMA has strengthened regulatory requirements on electricity retailers in 2023. This ensures that they are sufficiently hedged and will be better able to handle an extended period of gas price volatility. The position we put ourselves in before the crisis and the steps we have taken since the crisis have helped us remain relatively stable. Nevertheless, if the supply disruptions increase and if more suppliers are unable to supply fuel or gas, then potential disruptions to our domestic energy and electricity supply cannot be ruled out. However, this remains a low probability scenario for now, though we continue to monitor developments closely, but prices will go up. DPM spoke earlier on the regulated electricity tariff. Even though the cost of gas accounts for almost half of the regulated tariff, this has so far only partially transmitted to the tariff price. If the conflict is prolonged, then we have to expect much sharper increases in electricity prices. The situation has caused many countries to take a closer look at their energy security. I'll make 2 points on our situation. First, on refineries. As I said earlier, we are a major refining center. When countries began imposing controls on their export of fuel, many asked us if we would still be able to supply them with refined fuel products. Some of these countries supply crude oil and other essential products to us. In turn, we supply them with refined products which they need. This creates a mutual interdependence. It keeps Singapore relevant in the international energy trade. And this has enabled us to have continued access to crude oil. Some have also questioned the role of refineries over the medium term, given our green transition. We remain committed to decarbonizing our economy, but as stated before, our path to net zero will depend on technological breakthroughs and sustained international cooperation. For now, the priority worldwide is energy security. Countries everywhere need to keep the lights on. Fossil fuel remains part of the global energy mix because renewable energy is not yet able to meet all of the demand. In that context, Singapore will continue to play our role as a refining hub. And we will continue to work with our refineries to improve their energy efficiency and reduce their carbon footprint. Second, we must continue to press on with our efforts to diversify our sources of energy. We have made good progress on domestic solar energy deployment. We have already achieved our 2030 target of 2 gigawatt peak in 2025. At the COS debate in March, the government announced that it would raise the target to 3 gigawatt peak. In the near term, we will continue to deploy solar energy domestically and pursue electricity imports from the region. In the medium to long term, we are assessing other sources of energy to diversify our fuel mix. One potential source is nuclear energy. Advanced nuclear energy technologies have the potential to provide safe, reliable, and clean baseload power. Nuclear fuel is energy dense and can be efficiently stockpiled. Five uranium pellets, 1 inch tall, can generate the same amount of electricity as one Olympic-sized swimming pool of natural gas. But adopting nuclear energy requires very serious consideration. It needs to be studied very carefully to ensure that it is safe for deployment in or around Singapore. We have been building up the technical expertise to evaluate the technology as it develops. And we are partnering overseas governments and companies who are leaders in this field. We really need the best expertise on this. We will continue to study these very carefully and rigorously. And there are dedicated teams in government that are doing this. Let me now turn to food security. Our primary concern is with inflationary pressures on our food products. Natural gas is a key feedstock for fertilizers. With disruptions to gas supply, fertilizer prices will go up. Food crops and animal feed will therefore cost more, and the prices of our imported food products will rise. As fuel costs go up, it will also cost more to transport and store food products. Singapore maintains strategic food stockpiles that will help us mitigate the impact of any unforeseen supply disruptions. Meanwhile, we are relooking at our supply chains with a view towards strengthening them. However, we are only able to maintain stockpiles of essential food types. Singaporeans should be prepared for supplies of some foods from some countries to be unavailable, and will have to exercise flexibility in choosing alternatives. There have been questions about the extent of Singapore's fuel reserves and food stockpiles. As a policy, we do not disclose these. That is deliberate. Disclosing such details would reveal where our limits lie, and that could be used against Singapore in times of crisis. What matters is that we have sufficient buffers and contingency plans in place, and we regularly review and strengthen these arrangements to ensure that they remain robust. So in conclusion, the HCMC will continue to closely monitor the situation. We will respond as a whole of government to take care of Singapore and Singaporeans. We will work together to get through the crisis and emerge stronger, as we always have. Thank you, sir. So the questions will be taken by the ministers who deal with their respective areas. Thank you.
SMS Jeffrey Seow.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a clarification for my speech. I earlier said that several members have asked if the government will consider reducing fuel or diesel subsidies. I misread. What I meant to say was that several members have asked if the government will consider reducing fuel or diesel duties. It's the exact opposite of what I actually said, so I thought I should clarify. Thank you.
There's an important clarification. Before I call honourable members for clarifications, I just wish to point out that pursuant to Standing Order 23, Members may seek clarification on the ministerial statements, but no debate shall be allowed thereon. Members can seek your clarifications by way of asking questions. So I seek members' understanding to keep your clarifications clear and concise so that ministers can answer as many clarifications as possible. Likewise, I'll ask the ministers to also keep your answers clear and concise. To make our discussions clearer, more focused, and efficient, I propose to structure our clarifications as follows. Firstly, clarifications on energy and trade-related matters. This could include petrol, electricity, and their impact on trade and the economy. The second group of clarifications will include the impact on local businesses and households and the support measures for them. And the third group of clarifications will be on general security issues and related matters. So I ask members' cooperation to group your clarifications according to the subject matters I had listed. This will give clarity to our discussions, make it easier to follow and understand the answers provided, and also allow for deeper and more focused examination of the issues and suggestions from members. I assure members that I will give you sufficient opportunity to make your clarifications on the different topics. So there's no need to make all your clarifications at once. Once again, the first basket of clarifications will be on energy and trade-related matters. I will then move on to the second group of clarifications on impact on local businesses and households and the support measures for them. And finally, the third group of clarifications will be on security issues and related matters. I thank members for your cooperation. So, first group of clarifications, Mr. Saktiandi Supat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three clarifications related to your first first set of questions, Mr. Speaker. First, SQ is, Singapore is a price taker and very concerned about inflation pass-through. But with the Middle East situation, there are unknowns. So I would like to ask the committee and government for their view about the risks of export restrictions of energy supply by our partners, especially in the region. Second is, can the government share its view on food resilience, especially with some concerns about seafood and fish supply, with the risk that diesel shortages for fishermen in the region may affect supply. So the concern is whether seafood is regarded also as an essential in the government's definition. Third, I noticed that our measures, as SMS shared earlier, our measures are calibrated. In some ways, for now, it looks very sound. It's also a testament to our long-term focus in terms of policy and our macro policy mix. My question is, our macro policy mix to address this supply shock is very clear, but what is the likelihood of the inflation pass-through continuing into 2027 and even into 2028? And if there's a need for off-budget measures when future tranches are needed. I think SMS mentioned there's always a possibility and ability to do that, but what's the possibility of off-budget measures coming? And lastly, our ability to maintain our strong Sing dollar policy to mitigate imported inflation. That has always been the case, but I think going forward, I'm aware that MAS will be releasing its policy statement in April later on, but I think it's very important for us to continue to maintain our strong Sing dollar policy to control inflation pass-through. And I've started earlier, inflation pass-through is of utmost importance to me. Thank you.
Minister Tan See Leng.
Speaker, given the brevity of time, I will dispense with the thanking. I will take the first question on the energy and his point about the fact that we are price taker and how we are thinking of the possibility of the risks of export restrictions by some of our partners. I think perhaps to curate the point more, I think you're more particularly referring specifically to natural gas, because that is really how we are powering up our entire country and our economy. Now, as everyone knows, 95% of our electricity comes from natural gas itself. We import natural gas primarily through piped natural gas from our immediate neighbors, Malaysia, Singapore, as well as LNG from around the world. At this particular point in time, there is no upstream disruptions from the piped natural gas supply. For LNG, we continue to source the whole world through GasCo, which, if you recall, it was this it was the previous government in this chamber that we passed an amendment to our Electricity Act, allowing us to form GasCo and then to centralize the procurement of gas. So I think this has come in quite presciently, so that today we are able to, through GasCo, source for supplies of LNG from all over the world. We have now diversified our LNG supplies beyond the Middle East. We source them from Australia, from the US, from Mozambique, and even as we speak, we continue to look for new markets. For us, diversification has always been one of the key strategies. Of course, we also now look for alternative sources, renewable energy or otherwise, but I think that would take a bit more time. Having said that, we have also ensured that our generation system, our GenCos, can run both on natural gas and on diesel. So in the event that we don't have enough natural gas, the GenCos will be required to switch to diesel to run and power. And we have conducted regular audits every quarter on these GenCos to ensure that the CCGTs can switch to diesel. And thus far, our audit statistics have shown that we are 99.9% ready in switching. So we have also established stockpiles, but as I've also shared before, given the constraint of land that we have within our country, there is a physical limit as to how much stockpiling we can do. Of course, we've also explored whether we could put it on the waters, get this very large VLCCs, or use the FSRUs. These are floating sort of storage and regasification units. But then again, space and the cost to maintain these VLCCs, these very large carriers, would not be, at this particular point in time, that economically feasible. But I want to assure the member and all members of the House that we constantly establish close relationships, dialogues, conversations with like-minded partners. I think the key in point, as TPM shared, our Prime Minister has also issued joint statement with the Prime Minister of Australia, Prime Minister Albanese, to establish ties and to ensure that we can continue to get supply of LNG from Australia. I hope that reassures the member. Thank you.
On the food resilience, SMS Zaki.
I thank the member for his question. And on seafood specifically, we don't see immediate risks. We have diversified our food imports. We've also got local production of seafood ready available. At this point, as both DPM and Coordinating Minister have shared, our main risk lies with for agriculture on fertilizer. And in the short term, no impact, but we think there could be secondary impact, as you shared, with diesel and other energy price, just with other sectors. So we are monitoring the situation and we'll keep everyone posted once things happen. Thank you.
Mr. Super, your question on the support measures, I'll defer it to the next bucket for SMSL to respond. Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For this first part of questions, I have two PQs which are directed at ministers who are dealing with questions pertaining to energy security. In a Facebook post about a week ago, the minister in charge of energy, science and technology warned about the possibility of fuel shortages that could not be ruled out in the medium to long term, and that Singaporeans and businesses should prepare for significant turbulence in the months to come. And the minister also projected up to a 5-year repair time for Qatar's LNG facilities. my first parliamentary question, clarification, I beg your pardon, notwithstanding the expiry of LNG contracts with Indonesia in 2028, is the government in touch with both Indonesia and Malaysia, which supply close to half of our piped LNG, to potentially increase supplies? And have there been any deliberations in this regard? The second question pertains to energy security more generally. Does the war in the Middle East present an opportunity to potentially bring forward Singapore's plans of acquiring more renewable energy sources such as hydroelectricity from our neighbours and in larger quantities than had been previously planned? Thank you.
Minister Tan.
I mentioned the fuel shortages potentially ahead because the trend of the escalation of the crisis in the Middle East is very real. I think if you follow the tweets, you follow all of the news that's coming out, whether it's from the US or from Iran, from Israel itself, I think you can pretty much come to that same conclusion. So I think it's important for us as a country that while we can take some calm, but we should also be very pragmatic and very real about what the challenges are. And the fact is that because we don't produce any of these natural resources on our shores, we therefore have to be prepared for a possible worst-case scenario. Not worst case, but a worst-case scenario compared to what it is today. And to that end itself, we constantly reach out to our immediate neighbors to talk about PNG, the continuous supply of PNG. Some of them are expiring in 2028, but at the same time, we also establish a more diversified source country strategy so that it strengthens our position in terms of our resilience. Some of the existing fields that we are drawing from inherently in itself are also faced with dwindling reserves within those reservoirs that we are tapping from. Of course, we are also discussing with our neighbors about the potential of exploring new areas for us to tap into. Those conversations happen contemporaneously with our discussions on renewable energy imports. And to that end, if the member recall, we have already awarded both conditional approval or conditional licensing of up to about 8.35 gigawatts of renewable energy. Our original target was 6. We have exceeded that. Today, given this uncertainty, we are indeed ramping up the negotiations, the discussions with our counterparts to see how we can expedite both the completion of the feasibility studies as well as the feasibility, the commercial feasibility of laying of the subsea cables. Those are happening in progress. So I hope to give some positive news, but we are stepping up. Today, I'm not at liberty to share that first. Now, where we are, I can't predict how long more this war will take. And what I think we should be sure about is that because we are open, we're connected, while this is an advantage for us, given the 150 oil majors that we have here, the third largest trading oil hub in the world, the sixth largest refinery complex in the world, but upstream, the crude still has to come from somewhere. And if Middle East as a source is choked, we will still not necessarily have that significant impact, but the impact downstream is that it will take longer time for crude from other parts of the world to bypass the Middle East to come to us. The quality of the crude, they are also different. And because of the differences in the quality of the crude, the run rates of our refinery complexes would also therefore have to be optimized. So it is this whole cascade, the whole cascade of the different refinery processes that we also have to take into account that's contributing, in some cases, amplifying this crisis. But our modus operandi has always been, we do not impose export restrictions, and we will still abide by the rules-based global trading framework. Thank you.
Mr. Edward Chia.
Thank you, Speaker. Given that the current energy crunch is disproportionately impacting Asia, does the Minister see this as an opportunity to strengthen regional cooperation in energy resilience, including exploring ASEAN collaboration in nuclear energy, such as joint investments and joint operations in the nuclear power plant?
Minister Tan.
We certainly see an opportunity in every crisis. And I think it's precisely what all of us do, our entire team, fellow POHs, GPC members, that we constantly outreach to our like-minded partners to work even more closely with them. I think the most recent visit 2 weeks ago to Japan with the Prime Minister, last week's visit to Australia, and there will be many more of such outreach to many of our like-minded partners. On the nuclear energy collaboration, it's not for want of or lack of trying. I think you appreciate the fact that because we are so small, and as Coordinating Minister for National Security alluded to just now, we have to ensure that these advanced nuclear energy technologies are safe. They indeed are today. The physics work, the engineering work, it's just that there hasn't been a single site of deployment yet. I mean, there are some that's in the process of being commissioned, for instance, in China, and there are some coming up in the US, but we haven't seen a single modular reactor site being put up and operating commercially. And I think the member will appreciate the fact that regardless of how we collaborate with the rest of the ASEAN member states, we will never put our population at risk of adopting a first-of-a-kind technology. We can be a fast adopter, but we cannot be the first-of-a-kind mover. I hope that sort of gives you the context of what we're doing. Thank you.
Mr. Leong Eng Hua.
Sir, my questions relates to the sharp spike in the diesel prices. Diesel prices is now north of $4 per litre, even more expensive than petrol. A very unusual phenomenon. And so I want to, and it's severely impacting many of the transport, logistical business, construction business sectors as well. So can I ask the Minister if he can share why this phenomenon of diesel being more and more expensive than petrol? Minister earlier shared that the government's gencos can actually switch from gas to diesel. So is that the reason why diesel has gone up, because of the government procurement of diesel? So more importantly, what can the government do to help businesses that depends on diesel, which is a low-cost fuel, for their businesses to do their deliveries, including construction sectors? So I'm particularly happy that I think Minister Jeffrey Xiao had just said about this construction sector. For the critical public sector projects, we will be co-sharing the cost increases for diesel. So how can we enable or incentivize our other businesses to do that, to help companies that are impacted by the cost increases of diesel? Thank you.
Minister Tan.
Our diesel prices have risen mainly due to global factors. I mean, the ongoing tensions involving Iran, as I've said a few times already, significantly increase the uncertainty and, of course, the risk to oil supply, and it pushes up the crude oil all over the world. Now, if you compare diesel, actually diesel is a very versatile fuel mix because there's strong demand from transport, from shipping, industry, and there's also some limited refining capacity that is possible using diesel. And as I've shared with you, even our CCGTs, which the Gencos use, can use diesel as a sort of a backup. So it's a very versatile use. Now, you appreciate the fact that it's also easier to store diesel compared to natural gas. Because natural gas, the boiling point of natural gas, I think it's probably about minus 150 over degrees Celsius. So to keep natural gas, you need that energy to keep it at that level. And if you put it in a FSRU, there's a lot of boil off of that gas, so you got to use it. So LNG is not an easy fuel for you to store, unlike diesel. So when you talk about stockpiling, of course, a significant proportion of that amount is in diesel. So you can appreciate that because of the versatility, and in farm tractors in many of the agrarian countries around, that emphasis has always been on diesel. And so that's why it has risen faster compared to petrol. As far as the rollout of support measures, SMS, Acting Minister for Transport, Jeff Xiao, has already shared what are the measures. MTI will continue to keep a close watch on this space, and if need be, the government will not hesitate to come in to act to help.
Mr. Lee Fauzi.
Thank you, Speaker. I have several clarifications to make. Firstly, is the government engaging the Iranian authorities to secure transit through the Strait of Hormuz for Singapore-flagged vessels, similar to what other countries like Malaysia has done? And will Singapore be open to paying a toll to pass through the Strait of Hormuz? Secondly, is the government considering further regulating petrol station operators to ensure that changes in petrol prices, especially increases, are linked to actual market conditions, and if not, why not? And thirdly, what is the status of Singapore's helium supplies following the closure of the Straits of Hormuz, and whether the government has contingency plans to help the semiconductor industry access sufficient helium supplies for production? And also, does the government foresee any delays in MRI procedures or increases in the price of MRIs for the rest of the year as a result of shortages in helium? Thank you.
Minister Ong.
Let me address the issue on helium, on MRI machine. Helium is used in small quantities as a cooling agent in MRI machine. They don't get topped up very frequently. So our consumption of helium is actually small, and our supply of helium is largely not from the Middle East. So as of now, MRI operations will not be affected for now.
MOS Gun.
I'll take the question on helium on semiconductor. For semiconductor sector, helium is used mainly in wafer fabrication for heat management, cooling, and process stability. Now, by and large, the wafer fabs here have a multi-source strategy for helium supplies, and wafer fabs in Singapore in particular, they have so far not expressed immediate operational impact, but have started to activate more alternative supplies. And we will continue to work closely with the industry to monitor their needs. Thank
you. The question on security, the part about Straits of Hormuz and Iranian, Minister Vivian, you want to answer now, or you want to do it at the last part? I suggest we do it at the last part. Yeah. All right, Mr. Fauzi, I'll direct the question back to Minister Balakrishnan later. Mr. Fu Zhexiang.
Thank you, Speaker. I declare that I work in the logistics arm of the port. So I have two clarifications. First, Will the measures to support the domestic transport and critical sector extend to the logistics and supply chain sector, such as the hauliers as well as the port, because this is certainly a critical sector during this period? Second SQ. The war accelerates a fundamental global supply chain shift that has been happening for several years, away from cheapest, fastest, and the leanest to safest, most resilient, as well as the most trusted. So the ESR recommendations are timely and should be implemented swiftly. But my question is, are they bold enough and do they go far enough in view of what has just happened in the Middle East? Will Singapore be able to not just survive disruption, but thrive because of it as a reliability hub for our region? Thank you.
Speaker, I'd like to respond to Mr. Fauzi's earlier question on petrol prices at the petrol stations. Now, Singapore has a competitive and open economy, and prices naturally will fluctuate in response to various factors, including changes in global supply and global demand. The government does not dictate the prices or price changes of businesses so long as the prices are set independently. Instead, the government's approach is to ensure that the market remains competitive. Now, for the petrol stations, we also know that there are several players in the market. At present, there's no evidence to suggest that the market structure is not competitive. The entry of Synergy, operated by Union Gas, is also an encouraging sign as it provides more choices to consumers. The Competition and Consumer Commission of Singapore will continue to watch closely the pump prices to make sure there is no anti-competitive behavior by the businesses.
Acting Minister Jeffrey Seah.
Mr. Speaker, let me respond to Mr. Fu Zhe Xiang's two questions. The first is on the port and port services and whether they can be considered as critical services. As I mentioned in my speech, what the government agencies will do is to assess whether or not such services are critical parts of what we have to do, and whether the direct impact of these services are due to the rise in prices. So in this case, MPA will assess that and make a case to MOF for support. On the economic strategies review, indeed, I agree with the member that there are opportunities for us to look at. The ESR is a plan for us to remake our economy for the next 5 to 10 years. It's a long-term strategy. But one of the key things that we are looking at through the ESR is how to strengthen Singapore as a hub of flows. And I think the energy crisis reiterates for us how important that strategy is, because it's precisely because that Singapore is in the middle of energy flows that we're able to have energy security and to be able to be in the position that we are in. Thank you.
Associate Professor Kenneth Goh.
I thank the ministers for their responses. Just wanted to clarify, in modeling some of these scenarios regarding our fuel sufficiency, I was wondering if these assessments include more materially longer or more severe kinds of scenarios than that we typically model. And on the and whether or not the price reflects supply and demand, whether there is a price threshold and a duration for which the price of the commodities are sustained for, that we are monitoring before we implement more rationing measures. So.
Minister Tan.
We simulate models across chronological parameters as well as geographical parameters. So our simulations run particularly for power generation. Our scenarios run on if one region is completely choked versus 2 regions versus multiple regions. And we built that simulation accordingly. I am not at liberty to share that part because it's a function of our own national security. For the other simulation, we have simulated based on a 3-month, 5-month, 1-year window. And the parameters, of course, goes into a lot of details in terms of which are the sectors that's most exposed, and then which are the cascading effect sectors that get indirectly influenced, and then the more domestic sectors getting influenced. So there are multiple simulation scenarios. One of the key things is that our civil servants are very, very well adept in managing all of these different scenarios. And like I said, I cannot go into the details because it's a matter of our own security. Thank you.
Ms. Polisan.
Thank you, Speaker. I have 3 SQs. SQ1, what is the government's assessment of the overall food supply situation, and how will the government stabilize the prices of essential food items and curb profiteering so that seniors and also low-income families can still afford their meals and food expenses? SQ2, the local bus transport companies are badly affected by the surge in diesel prices, and they are running diesel cost increase of more than $1 million per month for some of them. However, they are also bound by the prices locked in their contracts and are not able to increase their prices. These local transport companies are essential to ensure our workers can get to work on time. Other than transportation for school children and people with disabilities, how would the measures help such local transport companies tide through this crisis, especially if the war prolongs? SQ3, jet fuel supply has been severely affected and fuel prices have surged dramatically. The Sustainable Aviation Fuel Levy has been postponed to apply for flights from 1st January 2027 onwards. How will the impact on fuel supply and fuel prices impact Singapore as an air hub, especially if the war prolongs? Thank you.
Emma Gunn.
Speaker, I'd like to respond to Dr. Kenneth Goh's question regarding price threshold. First, in the context of petrol, which I mentioned earlier on, regulating or capping petrol or diesel pump prices will distort the market and also actually will serve to benefit vehicle users and owners that consume more and possibly people who are more well-to-do. And this may not be a fair way of distributing our limited resources. It will also reduce the incentive for Singaporeans as well as businesses to switch to more energy-efficient modes of transport. Instead, what the government's approach is to ensure that our fuel market remains well-functioning and competitive so that fuel companies are incentivized to compete, innovate, and become more efficient. Now, on electricity prices, whether it's a price threshold, the electricity prices is something that the government will continue to watch closely because it affects households and businesses directly. Again, our priority is to make sure that there are enough support measures, such as USAFE, CDC vouchers, and targeted support measures for businesses that are more affected by the electricity price increase.
SMS Zaki, you want to respond to Ms. Po's? Oh, sorry, SMS Morali first.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to respond to the Honourable Member Ms. Po's third question on jet fuel. We are working with the aviation stakeholders to monitor the fuel supply for aviation hubs carefully to ensure that it remains stable. There are no significant supply shortages for now, as we have adequate fuel supply from the diversified sources. But if higher fuel prices persist, this will lead to increased cost pressures, which may filter to passengers and consumers in various sectors. We note that some airlines have made commercial decisions to raise ticket prices in response to the soaring cost of fuel. These remain commercial decisions which we do not intervene in. However, we will continue to work closely with the industry to monitor the situation and assess whether there's a need for government to take further measures.
SMS Zaki.
Speaker, Singapore Food Story 2 mitigates the impact of food supply disruptions on Singapore through its 4 pillars working together, which is diversification, global partnerships, stockpiling, and local production. Due to our efforts in partnership with other governments, for example, Thailand and Vietnam for rice cooperation, New Zealand and Australia for other food areas, As well as working with the industry to diversify our food sources over the years, importers can now pivot more readily to alternative sources if needed. If the situation worsens and food imports are severely disrupted, the stockpile of essential food items, as shared by the Coordinating Minister, that we have been maintaining and expanding will provide us time to restore food flows and sustain our population. Finally, local farms can increase their production and provide us with a regenerative source of fresh food that is maintained during prolonged disruption. This multi-pillar approach ensures that Singapore is able to meet our food needs and Singaporeans can continue to experience reasonable normalcy during disruptions. However, we also have to recognize that in a crisis, we will have to prioritize our efforts. It will not always be possible to have everyone's favorite food or favorite brand in every disruption, but what we can do is to provide the assurance of food supply where it matters most. The government is monitoring the developments in the Middle East and its impact on Singapore's food supply closely. Singapore imports most of our food and from many different sources. We have 180 countries and regions that we import from. The Middle East accounts for less than 1% of our total food imports, and food coming from major ports such as the Straits of Hormuz accounts for even less, at less than 0.5%. In the near term, there is no imminent risk of food supply disruption to Singapore. However, as global food supply chains are interconnected, we cannot rule out eventual disruptions to our food supply if the conflict persists. In his ministerial statement, DPM mentioned that the closure of the Straits of Hormuz would have an impact on other key products, including fertilizers. This in turn could translate to lower agricultural yield down the line and potential supply disruptions. So we are monitoring this and food supply situation very closely. We will keep up our diversification, global partnerships, local production and stockpiling efforts as required. And since the start of the Middle East conflict, the Singapore Food Agency has also stepped up our engagements with importers and retailers to share information on possible risks to food supply so that they may activate alternative sources early and when needed. So we stand ready to activate our existing arrangements with partner countries to ensure that food continues to flow as needed too. So we want to support our local farmers, especially now to weather this crisis. We will help them to increase their market share for certain food types, which will strengthen Singapore's food resilience in the long term. And as I say, never waste a good crisis.
Acting Minister Jeff, SMS Zaki, have you finished?
Mr. Speaker, allow me to speak in Malay. Bagi makanan kita tak menjangka risiko gangguan bekalan makanan dalam jangka masa yang terdekat kepada Singapura. Bagaimanapun terdapat kesan hari ini terhadap baja, oleh kerana baja adalah hasil sampingan minyak dan bekalan yang terjejas akibat penutupan Strait Hormuz. Maka itu, kos baja telah meningkat dan akan memberi kesan kepada harga makanan. Buat masa ini, pemerintah akan membantu rakyat menerusi langkah-langkah sokongan seperti CDC voucher dan juga cost of living special payment. Namun kita perlu bersiap sedia untuk apa yang berlaku selepas ini. Ia mungkin bermula sebagai sebuah krisis tenaga, namun ia boleh berkembang untuk menjadi gangguan bekalan yang lebih besar dalam banyak sektor termasuk sektor pemakanan. Kerjasama kita dengan pemerintah lain dan juga industri telah memberi kita peluang untuk memperbagaikan lagi sumber makanan kita. Dan ini bermakna bahawa para pengimport makanan boleh beralih kepada sumber-sumber lain dengan mudah. Jika keadaan bertambah buruk, kita ada bekalan makanan iaitu stockpile untuk menampung penduduk kita. Ladang tempatan juga boleh meningkatkan lagi penghasilan mereka dan menyediakan bekalan makanan segar kepada kita. Jadi kita masih mempunyai bekalan makanan untuk memenuhi keperluan kita. Sedang pemerintah meningkatkan lagi usaha kepelbagaian, kerjasama global, penghasilan tempatan dan juga usaha-usaha menyimpan stok. Seperti mana yang diperlukan, kita bersedia untuk cuba memperbagaikan sumber dan membuat penyesuaian kepada tabiat dan gaya hidup kita. Terima kasih.
Acting Minister Jeff Siao.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to just quickly respond to Ms. Polisan's question on local bus services. We have received feedback from transport associations on the impact on local bus services, and we're working very closely with them to smoothen out the impact on these bus services. As I mentioned already, where the bus services are critical, we will co-share the cost of these services, but for others that are more general, we will work with them to smoothen out the impact. We will expect some pass-through of the costs to the consumers, just like my colleague SMS Murali mentioned, through airfares. And broadly, we will support, of course, the bus companies through the business measures, for instance, like the corporate income tax rebates that I had talked about in my speech. And also on the consumer side, we are also supporting, obviously, through the payments like cost of living, special allowances, which can be used to defray some of these costs. Thank you.
There are still many members who have raised their hands. Can I again request members for this first bucket, keep it to the energy, trade and industry matters. We will move on to support measures after this. Mr. Gerald Giam.
So the International Energy Agency requires its members to ensure oil stock levels equivalent to no less than 90 days of net imports. While we are not an IEA member state, this is a widely recognized global benchmark for emergency energy resilience. Could the minister confirm if Singapore's oil stock levels meet this international standard to provide greater assurance for Singaporeans and businesses? And I'll note that I'm not asking for us to reveal all our cards, but just our adherence to this international standard.
Minister Tan.
I'm very glad that the member recognizes an issue of our national security. I think suffice to say, I've put it on record that we have supplies to last for months, and we will keep it as that. But I also would like to use this, Mr. Speaker, sir, if I may, in Mandarin. Our energy, 能源取之不易，我们一定要好好珍惜。Thank you.
Mr. Ip Hong Wing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the war in the Middle East, there's also the possibility of simultaneous disruptions both at the Straits of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait of the Red Sea. So, could the government elaborate whether such a double chokehold situation are explicitly considered and what are the consequences? How do these scenarios translate into preemptive measures that safeguard both supply continuity and household affordability? Thank you.
Minister Tan.
On the Straits of Hormuz, it impacts about 9% to 10% of our liquefied natural gas supplies from Qatar. We think that a simultaneous choke or blockage of the Red Sea near the Gulf of Eden, where the Houthis from South Yemen, is also something that I did highlight in my Facebook posts about a week ago, would not have a significant impact because it primarily impacts supplies coming from Europe through the Suez Canal. Many of them are pharmaceuticals. They actually come in through air.
Mr. Bikram Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I note that amongst the different sources of energy, diesel prices have risen much higher than electricity prices. And diesel, of course, fuels many commercial operators, including buses and lorries, which feeds into many other sectors. So does the minister think that this is a good time for operators of commercial businesses to switch from diesel trucks and lorries to friendlier EV versions? And if so, would any incentives be given for such switches to make it easier to change capital, which is, of course, a long-term investment? Thank you.
Minister Tan.
A function of why the electricity tariffs seem to have risen slower compared to diesel is, as I've shared, in fact, DPM shared earlier on, how the regulated tariff is calculated based on the last quarter's prices of natural gas, which is benchmarked to the Brent crude index. From January to February, the war broke out on February the 28th. So we've only factored in at most about half a month of that price increase. And that's why that has not actually come in to impact the regulated tariff for electricity. And I've also gave everyone a warning that the next quarter's tariff will see significantly sharper increases. Well, I thank you for that BQ, for that SQ, because I'm going to leverage on this SQ to let everyone know, and I've sort of put up a harbinger of what is not insider trading, because I think it's an open secret that the prices have gone up significantly. For household consumers, for domestic consumers, if they want to hedge, they may want to switch to a fixed price contract moving forward. I think suffice for me to say. Now, for businesses, how they're going to convert the diesel trucks, the diesel vehicles to EVs, I think for them to perhaps move out of their trucks today to convert it physically, I think it would take a lot of time. I'm not an engineer, so I wouldn't know what is involved in that. Of course, if they want to trade it off and buy an EV instead, I think that is an option that's available. As far as any subsidies and so on are concerned, I think this is not something that I can comment on. Suffice to say that for some of the businesses, if they want to convert to more energy efficient measures and so on, there's the EEG grant. For the larger ones, there's also the REG emissions grant as well. And I would think that these businesses can actually find out more about which are the ones that they are eligible for and make the applications accordingly.
Mr. Lex Yam. Mr. Yam, hang on first. I think Acting Minister Xiao would like to respond as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take the opportunity to do a plug for the Singapore's electric vehicle scheme for heavy vehicles. We have a grant of 40K, which we announced, I think, in March this last year. And there are companies that have already made use of the grant. It also covers the provision of funding for chargers, which actually is the chief constraint behind why the adoption of heavy vehicles, electric heavy vehicles, is not as prevalent as, say, passenger vehicles. But we have this grant, and we will encourage companies to make use of it to switch to more energy efficient vehicles. Thank you.
Mr. Yam.
Thank you, Speaker. Building on the point that the Minister in charge of energy had raised earlier about fixed rates, there is concern amongst consumers, of course, that the GenCos and the electricity suppliers may at some point invoke force majeure, and that would affect the supply contracts that are signed with consumers. Therefore, I seek clarification what safeguards there are in place to protect consumers and businesses from disruptions and dramatic price spikes, and how will the government ensure continuity of supply and fair contractual outcomes for consumers as well as the GenCos?
Minister Tan.
Indeed, I think that is a valid concern. EMA has been constantly engaging all the GenCos. Now, today, supply at this point in time is not an issue because We have got GESCO, which is source for supplies, and diversified the various sources of supplies quite broadly. If anything at all, I think the force majeure portion comes because the pricing of these cargoes, these LNG cargoes coming in, has gone up significantly compared to pre-crisis time. So many of the contracts that they were locked in, they can no longer supply because obviously the feedstock has gone up significantly. And this is where EMA has stepped in to form the bridge between these large consumers together with the GENCOs. Our sense today is that the domestic consumers, because they actually form not a very big part of the GENCO's exposure. I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I have to check this, but I think they are at less than 4 megawatt, for the entire year itself. So I don't think they will be affected that much. But nevertheless, I think my warning, my exhortation still stays, and that is the next few quarters will see significantly increase in tariffs itself, and it's something that all of us collectively will really have to take note of. We should not expect that the 2.1% increase in tariff for this quarter, I am able to hold it. So I think it's just something that is food for thought for everyone. Thank you.
Associate Professor James Lim.
So my clarification actually segues very nicely from the prior one by Mr. Alex Yam. Not long after the electricity market liberalization in the early 2000s, the government actually favored vesting contracts as a regulatory safeguard for price spikes over price caps or capacity market. Now, I believe such contracts were eventually expected to be phased out once sufficient competition was assured. And I understand that this tool is meant to regulate competitive pricing and not crisis-related shocks. Nevertheless, given the current developments, I wonder if the minister would be willing to share if the mechanism is still in play today, whether it covers the full extent of electricity demand in Singapore, if this mechanism is indeed active for the current Hormuz crisis, and if so, what's the current gap between the vesting and wholesale market price? And finally, how much he believes the safeguard has passed through to the open retail market, given that price increases observed in February were about 10%.
Minister Tan.
As I've shared earlier on, for those GENCOs which have entered into very long vesting contracts, I think some of their clients and customers would already find it hard to keep and maintain those kind of pricing, and hence these are the ones that we are currently managing to try and understand the impact. I don't have the full details, and it is actually this group potentially that may invoke the FM clause, which is the force majeure clause itself. Having said that, today, a lot of the cargoes that we are buying in are on spot price, and that accounts for why that huge spike, because obviously the Straits of Hormuz, Qatar has invoked force majeure. I think on one or two of the cargoes, Shell has also invoked force majeure. So for us, at GESCO, we have to make sure that we can get the replacement cargo. And we've succeeded, we've been successful in getting the replacement cargo. It's just that we are not able to get it at earlier pricing. To your question as to how this would impact, we don't have all the necessary details at this point in time. Perhaps at the next parliamentary sitting, I would invite you to file a PQ. We can get into a more robust presentation at that point in time. Thank you.
Mr. Sean Low.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question pertains to early signals.
One, does the government detect any early signals of job losses arising from the new disruption? Two, does the government detect any early signals in terms of wealth inflows into Singapore, given our status as a wealth hub? And three, does the government detect any early signals with regards to Singapore's status as an aviation hub? And if the answer is yes, what's the government's position and what is the government's response? Thank you.
Minister Tan.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I can just talk about jobs. In case you're wondering, I'm still the manpower minister. Notwithstanding the entire discussion was this on energy. What we have done is to work very closely with MTI, EDB, for the affected power generation, refinery, the energy intensive emission sector, to ensure that there's no permanent scarring. We will continue to help workers in those particular sectors itself. Now, we have not completely ironed out the plans. Again, if the member is interested, he can file a PQ, and we can actually elaborate on that more. For the rest of the signals, perhaps I can invite my other colleagues to take on that question. Thank you.
SMS Murali.
Sir, I'd like to answer the Honourable Member Mr. Loh's question on the status of the aviation hub. There have been some flight disruptions. Most of Changi Airport's flights, apart from the disruptions, most of Changi Airport's flights have been operating normally. The disruptions have been limited to some Singapore Middle East passenger and cargo services. Airlines have also added flights between Singapore and other regions, such as Europe, to cater to demand in the wake of the reduction in flights to the Middle East. The situation now still remains fluid and uncertain. It's too early to determine if longer-term network reconfigurations will take place. We will continue to work closely with the industry to monitor the situation. And thank you.
DPM Gun.
So let me just give a quick answer on the wealth hub. I think Singapore has been a financial center, and we have been a center to receive capital and wealth investment from all over the world. And there has been increased interest and inquiries with regard to wealth coming into Singapore. And we are happy to see that trend. And we are also happy that we are able to provide services to these investors and this capital, that we allow them to have alternative location to be able to continue to safekeep their wealth, and to also use Singapore as a center to allow them to, as a gateway to invest into this region. So I think we'll continue to monitor the situation, and we continue to ensure that we operate efficiently and reliably as a financial center.
We are still on the first bucket. I seem to be getting, quite a lot of the questions that are being asked are rather similar. And I can see the answers are also getting rather similar. So can I request, unless you have something really specific which have not been addressed before, please raise your hand. Otherwise, please don't raise your hand. Mr. Chris D'Souza.
Much obliged, sir. My excuse draw from the fact that the situation displays how, one, Singapore has agency, and two, how Singapore can use this situation as a catalyst. On agency, how can Singapore use its sterling status as an oil trading hub and a critical oil refinery center to create agency, to trade with Australia, for example, for enhanced LNG, or New Zealand for food supplies? Here I declare that I am a lawyer in private practice who represents oil companies and oil refineries in Singapore. On the second point, as for us being able to use the situation as a catalyst, how can the crisis offer itself as a catalyst for Singapore to seriously explore nuclear civil energy, provided it is safe? Thank you.
Minister Tan.
I've answered in quite different parts, but perhaps to just curate it for the members' utility. First, indeed, this crisis is also an opportunity for us to build even closer ties with our reputation, our credibility, our consistency, our predictability, and our transparency. So our relationship with Australia will hopefully be up a few notches when we reassure them that we will abide by a rules-based multilateral trading system. We will not impose export restrictions, and depending on the upstream feedstock that we are able to get, and we continue to refine, our refineries continue to refine, notwithstanding the fact that there are different types of crude nowadays, but we still try to optimize the refinery complex operational capabilities to make sure that the downstream supply of EFPs, the essential fuel products, the diesel, the motor gas, together with naphtha, they continue to get the supply. And likewise, they are a major supplier, they're the third largest supplier of liquefied natural gas, that they would also not in any way curtail their exports to us. I think that's a start. At the same time, we will expand that to food resilience, food supply. Our Prime Minister has raised the ambition. We have substantively concluded the negotiations, I think, on AOTUS, which is the, I don't have the entire acronym, but I think it's, you know, the ES is essential supplies, yeah, but I don't know what's A in. Agreement, yeah, on, yeah, I think Minister Vivian may know that better. And at the same time, we are trying to see how we can accelerate the same discussions with Australia and other countries. On nuclear, I've also shared that it is not a question of us not wanting to do it. We want to make sure that it's safe. The small modular reactors, the advanced nuclear energies have proven to be very safe. We just want to ensure that there is a site that has been planted, is operational, and that we can use that as a reference site or model. Thank you.
Ms. Nadia Samdin.
Thank you, Speaker. On food price monitoring, given that we import more than 90% of our food supply, could the government share more whether there are ways for data on the monitoring dashboard that is used by the Ministry of Sustainability and the Environment to be shared more proactively so that households and businesses have more timely visibility of emerging price trends for scenario planning, and whether more forward-looking indicators can be included to help Singaporeans better cope with potential price fluctuations. As a second point, and I thank Minister Tan for some of his sharing in response to questions earlier on contingency scenario planning as well as stockpile for LNG and diesel. I understand the need to not disclose sensitive details around our national food stockpile. However, could the government consider whether there is merit to provide some general indicators of adequacy for certain food items and essentials, such as broad coverage ranges or scenario readiness, so as to give Singaporeans greater assurance in light of the current uncertainties, similar to the 2 to 3 months data which was shared during COVID-19. Where I'm coming from is, while many appreciate these broader updates, there is room to build understanding and make the impact clearer at an individual and household level, so that our people have a better understanding how prepared we are but not immune, and also a sense of agency that they can still do something amidst this uncertainty. Thank you.
MIS Gunn.
Mr. Speaker, I'll answer the part about monitoring food prices. Department of Statistics actually publishes monthly indices on import prices of food products, and this allows us to assess imported food cost pressures that may in turn feed through some of our domestic food inflation and food and beverage services inflation. the indices cover non-food price index as well as food and beverage services price index. On whether we can have forward-looking indices, I think we will have to continue to monitor the situation and as best as we can provide timely information to businesses as well as to local households. Thank you.
SMS Zaki, you want to respond?
Mr. Speaker, I think West Gun has covered food prices. Thank you.
Mr. Lee Hong Chun.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would like to file my SQ in Mandarin. 鉴于新加坡高度依赖这个进口能源，部长是否能说明新加坡会考虑建立更多或扩大我们的燃油储备，以及在供应长期中断的情况下，我们现有的储备是否充足？
Minister Tan.
Let me just summarize and translate in a broad gist. The member is asking whether we can increase our stockpile, whether we have plans to increase the reserves. As Coordinating Minister for National Security stated, the HCMC, together with the HCEG, we are currently not resting on our laurels. We are studying how to increase the current stockpile provisions. I want to reassure everyone that if I had the benefit of space, I would stockpile significantly higher amounts. Our very real constraint is the space we have here. Now, if we stockpile in a foreign country, then I don't think that that's really stockpiling for our own needs if the situation gets very, very severe. So I hope that we can understand that these are real constraints that we have here in our country. And hence, my original exhortation is energy is existential for us, energy is precious. Let's try to conserve them. For the scenario planning, as I've shared with Professor Koh earlier on, we have different contingency, different scenario planning for single country choke points to multi-country choke points. I'm not at liberty to share that because this is our national security. And I beg for your understanding and your indulgence. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to ask the Ministry of Transport appointment holder to answer my question 60. Essentially, my question 60 relates to what's the impact on Singapore's, of the Middle East conflict on Singapore's air and sea freight and our transport hubs. We've been a key maritime and air hub, and I'm grateful that Minister of State really has answered, has given some answers on the air hub. I wish to declare my interest as a consultant in a shipping law firm. And I have one supplementary question relating to the air hub. And this refers to the deferral of the SAF levy. While the pragmatic pause responds to current geopolitical volatility, how is the ministry working with SAFCO to secure long-term fixed price SAF supply contracts that might insulate our aviation hubs' decarbonization timeline from fossil fuel price spikes and regional instabilities? Thank you.
SMS Murali.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in response to the honourable members, Mr. Dennis Tan's question on maritime hub, I just want to say that for the current, port operations have been stable. There's no significant fuel supply shortages and we have adequate fuel and bunker supply. We expect, however, tanker arrivals may decline in the coming months, given the disruption to global energy flows. In relation to SAF, at this point in time, it's a bit too early to disclose what our strategies would be. We have made announcement that SAF would kick in come 1st January 2027 for contracts entered from 2026, October 2026 onwards at this point in time. And as soon as we are able to make further announcements, we will do so. Thank you.
Mr. Sharif Taha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank Minister Tan for sharing the dual fuel nature of our power plants. How quick is this? My SQ is, how quick is this switching? Can it manage the volatility, especially this unprecedented volatility? And do we need to re-optimize our power plants to manage our energy generation resilience? First SQ. My second SQ is on our refining capability and feedstock flexibility. How adaptable are our refineries to alternative crude grades? And in a prolonged disruption scenario, do we foresee any erosion of Singapore's competitiveness relative to other refining hubs? And similar to what Member Mr. Chris D'Souza mentioned, is this an opportunity to strengthen our refining competitiveness beyond the relationships with other countries, but also in our capability to take other feedstock to diversify the source? Thank you.
Minister Tan.
Our GenCos comprises different, a combination of different CCGTs. Some are existing CCGTs that would require time for that conversion. Others, for instance, are using the new J-class, H-class type of CCGT, which can also be 30%, at least 30% hydrogen ready. So because of that spectrum of the number of GenCos and the CCGTs that we have here, it's not a one-size-fits-all. So if you recall, remember you were part of the same group of parliamentaries who passed the bill. What we have done is effectively strengthen our entire framework since 5 years ago, where EMA would require the different GenCos to show and to indicate to us ahead of time their gas, their supplies, their access to gas supplies, their vesting contracts, and so on. We, holding the stockpile, would then work with them to work out the time that would be required for that switch from gas to diesel, so as to ensure that there is no outage or sort of unnecessary downtime when they switch over. So that part of it is something that we work very closely with them. On your second point, what was the second point? On the refineries, yes. Today, it used to be that this is something that I've also learned over the last fortnight. I think those of you who are in oil and gas, you may know it better than I do. But there are primarily now, we have access to two types of crude, the sweet crude and the sour crude. Sour crude means that it's a lot more sulfur. And it comes mainly from the Middle East, the ones with a higher sulfur. And it is more favored because the downstream products you get, whether it's diesel, naphtha, to bitumen, seems to be, more versatile compared to the other types of crude. So what we've done is that there will be some compromise in the refinery capabilities. There's some percentage loss when you have one predominant fuel to now at least two different fuel types, because you then need the space, the caverns, for you to rebalance between sour and sweet crude. So there is some compromise, but not to the extent that it would impact our competitiveness as a refinery complex and as a refinery hub, at least within the region itself. For your third point, which is on yes, I mean, at least with our team, myself, we've been working to see how we can strengthen this. I think it also calls for a fundamental pivot in terms of the thinking, because we do also at the same time want to decarbonize and work towards a zero emission target by 2050. And so long as you have the energy intensive sector, we need to think about how, while we build up, at the same time we need to have a clear pathway towards decarbonization. So having said that, actually our refineries are probably one of the most efficient in terms of carbon emissions. But as you step up the refinery, you have to keep up with that level of carbon emissions. It is a balance and a trade-off that we will have to consider over the medium to longer term.
I'm going to move on to the next group of clarifications. This should cover the impact on local businesses and households, and also the support measures for them. Ms. Ng Chee Meng.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the government for responding to NTUC's and our platform work association's calls to support sectors most affected by the recent fuel price increases. The measures announced for platform drivers and riders will go some way in easing the pressures on their livelihoods. I have two clarifications. May I clarify if similar support is being considered for other self-employed groups who are significantly impacted likewise, such as combi bus drivers and limousine drivers? I believe they are currently not covered in the announcement. NTUC will stand ready to partner the government as a stakeholder to ensure that these workers are not left behind. Second, may I ask if the government will encourage service buyers to take a fair and practical approach in reviewing existing contracts where sustained fuel cost increases materially affect the viability of our workers' livelihoods? Thank you.
Acting Minister Seah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On self-employed groups, specifically the combi and bus drivers, in 2002, I think the government worked very closely with the NTUC to work out support measures for this particular group. I think we'll be happy to work with NTUC again to see how that can be done. As for service buyers and whether or not we can help them with contracts, the government has already stated out its position as a responsible buyer for its own contracts. We hope that we can also encourage private sector buyers, service buyers, as well as service providers to also come to reasonable accommodations for these purposes. Thank you.
Ms. Ng Chee Shen.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank Acting Minister Jeffrey on sharing the support given to local businesses, especially on the extension of the energy efficiency grant, which I've been asking for in my PQ. Now, I have two more clarifications on this point, on who is excluded, who may be excluded, and what may be excluded. On my first point, for SMEs, some of these energy efficiency machines or equipment may be considered large ticketed items for them. So has the government considered schemes that can help to co-pay upon purchase orders, or even to pay direct to vendors upon installation of such equipment? My second point is, as Acting Minister Jeffrey Seah mentioned, that it's for base tier equipment. These are largely pre-approved equipment and machines. My point is, for some SMEs buying, they may have different sources from the pre-approved vendors and equipment. Can the submissions of new models or new equipment be concurrently considered with the application of the energy efficiency grant, especially in this time when we want to scale up adoption of energy efficiency equipment? Thank you.
SMS Jeffrey Seah.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. In terms of large ticket items and whether government can co-pay through better financing. That's something we can consider. But I think overall, the approach we have for the EEG is that we want to first extend the coverage. Second, we want to get the support out as soon as possible. So without having to change the scheme parameters significantly, I think what we want to do is just extend the current parameters. But we'll certainly consider at the later stage whether there are other things that we can do to enhance this in terms of financing. Similarly, for pre-approved, the reason why it's pre-approved is because we want to make sure that we get the support to the companies as soon as possible, which is why we have worked very closely with trade associations and business associations to understand which are the types of equipment that businesses use most frequently and are most energy saving. And we're happy to take in inputs together with the applications. I think today's application process is fairly automatic, but I will check with the economic agency to see whether there's room for us to give room for people to give suggestions on what type of equipment. Thank you.
Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two clarifications in English and one in Malay. In light of wanting more Singaporeans to also be a part of the movement to manage energy consumption and usage, what are some national initiatives that can be brought back? For example, guidelines on lighting usage in public places or even in commercial buildings in terms of managing energy uses. Second is, what is some of the government's plan to partner with community organizations to help perhaps some residents or Singaporeans who fall through the crack and need a little bit more assistance due to the impact of the crisis in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, in Malay. Awal tadi saya bertanya tentang sokongan yang boleh diberikan khusus mungkin kepada masyarakat yang lebih terkesan dengan kesudahan ataupun impak ekoran konflik di Timur Tengah, dan kita telah pun mendapatkan penerangan mengenai sokongan dari segi emosi, rohani dan juga mental. Kini bagaimana pula dengan dari segi ekonomi? Adakah wadah khusus ataupun sokongan lebihan yang boleh diharapkan mungkin daripada badan-badan membantu dan juga daripada mungkin MUIS maupun masjid? Terima kasih. Thank you.
Acting Minister, Pasha Ibrahim, please.
So I thank the member for the SQ. I will reply in Malay. Tuan Speaker, seperti yang dikongsi tadi, pemerintah menangani konflik di Timur Tengah ini dengan secara bersepadu. Kami sedar bahawa konflik ini menimbulkan kebimbangan yang mendalam dalam kalangan masyarakat kita. Ramai yang mungkin rasa cemas, bukan saja terhadap penderitaan manusia, tetapi juga terhadap kesan kepada keluarga dan kehidupan seharian mereka, termasuk kos yang meningkat. Sebagai sebuah ekonomi yang kecil dan terbuka, Singapura tidak terlepas daripada kesan krisis ini. Penutupan Selat Hormuz telah mengakibatkan kekurangan bekalan tenaga global termasuk minyak mentah dan gas, dan akan membawa impak kepada produk-produk utama lain seperti bahan mentah. Sebagai respons, Singapura mengambil langkah untuk mengukuhkan ketahanan kita. Kami telah mempelbagaikan sumber tenaga menjangkaui rantau Timur Tengah dan mengekalkan simpanan makanan strategik untuk mengurangkan gangguan bekalan. Kesan daripada kenaikan ini sudah dirasai dalam kehidupan seharian. Konflik ini juga akan dirasai oleh rakyat Singapura dengan harga tenaga dan makanan yang lebih tinggi, membawa kepada peningkatan kos sara hidup. Kita mesti bersedia bahawa tekanan ini mungkin berterusan pada bulan-bulan mendatang. Kami akan memantau dengan teliti harga makanan dan barangan serta perkhidmatan penting yang lain. Pemangku Menteri Jeffrey Seau telah memberi butiran tentang sokongan yang akan diberikan. Kami akan melancarkan bantuan segera kepada para peniaga melalui ribat cukai pendapatan korporat yang dipertingkat dan meluaskan geran kecekapan tenaga kepada semua sektor. Bagi individu, kami akan mengeluarkan voucher CDC lebih awal dan menambah bayaran khas kos sara hidup belanjawan 2026 sebanyak $200 bagi rakyat Singapura yang layak untuk meringankan kos pembelajaran harian. Pemerintah bersedia untuk memberi sokongan tambahan jika diperlukan. Bagi masyarakat Islam kita, MUIS sedang berhubung dengan para pelajar Singapura di Timur Tengah dan memberikan sokongan yang diperlukan. MUIS juga bekerjasama dengan rakan kongsi seperti Persatuan Agensi Pelancongan Islam Singapura iaitu AMTAS mengenai urusan umrah dan haji. Kami akan terus memantau keadaan dengan teliti dan mengambil langkah-langkah yang diperlukan. Yang penting, keselamatan dan kesejahteraan rakyat Singapura adalah keutamaan kita. Seperti yang dikatakan oleh DPM Gan tadi, kita semua juga boleh memainkan peranan. Kita harus melakukan apa yang kita boleh untuk menjimatkan tenaga, mengelakkan pembaziran dan lebih berhati-hati dalam cara kita menggunakan sumber. Langkah-langkah ini oleh setiap isi rumah boleh membuat perubahan, terutamanya dalam masa yang tidak menentu ini. Tuan, seperti krisis-krisis yang lalu, saya menggalakkan masyarakat kita untuk bersatu hati dan menyokong satu sama lain menggunakan semangat saling menyokong yang kuat dan berdiri bersama. Mari kita kukuhkan perpaduan kita dan kekal tabah menempuhi masa-masa mencabar ini. Kita mesti memastikan bahawa ketegangan global tidak mewujudkan perpecah belahan dalam masyarakat kita. Ini adalah peluang untuk kita mendekati antara satu sama lain dan mencontohi nilai-nilai bersama yang membimbing kita sebagai satu masyarakat untuk menjadi versi terbaik diri kita dan kebaikan bersama semua rakyat di Singapura. Terima kasih, Tuan.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Speaker. Moving to the second bucket of questions. So in Budget 2021, support was extended to Singaporeans who rely on vehicles for their livelihoods. This extended to taxis, taxi drivers, private hire car drivers, and motorcyclists. The support rendered included road tax rebates and petrol duty rebates. Given the elevated prices of fuel, specifically diesel now by up to 70%, what thresholds will determine the extension of similar measures today to assist Singaporeans who rely on vehicles for their livelihoods? The second question covers a subject that was discussed in the earlier bucket of questions, and this pertains to electricity prices for the upcoming quarters. Given that it is really certain that these prices would be elevated and perhaps significantly elevated, does the government intend to extend further support to households and businesses in anticipation of these higher electricity prices? And finally, I'd like to make a point with regard to bus drivers and some small operators of transport businesses who are significantly affected by the diesel price hike and who are not included in this tranche of the government support measures. When can these individuals expect support? Because for some of them, the situation is incredibly dire.
Acting Minister Seah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We very much understand the concerns of drivers and SMEs who are reliant on diesel fuel and may not have ready alternatives. The suggestion on whether or not to give a road tax rebate or reduction, it's too blunt a measure. We have, as I said in my speech earlier, aside from being a revenue measure, actually road tax works in tandem with our other vehicle policies to achieve other longer-term outcomes. For instance, pricing in externalities related to public health and pollution, influencing vehicle buyers to choose more fuel-efficient vehicles. And these objectives remain relevant, and we don't want to go in the opposite direction. Conversely, so therefore, a reduction of road tax is too blunt to two, and so what we want to do is, in fact, be more focused and targeted in who we support. And our approach, therefore, is to provide directed support to SMEs, companies, drivers, people who are more directly affected by the fuel prices. And the overall package, I think, provides that support, whether it is through the corporate income tax rebate, as I mentioned earlier, as well as other targeted support like the $200 that we are giving to the taxi drivers, the platform workers, which includes the private hire car drivers. We will continue to assess the situation closely, and if there's a need for us to provide further support, we can consider that at a later juncture. On the U-Save rebates, we had initially sized them, as I mentioned, at 1.5 times the regular rate of what we normally give. It is to indeed cover the immediate tranche of both April to June and also subsequently from July to September. And the tranches will be dispersed in April and July respectively. At the moment, we do not know exactly how much the fuel tariff is going to increase. We know it's going to increase. If there's a need for us to do more later, we can look at doing that as well. We spoke about the bus drivers earlier, in relation to an earlier question by, I think it was Mr. Ng Chee Meng, where there are bus drivers that indeed are not part of the existing package. We will work through the unions as soon as possible to provide support for this group. Thank you.
Mr. Ang Wei Nung.
PM and NT for announcing the good news to give targeted help to Singaporeans who are most affected by the Middle East crisis, especially the escalating fuel prices. I would first like to declare my interest as a head of company that leases out taxis, limousines, and private cars before asking clarification questions. In particular, I'm glad the government is giving $200 to platform workers such as food delivery personnel, taxi drivers, and private hire drivers. But we note that this $200 is given to all platform workers regardless of their driving hours. There is a full-time driver who drives more than 400 kilometers a day. Apparently will get the same $200 as compared to those who drive part-time or don't drive. Thus, I would like to ask if MOF and MOT will consider giving additional $100 or appropriate amount to drivers who drive more than 8 hours a day on average, for example. And I have a second clarification question, is that about MSF. Many Singaporeans receive financial assistance from Social Service Office or SSO will face a full brunt of the price increases or inflation. I would therefore ask whether MSF would review the quantum of financial assistance provided to mitigate the expected sharp rise in inflation in the next few months. Thank you.
Acting Minister Seow.
Mr. Speaker, let me take the first question by Mr. Ang on the $200. Well, we sized the $200 based on the average increase in fuel costs that taxi drivers as well as full-time taxi drivers as well as full-time private hire car drivers experienced in a month. The average is about $150 to $250. So we've chosen a number that's in the middle of that range. Of course, there are many drivers in the private hire car community that are not full-time drivers. They drive part-time for various reasons. So in some ways, the $200 is highest at the higher end of the range. In addition, we also note that NTUC as well as the LTA have been in discussions with the platform operators to provide support for these drivers, and they have given fuel vouchers in the last few weeks to the drivers that are affected. And we have also allowed for the fares of these services to also rise to accommodate some of these cost pressures. So overall, there is a holistic cost sharing. I think that's reasonable for now. We will continue to observe the situation. If there's a need for us to do more for this group, particularly the vulnerable ones, we will do so. Thank you.
MSCO.
Mr. Speaker, responding to the member's question on ComCare, perhaps let me enlarge the question to address all lower-income families. I think the overall broad-based measures announced by MOF, be it the cost of living special payment or the USAVE rebates, although they benefit all households, but actually they proportionately, more than proportionately, advantage and benefit the lower-income families. So on this note, we think there is adequate support on that front. In terms of the overall ComCare, be it the short, medium term, or be it long-term assistance rates, we have revised the assistance rates about a year ago, April 2025, and during that last review, we've actually built in projected inflation. And based on what we have observed so far, we are still within the buffer, and therefore we think the ComCare assistance rates for now suffice. In addition to that, earlier during the budget, during the Committee of Supplies debate, we also announced enhancements to ComLink Plus support. We've also pushed out the partnership payout, and through which we do want to encourage many of our low-income families, our ComLink Plus families, to come on board the ComLink Plus program. And with that, there's also a certain payout that can benefit our low-income families. Having said so, I just want to say we are cognizant that our low-income families are affected by cost of living increases disproportionately, and therefore are watching the situation very closely and will be ready to respond should there be a need to in the next few tranches. Perhaps also allow me to respond to a question that the member Haslina mentioned earlier. I think she was alluding to the fact that many of our social service agencies have very close feelers on the ground, and therefore they understand the challenges on the ground most acutely, where the needs are. Indeed, we agree that we want to better support our SSAs in terms of their work, because they are best able to deliver very targeted support to the households who need those support. We are working closely with the SSAs, and if there's a need to reinforce their work, reinforce the support that they get, we will do so. Thank you.
Mr. Mark Lee.
I thank the ministers for their very encouraging response, and it's heartening to actually know that the government has the resources and ability to maneuver and assist as compared to many other countries. Sir, I have 4 supplementary questions. The first, many SMEs, particularly those with fixed price or longer-term contracts, lack the bargaining power to reprice quickly, even as energy, freight, and material costs rise. I'm glad to hear that Acting Minister Jeffrey Xiao said the government is taking steps to adjust pricing in major infrastructure and BTO projects. This is an important signal to the private sector. Building on this approach, and as a businessman, with the importance of preserving contract sanctity, if the conflict continues to indefinitely and oil prices remain elevated, whether the government can work with and support trade associations and chambers by providing guidance, reference frameworks, or industry signals that facilitate fair and timely commercial renegotiation in exceptional circumstances. The second, many businesses should make use of this time to accelerate their shift to energy-efficient equipment. I'm glad to hear that the EEG grant is actually expanded to all sectors, and this is the right direction. But increasing the EEG quantum will help businesses move further, as pricing on the ground has changed significantly. Also, can we expand the business adaptation grant to include advisory services that can help businesses rethink and replan their business and processes to be more energy efficient? My third supplementary question is in relation to tightening credit conditions and rising working capital needs. Will the government consider recalibrating existing financing schemes, such as the Enterprise Financing Scheme, and where relevant, the Long-Term Investment Fund and the Private Credit Growth Fund, to better support SMEs facing such short-term liquidity pressures, particularly those managing volatility-driven costs, or even firms that want to take this chance to basically do more mergers and acquisitions. Finally, if USAVE helps household manage unavoidable utility costs, can the government consider a targeted equivalent for energy-exposed SMEs where utilities are similarly non-discretionary? Thank you.
Acting Minister Seah.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Mr. Mark Lee for his questions. First of all, we really understand the cash flow concerns of SMEs that are caught in this current energy crisis and the price spike. It is important, therefore, for us to get support to the SMEs as soon as possible. And that's the reason why we have decided the best way and the fastest way to get support to them is through the CIT rebates and through the cash grant to provide them support in terms of cash flow considerations. And we are able to disburse and start doing that from April onwards, which I think should help even in those cases that you mentioned about contracts being locked in at fixed prices. Very much appreciative of the suggestion to involve the TACs to support and guide businesses to get through this difficult period. Certainly, on behalf of the economic agencies, we will work very closely with the TACs to do this. On the energy efficiency grant, as I mentioned earlier in response to another PQ, what we do want to do is to really get out the support soon. And so we did not want to make significant changes to the parameters, but this is something, increasing the quantum of the support is something we can consider at a later juncture. And similarly, we will look at also the business adaptation grant, which Mr. Lee suggested. On financing support, there are not a lot of signs today that the financing ecosystem has severely tightened up, but we will watch this very closely, and if that is the case, indeed we will then leverage on the existing schemes that we have to provide support to our companies. Finally, on the suggestions to have a U-Save scheme for companies, I think what we want to do is to, again, provide support to our companies broadly and quickly. We don't want to subsidize them necessarily too much on energy because that will blunt the price signals and slow down the process of encouraging these companies to continue to be energy self-sufficient. At a stage where I think it is very important for us to reinforce this message. We need to help companies, in fact, move through this transition phase quickly, continue to be energy self-sufficient, in fact, to be more energy self-sufficient if they can. Energy efficient, sorry, not self-sufficient, let me try that again. Energy efficient if they can. And through some of our schemes to encourage them to do so through buying more equipment and things like that, like, for example, through the energy efficiency grant. Thank you.
Ms. Elisa Chen.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm glad to know that we've put together a substantial first response and that the government has drawer plans to be deployed in the mid to long term to support Singaporeans. Beyond shorter-term measures, many in the broad middle are concerned about whether their wages can keep pace with a more volatile and uncertain economic and inflationary environment. Could the government share its plans to work with employers and unions to support sustainable wage growth and job security for mid-career and middle-income workers so that they do not slowly slip towards vulnerability over time? Going further, will the government keep track of economic stress indicators among the broad middle, such as rising unsecured debt, mortgage strain, or increased reliance on informal help? And how will these signals inform whether more calibrated support for this group is needed if the current Middle East situation drags on for longer than expected? Before my next SQ, I'd like to declare that I'm the Executive Director of a social service agency that serves children from lower-income families. Passengers such as lower-income shift workers, caregivers, and those in essential services often have the least flexibility to change their travel patterns when global events occur and fuel-linked costs rise, not just for public transport, but also for private hire transport. In its medium and longer-term plans for navigating this crisis and designing any transport-related interventions, how will the Ministry of Transport and the government ensure long-term affordability for lower-income or vulnerable transport relief to those with no realistic ability to substitute or reduce usage? Thank you.
Acting Minister Seow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the members' questions are very broad. They go beyond the scope of this current discussion we're having on the crisis, and I think it goes beyond the ministerial statement a little bit. But what I will just say is that these are important concerns for our government, and obviously from a government's point of view, we will continue to work on these issues to make sure that we have a society that is well supported and that their needs are all well met. Specifically on her question on public transport, or rather transport affordability, especially for families, we do have a comprehensive system to support lower income Singaporeans in terms of their transport needs. Today, public transport is very affordable. It is at, I believe, 2% of the average household income for the P30, if I'm not mistaken. But more importantly, if there are people who cannot afford transport, we will find ways to support them. Even for large families who need to take private hire vehicles, we have additional subsidies that we have worked into through the LifeSG Large Families Credit, I believe that's what it's called. And overall, we will continue to make sure that transportation is affordable for all Singaporeans. Thank you.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Thank you, Speaker. So two sets of clarifications. The first is, if you look at the fuel prices, of course, petrol prices have gone up by 20% and diesel 70%. And for the diesel vehicles, most are actually commercial vehicles. So in this regard, if you look at the impact to sole proprietorships or micro and small SMEs, I think the impact could be quite hard. And in the spirit of not using blunt tools, I was wondering if there are specific measures to small businesses that actually have diesel vehicles to actually mitigate the impact of higher fuel costs. I do note the point about the enhanced CIT rebate, and if you look at the cash grant component, it has been increased to about 2,000, basically an increase of $500. But if some estimates have it that just the monthly fuel cost increase for one diesel van alone is already $172 a month. The second is that I think Minister Tan last month have encouraged all of us to conserve energy. I think DPM and PM have also said the same. But if I look at the electricity demand in Singapore, households represent just about 6% of electricity demand based on the latest numbers. So in this regard, in terms of looking at the industrial and commercial users, which is the overwhelming use of energy demand, what specific measures are there to kind of have targeted measures to encourage these companies to step up on their minimum energy efficiency standards or energy conservation kind of measures? Thank you.
Acting Minister Seow.
Mr. Speaker, I've spoken earlier about removing or doing something about the diesel tax and helping with diesel expenses. I'll just add a little bit more to the answer. I think that even if we do cut diesel tax duties, it might not necessarily pass through fully to the end consumer. And so therefore, it is not really the best way to try to convey help directly to the people who need it the most. More importantly, as I said earlier, we don't want to blunt the price signals and reduce the incentive for a longer-term objective, which is to encourage actually businesses to switch to more energy-efficient modes of transport, as well as to be more efficient in how they use their vehicles. Thank you.
Mr. Patrick Tay.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have two questions for the Minister for Health. Firstly, it's we the rise in energy and related costs, especially it will impact our public healthcare clusters. How would MOH be mitigating this so that some of these costs are not passed on to consumers, therefore inflating and exacerbating healthcare prices and costs? The second question is whether, in light of the current situation, is there any impact on whether it's a stockpile or supply of critical medicines or maybe certain specialty areas?
Minister Ong.
Yeah, we're back to the first bucket. The impact of the disruption, there's an immediate impact, which is the kind of supply we procure that comes through the Straits of Hormuz. One ingredient is helium, and I explained earlier, impact is not big because we don't take our helium from there. Second is some medical supplies, but our medical supplies that come through the Straits of Hormuz is very low, well below 1% of our medical supplies. And medical supplies in turn about 12% of our total healthcare costs. So the impact is not significant. And there's no tap on our stockpiles. But I think what we need to watch out for is the secondary domino effect. Because you think about it, if petrochemical products are disrupted, then the ingredients to make gloves, syringes will be affected. Korea is affected because they make their own syringes. We import from suppliers, so for now we're not affected. If chemicals used to make drug substances are impacted, then drug suppliers will be impacted. So the global supply chain is actually not a chain, but it's a very intricate web. And we need to monitor those downstream domino effect. As of now, I think our response is, because immediate impact is not significant, the current response should be to maintain our stockpile, especially the essential supplies, watch our usage, minimize wastage, work with our trusted suppliers, and we got very good relationships with them, and then judge the moment to activate other contingency plans if and when they are needed.
Ms. Denise Poh.
Honorable, and I think Minister Jeffrey has mentioned that essential services, temporary assistance to be provided for those who need them for essential services, and also co-funding will be given as well. For many of this group of vulnerable, for example, the elderly, disabled, the younger disabled, those who are in special schools and so forth, they have very little alternative in terms of transport mode. And if the measures, I worry that if the measures are too blunt, too low, or even after co-funding, then the service providers who chose to provide services, essential services or transport services for this group might choose to exit. And that's something that we don't want to see because it does create a more hardship. So I want to ask if the relevant ministries, for example, MOE, MSF, MOH, who are dealing with this, supporting this group, if they could, before they make their final decision, announce them, can you do a bit more detailed study in terms of the impact, and perhaps look at tiering some of these measures before announcing them, and provide also a space to have flexibility for those who are truly undergoing hardship or will create hardship for those, to protect the vulnerable who have little alternatives, and also to preserve those service providers who have other alternatives to make money, but choose to serve this group of vulnerable people. So for consideration, please.
Acting Ministers, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we fully agree with Ms. Denise Poh's exhortation. Indeed, we want to absolutely ensure that these critical services continue to be operated for the vulnerable, and then on behalf of those agencies that you mentioned, we will make sure that we take care of the vulnerable and the services continue to be run. And we will consult all relevant stakeholders to make sure that this is so. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong. I'm sorry, MOS, go.
I just wanted to add that at this current juncture, as we speak, MOF together with MOE, MSF, as well as MOH actually are working on the details, following up from what has been disseminated today. And if I may, I'll ask them to, perhaps if you have any feedback, you can relay to us, and then we can perhaps work into the details. Perhaps I just want to share that in addition to, especially for some of our persons with disabilities, in addition to what's been announced today, actually, earlier at the Committee of Supply last year, we've actually announced enhanced enabling transport subsidy provisions. And these provisions actually will commence from July this year. So I think the timeliness of it should allow us to provide increased subsidy rates as well as expanded coverage for families. My understanding is that for PCHI up to 4,800 from July onwards, they will be covered. So I think this hopefully will come at a good time, whereby it provides additional support for some of these families that we are speaking about. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Thank you, Speaker. SingStat publishes retail prices and what consumers pay at the end. I'm not sure we track the full cost structure behind the prices, domestic supply chain margins, domestic transport, wholesale margins, retail margins, etc. So if we don't have a baseline understanding of cost structure before the prices rise further, we won't be able to tell later whether a price increase was done by genuine cost pressures or by margin expansion. So will the government establish baseline cost structure data now for key categories such as food, transport and energy companies, especially the retail-facing ones?
DPM Gun.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to explain that we operate in our economy in a very competitive manner. We just want to make sure that in our retail market and wholesale market, we have sufficient competition to allow businesses to operate in a competitive way. This way is the best way to ensure that our prices are reasonable, and those who are taking advantage of the market to try to raise their prices, there will be competitors. They will compete with him to offer alternatives, and this is the best way to ensure that our prices are always reasonable and competitive. And our competitive commission, competition and consumer commission will continue to monitor and to carry out surveillance in the market to ensure that the market in different areas, whether it's retail, wholesale, whether it's food or energy or any other commodity, we will make sure that there is sufficient competition, and if there is a lack of competition, then the Commission will intervene where necessary.
Mr. Victor Lai.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm sure many Singaporean vulnerable households and businesses are grateful for the short-term measures that we have announced and brought forward. But as we know, it will never be enough, and there will always be opportunities to do more. At the recent residents' dialogue, I came across some opinions that the crisis is not that severe, having seen other countries where they have had fuel shortages and even electricity supply cuts. This is something that we need to be mindful of, and I'm very heartened that among the residents, the younger generation made some very interesting suggestions, that perhaps the government can go beyond a crisis and then a money solution, to go beyond money to rally our people. This is a crisis forced not just on Singapore, but across the whole world. And perhaps the government can consider some measures to bring our people together nationally so that they feel they can also do their part to contribute. For example, to conserve electricity in a more objective way. So can the government consider a campaign to bring our Singaporeans together to contribute to this solution over and above just money being given out? Thank you.
DPM Gun.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Victor Lai for his suggestion. Indeed, communication and engagement is an important part of the work of the committee, and we do want to reach out to also take this opportunity to re-emphasize the importance of conservation and to also share with Singaporeans the situation regularly so that they are updated on the situation that we are facing. This is indeed a crisis, and it is indeed a crisis that's serious enough for us to set up the Homefront Crisis Ministerial Committee to oversee this whole of government effort to manage the crisis. And today we have a ministerial statement also signifies the importance of this crisis situation. And this is something that we hope to be able to reach out to our people. And your suggestion about campaigns and exercises is something that we will consider where practical and where it's meaningful. We'll be happy to work with community organizations, we work with schools, we will work with trade association to see how we can continue to re-emphasize this message of a crisis situation, and that we need to do our part to continue to conserve all our resources, energy, food, water, and all the important resources.
Ms. Lee Hui-ying.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In Budget 2016, there was a one-year freeze in foreign worker levy for the marine and processed sectors due to the oil price downturn. So 10 years on, we now face a global oil price surge. So many sectors, especially the construction sector, that rely heavily on diesel for logistics and transport, now face doubling or even tripling of business operating costs. So will the government consider a temporary freeze of foreign worker levy to affected sectors, especially the construction sector? This will directly help to offset the impact of rising costs. And if the crisis prolongs, would there be alternative support measures to help these businesses manage this cost as well? This includes businesses who manage private contracts who will not be able to benefit from BCA's co-sharing of fuel costs for key government projects. Thank you.
Acting Minister Seow, or rather, Minister Tan.
I think that at this particular point in time, we are monitoring the situation very closely. Our first priority would be to support all of our fresh graduates who are graduating. We are also concerned about the potential of AI disruptions on fresh graduates looking and landing jobs. What we hope to be able to achieve in our graduated tiering of the workers' levies is to drive productivity, drive value addedness in many of these construction companies and many of the SMEs and companies that are employing these foreign workers. Just by cutting away the levy completely without any concomitant type backs to increasing productivity and value addedness, I think we're going to set ourselves backwards. Thank you.
Mr. Azhar Othman.
Thank you, Speaker. A couple of clarification and suggestion, if I may. Looking at the criticalness of the situation, will the government imposing a curb of transportation use or private transportation use as what other countries has been deploying in Malaysia and Indonesia? The whole idea is to, of course, to reduce our consumption and, of course, plan further when the urgency is needed. That's number one. Number two is that if you look at the energy efficiency grant, and if we are relying on households to reduce their consumption, if I may recommend that we reward for reduce of consumption, because only then the value of using energy more efficiently are being taken into account. So if typically their consumption is $100 a month and they manage to reduce by $20, and a certain percentage of that can be returned back to them as a reward for that. I think that put Singaporean in a context of using energy wisely in terms of how we can encourage, the efficiency of consumption. And thirdly, looking at this situation of energy dependency, it's critical. I think it is important to ensure we are energy independent. And if I can ask the ministry on how serious and how this situation kind of expedite the possibility of deployment of small modular reactor or nuclear energy in the context of being independent. Thank you so much.
Minister Tan first, then Acting Minister Seow. Minister Tan first.
On the acceleration, the last point from the member about the deployment of a small modular reactor, I believe I've answered it quite extensively. Perhaps just to reiterate, we're doing everything we can. We have done, we have actually shared with everyone here about the 4 switches in terms of the diversification of our energy source to achieve some measure of energy independence. First, of course, natural gas. Second, solarization. We have exceeded our targets 5 years ahead of time. We hit the 2 gigawatt peak last year, ahead of the 2030 target that we set for ourselves. So now we are going to raise that ambition to 3 gigawatt peak by 2030, 50% more. And we are hoping to accelerate that solar power adoption here, to double that for last year to 4 gigawatt peak by the second half of the 2030s. Now, we have gone on this decarbonization grand challenge, which was approved at Budget COS this year, to look for low carbon technologies to try to see how we can use biomethane as a sandbox. So we're trying everything there is, including even exploring geothermal. And of course, the last bit is a question of waiting for the first of a kind to be operational and to be deployed and to be safe before we start to adopt. And we want to be the fastest adopter. We have sent our teams, we've seconded them to learn from the US. Our teams have gone to the US multiple times to look at the different centers in Idaho, in Oak Ridge, and in Boston as well. At the same time, we have tie-ups with UAE. Of course, at this particular point in time, no one is there from our side. We have also signed with the Koreans, with the Japanese, with UK, to learn from them, and the French, to learn from them on some of these advanced nuclear technologies. And we are also working very closely with the IAEA to see how we can self-evaluate the INIR one. And we will keep this House posted very regularly on the accelerated pathways that we have adopted to reach that energy independence. Those are the measures that I've articulated many, many times. Now, to your point about whether we should consider rationing, right? Rationing power use, for instance. We are contemplating, very early days, we don't want to cause panic because we're actually stable. We also don't want to cause panic to investors, to the world economy, to our downstream partner countries whom we export refined products to. But at some point in time, as part and parcel of either Total Defense Day, we may do an exercise to test out the readiness when it comes to power rationing. I mean, if I may borrow your time, since we're here, you are all respectively advisors of your constituencies, your GRCs, and so on. If you can adopt energy-saving measures across your entire GRC, we would really welcome. And I want to have a shout out to Senior Parliamentary Secretary Sean. I think in his constituency, he adopted energy-saving motion sensor lighting in the HDB blocks. Now, to also address the member Louis' point about the fact that domestic use is a very small amount, but it hits the pocket. And we are starting a multi-pronged approach, not just the domestic users that we're encouraging to conserve energy. We are also working with big businesses to get them, to incentivize them to switch, whether it's the resource, the REGE, the energy efficiency grant, to get them to take on these things. We are encouraging contemporaneously our domestic users to use the climate vouchers if they're not used to switch the aircon appliances from the 3-tick to the 5-tick ones, which saves them considerable amount of money every year, about something like $300. So we are trying on multiple prongs to get our population, our businesses, our country, our society as a whole to adopt energy conservation as its core, as its foundation. Thank you.
Acting Minister Seah.
Mr. Speaker, just to reply very quickly to the member's suggestion on curbing private transport use, and in fact, that's the very reason why we do not want to reduce diesel or fuel taxes and duties. But our context is quite different from other countries. We are, as Dr. Tan explained, we are not facing a shortage of fuel. What we are facing are high fuel prices, and that in itself should be an incentive for people to drive less and maybe, hopefully, to use public transport more. I would just want to add very quickly that the situation that we have is a position of strength. It's not by accident. We are here, fortunate that we are discussing how to cope with higher fuel prices rather than discussing whether we are running out of fuel. As DPM and Minister Shan explained, we built our position as an energy trading hub over decades. That was a long-term move. We maintained strategic fuel reserves precisely because we anticipated supply disruptions, and we don't control prices. We allow the price mechanism to function, so that energy is priced properly in Singapore and used efficiently. And all this is deliberate. It allows us to be in a strong position to act, not just react, so that we are able to cope with these crises. And it's all because we have a good government that's prepared, anticipates problems, and plans ahead for the future. Thank you.
Acting Minister Siao, I recalled earlier there was a question by Mr. Saktiandi Supat. We agreed to defer it to this. You might want to respond to his earlier question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, let me do that. Mr. Saktiandi asked about two things. One is whether or not the inflationary impact can be mitigated with our use of our exchange rate policy, our monetary policies. And to that end, indeed, MAS will look at this as part of its regular review of monetary policies. And I think we will see what they will intend to do in the coming months. As to whether we want to, I think his other question was about off-budget measures and whether or not we have plans to do that. As I explained in my speech, we do have drawer plans. If the situation changes and if needed, we will indeed activate them and bring them together as off-budget measures if needed. Thank you.
Ms. Nadia Samdin.
Thank you, Speaker. On assurances to households, I'd like to appeal for my second question earlier on national food stockpile to please be answered. Thank you.
SMS Zaki.
I thank the member for a question. This was an earlier bucket. And on national food stockpile, I think this is important because I just want to assure Singaporeans that we do have sufficient stockpiles. We are constantly calibrating and assessing the current situation. And certainly at this point in time, there is no need to activate the stockpiles. I'm not at liberty to give too much details on what it is because this is as part of national security. I think we want to keep that on our own books. But having said that, I think we're in a better position today, having had learned from COVID, from the last energy crisis, to be able to diversify our sources. Today we have about 180 countries and regions that we have among our agreements today where we import food sources. So that enables us to diversify, divert food imports when necessary. Earlier I also shared that the amount of food imports through the Strait of Hormuz was just less than 0.5%. So hence, today while we're not impacted, while we're not likely to see food disruptions in the short term, but we cannot fully insulate ourselves either from increases in food prices as a result of increases such as fertilizers and other food inputs. So I think this is where a lot of the measures as covered by MOF earlier. I think provides assurance in the short term that government is looking into this, we are monitoring the situation. And I can assure members too that perhaps, like Mr. Victor Lai has suggested earlier, make this a learning moment. If I can also pitch for our local farmers and local production, this is also a time for us to build our local capabilities, our local farming resilience. Because for us to also look into buying local produce, that helps our farms to increase capacity at this point, helps them build resilience over time. And should there be disruption or should there be a need for us to divert supplies or look to ramp up local production, I think they're in a better position if we do what we can today to support them too. So this is, I think, one learning moment that we can do, and I hope that the community can come forth and support our local farmers this round. Thank you.
Ms. Joan Pereira.
Speaker, one clarification. Will there be any plans to provide targeted support like rental or utility rebates for our hawkers and our stall holders as they strive to continue providing affordable meals for Singaporeans? Thanks.
Who's going to respond to this? SMS Zaki.
I think on the hawker front, we keep our rentals, as low as possible to sustain our hawkers. But I think for food prices, I think we continue to monitor. I think my colleague, Moez Gan Xiao, has mentioned about how we're monitoring food supply, food prices. And I think that will continue to do so. I think the current measures, are what we look at in terms of CDC vouchers and special payments. I think that's where, we look to support households in the meantime, and we will keep everyone posted should there be changes. But rest assured, we're monitoring, we're engaging our hawkers. We will try to keep prices as competitive and low as possible, but I can't guarantee that there will not be food price increase as a result of, as I shared earlier, food prices, and we are importing most of our food supply in, so we're not insulated against food hikes or prices as a result of the global situation right now. Thank you.
Ms. Pereira.
I was wondering whether there could be some support like rental or utility rebates for them.
Mr. Speaker, as I shared, we are monitoring the situation. At this point, there is no, government's monitoring at this point. There's no need at this point juncture because we've not seen the price hikes hit the hawkers in the same way as, as yet. So there will be downstream impact. I think that's quite sure. I think we've already had enough explanation, elaborations from the MDDI colleagues on energy prices hikes at this point. I think we are still in stable mode. So if the need arises, rest assured that the ministry will provide the necessary assistance as required. Thank you so much.
Mr. David Ho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two clusters of questions and one suggestion. The first directed to MOE. With rising input costs, how might this translate into food prices in our school canteens? Will MOE work with stallholders to monitor and manage price increase? And should there be any price adjustment, would this be communicated to parents? Because what I hear from parents is that so that they are able to make informed decisions to adjust pocket money for their children. The second cluster of question relates to MOT. In my interaction with private hires with Mos Rahayu recently, many of them raised concerns about the fuel costs. And with this $200 support, it will help to cushion these pressures. I would like to clarify whether if this is intended as a one-off measure, or would we be seeing this as a more sustained periodic support until fuel prices stabilize at an acceptable amount. Third, it's on a suggestion. One thing I've learned in my role and caring for Clementi residents is that in times of need and time of fear and crisis, scammers will leverage on this to tell our residents to do things that will put them in a vulnerable position. So my suggestion is, could we also in this period of time also increase our advisory on scams, and also for all of us as we interact with our residents to let them know to be mindful for any advisories that come to them, that they should always double check and also dial 1799 for any clarification.
For MOE, who's going to respond? MOS Law.
I thank the member for the question. On the question for MOE on canteen stallholders, we are monitoring the utilities costs for them, and if need be, we will take a look at how we can come in to support some of them. I think we are also mindful that currently there are fee guidelines for the prices of the food in our school canteens, and therefore any increases in the utilities or ingredients costs would have to be borne by many of our students and their families as well. But as Acting Minister Jeff has mentioned, we will do our part to provide financial assistance to the students who need them most. Thank you.
Acting Minister Seow.
Mr. Speaker, on private hire car drivers, to $200 currently is a one-off, but we will watch how things develop, and if there's a need for us to do more, we can come in again. But more importantly, if fuel prices continue to remain elevated at this price for a long period of time, actually the market ought to accommodate it in the form of higher fares, which will then, consumers have to adjust their behaviors, including consumption. I think that's the best way to do it, rather than try to blunt the price signals by giving them a long-term fuel subsidy. Thank you.
SMS soon.
Mr. Speaker, earlier member Ms. Joan Pereira had a question with regards to rental costs and hawker food prices. That was addressed by SMS Saki. But I also thought that in relation to what she asked, another area where people might be concerned about could be HDB coffee shops, because that is also where they buy their meals. I'd like to share that during COVID-19, HDB had provided additional assistance such as rental waivers for HDB rental shops. HDB had also considered appeals from tenants who are facing financial hardship or poor business conditions by granting installment payment plans. So if like what SMS Zaki said, we would monitor the situation, and if there's a need for us to sync up what we do with regards to rental costs to help with how hawkers or coffee shop operators are doing, then we will do so. Thank you.
I'm going to move to the third bucket on security and related matters. Ms. Mariam Jaffa.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to follow up on the thrust of my PQs 15 and 62. First, clarification, could the Minister please clarify whether the government is planning on the basis that the current disruptions are temporary, or are we entering into a period of structurally more permanent, more volatile global environment? Secondly, in adapting to these shifts, what are the key trade-offs that the government is managing? For example, between resilience and cost competitiveness, someone has to pay for resilience, or between targeted support and more broad-based coverage. Could the Minister provide specific indications on the thresholds that the government is monitoring, not in the context of price caps, as Ms. Gan addressed earlier, but energy prices, duration of disruptions, cost increases in certain sectors? What would trigger a shift in the policy response? And lastly, beyond the tactical immediate stabilization measures, what are the longer-term structural changes that the government is considering? I think taking into account that we do have the structuring committee recommendations that are also coming out, but what are the current assessments on the biggest gaps or limitations that the government may have in terms of policies as we shift to a more, I guess, permanently volatile environment? Whether that could be, and I ask this in the context of both, being resilient in a defensive way, but also in an offensive way. So, do current policies are great at making it easy to do business, but do we need to shift more to, for example, thinking about how we assess risks or how we share risks as well as rewards in a more volatile environment? Thank you.
DPM Gan. Although it's back to bucket one.
Not quite. I think this is regarding security and long-term strategy. I will be happy to answer. First and foremost, I think this crisis is temporary in a sense, and all crises are temporary, but I think the impact of this crisis will be quite long-lasting. First, it reminds us that the geopolitical situation landscape has changed, and it's important for us to understand the implications of that, and that also relates to your second question with regard to a trade-off between resilience and cost. I think many years ago, our focus has been efficiency, our focus has been in cost effectiveness and just-in-time delivery and production. But I think over the last few years, with multiple crises that we have been confronted with, including COVID-19 and now this oil crisis, energy crisis, it reminds us that it's not just about just in time, it's also just in case. So therefore, it's important for us, therefore, to review our policy, our strategy, our approach to ensure a carefully calibrated balance between resilience and at the same time competitiveness. There will always be trade-offs in terms of cost if you want to have a greater security. I think even in today's world, when we talk about energy security, we talk about stockpile for our energy requirement. Stockpile will cost money, even if we enter into long-term contracts will also have a premium versus a spot market in a situation when there's a volatility. At the same time, when we look at the cost increase as a result of disruption in supply chain, it's something that we also have to always bear in mind. And if we talk about the security for our oil-dependent sectors, particularly our refineries, we talk about the access to crude and the need for us to explore alternative sources, and we talk about supplies from outside Middle East, which will be more costly and take longer to deliver. All these are balances that we need to recalibrate in response to the changing environment in the geopolitical outlook. At the same time, we talk about the long-term strategy. What should we do? We have already set up the Economic Strategy Committee, and they're finishing their work, and the report will be released shortly. And in that work, we focus on how we can strengthen Singapore's resilience, economic resilience, so that it's not only to respond to crisis, but to respond to long-term changes in the global economic structure. This will include our emphasis on AI to give us that edge and that leg up against our competitors. If we are able to move fast, decisively into embracing AI, adopting AI, and becoming an AI leader, I think that will give us an added competitive edge versus our competition. At the same time, I also talk about in my speech earlier that we need to continue to strengthen our partnership with our like-minded partners, other countries, other economies, to see how we can cooperate and create more space for us. And by international cooperation, that would also strengthen our economic resilience. So I think it's a multi-pronged approach. It's not a single strategy, but all this what we are putting in place. But I also need to remind all of us that these strategies must continue to evolve and change because the global environment is changing all the time. So we cannot stay static, and the ESC report will not be the final review of our economy. I think it's an ongoing process. We just have to keep running. Hopefully, we run slightly faster than our competitors. Thank you.
Mr. Jerogia.
So in light of the conflict since 28 February, has the government detected any uptick in opportunistic or geopolitically motivated cyber attacks targeting our critical energy or information infrastructure? And will it be stepping up our cyber defense stance above the baseline level during this period? Secondly, during the Prime Minister's recent meeting with his Australian and New Zealand counterparts, the focus was on securing long-term LNG supplies. Given that 43% of our gas still comes via regional pipelines, has there been a similar high-profile public ministerial level mission to Jakarta and Kuala Lumpur to specifically secure these essential energy lifelines? And if so, has Singapore received formal assurances that existing piped natural gas export contracts will be fully honored despite escalating domestic industrial demands?
Minister Tan.
We constantly engage our counterparts for piped natural gas, Malaysia and Singapore. I believe you would have read in the news that both our Prime Ministers, Prime Minister Wong and Prime Minister Anwar, they've been in phone calls as well. I make trips. I meet them at international forums, and every opportunity that we have, we discuss how to collaborate more between the whole ASEAN member state framework and also the fact that we are the closest neighbors. For Australia, because of the just like the other ASEAN member state, because of the interdependence, given our position as a global hub and particularly a Southeast Asia hub for refineries, our downstream products are equally in demand, just like their natural gas is also equally in demand by us. So I think that mutual dependency serves both or on a multilateral basis well, and we continue to build on those. Of course, to further expand that collaboration, to further expand the uptake, I think that is also a function of the amount of private sector investments that we need to bring alongside with us, because typically when it comes to the actual negotiation for the pricing, we typically don't get involved, and we leave it to the B2B sector to be involved in that direct negotiation. Those are the measures that we have today, and I believe that it has served us well all these decades. Of course, like what DPM has just shared, the world is also changing rapidly. Right now, everyone is looking at just in case. I believe that as a result of this particular crisis, some degree of scarring is bound to happen. And there will be countries who will start to hoard as well. But I think for us, we continue to remain clear-headed, consistent in the way we deal with all of our neighbors and with all of our partners. We continue to be transparent and maintain our credibility. I believe that it's not just working within the ASEAN framework, it's also working with Northeast Asia partners, Japan, ROK, China, working with Oceania, which is Australia, New Zealand, working with the Middle East, because at some point in time, this crisis will also abate. And of course, opening up new markets. That has always been what we have been carrying out all this while.
Minister Teo.
Mr. Speaker, the member asked a question about Singapore's cyber defense posture. When a conflict of this nature takes place, naturally we have to watch out for potential vectors of attack, even if Singapore is not directly involved in the theatre of action. Having said that, I think there is another type of risk that we have to watch out for even more, and that is the risk of misinformation and disinformation that could threaten our social cohesion, where narratives are being put forward that polarize not only the countries that are directly involved in a conflict, but also have a spillover effect on Singapore. So with regards to what we are watching out for, yes, cyber defense, but at the same time, misinformation, disinformation that could also give rise to tensions within our society. So I would just respond as follows.
Minister Balakrishnan, would you like to respond to Mr. Fadli Fauzi's earlier question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Singapore's position on straits used for international navigation is long-standing and consistent. The Straits of Hormuz, just like the Straits of Malacca and the Straits of Singapore, are examples of straits used for international navigation. No ifs, no buts, no questions. As far as we're concerned, it is so. Now, what is the international law position on these types of straits? And the position is quite clear. There is a right of transit passage. A right of transit passage. It's not a privilege to be granted by the bordering state. It's not a license to be supplicated for. It is not a toll to be paid. It is a right of all nations' ships to traverse. This right is enshrined in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, of which obviously Singapore is a signatory and has ratified. Article 44 of UNCLOS imposes a direct and an unambiguous obligation on states bordering these international straits. And then let me quote, it states, quote, states bordering straits shall not hamper transit passage, unquote. It also goes on to state there shall be no suspension of transit passage. There's no exception for security, there's no exception for environment, there's no exception for war. Singapore also takes position that this right of transit passage is also part of customary international law. And in case you're wondering why I'm nitpicking about customary international law, it's because there are some other states that may have signed but have not ratified UNCLOS. And I'm stating that so that I'm telling you this is not a get-out-of-jail-free card for states that have not ratified UNCLOS. So we have been closely monitoring the situation in the Straits of Hormuz. The Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore remains in close contact with the ship owners, as well as the operators of Singapore-flagged or Singapore-registered ships in the Straits, in the Persian Gulf. At both the international and regional levels, our agencies are engaging with the stakeholders to explore potential opportunities to facilitate safe transit of the ships. And don't forget, there's also a humanitarian issue for the workers, for the maritime sailors on board these ships. And this includes engaging the International Maritime Organization and the member states on the potential establishment of a safe maritime corridor following the 36th extraordinary session of the IMO Council. In addition, we're also engaging regional counterparts on other possible arrangements that may be explored. You may be wondering why I'm taking such a legal and strict definition. And it's not because I'm particularly obsessed with law, but because the Straits of Malacca, the Straits of Singapore, is in fact another critical choke point. You may be aware that, in fact, if you add up all the maritime oil, crude and refined, you might be surprised that actually more flows through the Straits of Malacca and Singapore than even the Straits of Hormuz. If you think about global trade, container trade, there's far more flowing through this place. And the most important geographical fact, which most people are not aware of, the narrowest point in the Straits of Hormuz is 21 nautical miles. Guess what the narrowest point in the Straits of Singapore is? It's less than 2 nautical miles. So do you understand now why we have to take a categorical position that international law and UNCLOS is the constitution of the oceans, and this is a right. Freedom of navigation as a right and not a privilege for ships and planes. And this is of profound importance to Singapore. So to your specific question, yes, I have engaged with the Iranian foreign minister before the war. And yes, I'm sure I will engage him in the near future. But as a matter of principle, and not because we're taking sides, I cannot engage in negotiations for safe passage of ships or negotiate on toll rates, because to do so would be implicitly eroding this legal principle. So again, this is another example of Singapore upholding principle, not taking sides. The larger geostrategic backdrop to this is, whether you realize it or not, the world has become more violent and more volatile. And there is a price to be paid for that. Second, what the Straits of Hormuz has shown is that even in this digital age, choke points and physical delivery still matter. And the third point which we need to register in Singapore is that it's not enough to be an oasis of safety, security, cohesion, wealth, and even having the military ability to protect ourselves. Because if our region is aflame, and with war and missiles flying, no oasis can be safe. The upshot of these three observations is that there is an insurance premium to be paid. So let's be upfront with our people explain the dangers, no sugar coating, explain what needs to be done, including paying that insurance premium. So you need to alert our people, but not be alarmists. And we have to walk that fine tightrope.
Associate Professor Kenneth Goh.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have a question to the government about medical supplies. How vulnerable are our supply chains for medical products and pharmaceuticals, and how sensitive are these? How price sensitive are these products given the current crisis? Thank you.
Looks like we are going back to bucket 2. I thought this was actually answered by Minister Ong earlier. But DPM
right.
Gan, if you want to...
That's right. I was just standing up to say that that question has been answered by Minister Ong already.
So please, members, if it's already been asked, please do not ask again. It's your duty to stay in the chamber throughout the ministerial statement. Mr. Azhar Othman.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to request a question regarding security. Looking at our situation right now, it's not that dire, but taking a worst-case scenario, every country tends to look on itself, tend to look inwards. What's the possibility of country that agreed to supply gas to us suddenly say, I can't, I have to supply to my side first? And what are the situation we're taking in terms of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs relation to them, in terms of our position of supporting our supply to our own Singaporeans? So maybe I get some clarification on that, please. Thank you.
Minister Tan.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in a crisis like this, I understand the angst, the apprehension of everyone, not just in this chamber, but outside. I think there are actually many, many different ifs. I cannot possibly cover every perceivable permutation or conceivable combination that can come up. As I said, that is why we maintain the stockpile the way we have maintained. We have taken it upon ourselves to make sure that we have provided contingencies for different scenarios, from single geographical chokes to multiple geographical chokes. And we have sized up, based on the constraints of our own land size, whether it is single geographical choke to multiple geographical, that length of time that is required. And as what CMNS, which is Coordinating Minister for National Security, opened up earlier on, we are going to increase that stockpile some more. I think for us, we have done every possible measure. We have taken it upon ourselves to open up every single possible diversification measure possible and available to us today. And if, to your point, what if these countries decide to curtail back the gas supply? Today, there are legal provisions that are enshrined. Of course, people can renege everything. I mean, you're talking about a sort of a Z scenario where everything happens and there are burning platforms everywhere. I assure you that even at that point in time, we have made provisions. Of course, how long can we survive if everything is taken away? I think that is something that I cannot share with you. And everyone here would understand why I'm not at liberty to share this with you. I hope that the House can appreciate the very delicate balance we are all in today and how we should all be working closely together as one united nation. Thank you.
Mr. Lee Hong Chun.
Hi, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, I have two questions. One question in bucket 2, one question in bucket 3. But in view of time, I will send the question in bucket 2 to MOS Jeffrey, so he'll look at it, more for the logistics sector. While my question in bucket 3 is regarding to what Min Vivian has just mentioned, Strait of Hormuz is undeniably important to Singapore and the wider region due to its role in the global energy flow. I believe Strait of Malacca is even more critical to us. As one of the world's busiest shipping lanes and a key artery for trade, any disruption that would have immediate and far-reaching consequences for Singapore economics and supply chains. This raises an important question for all of us. Has our government fully internalized the lesson from potential vulnerability in such strategic choke points? In particular, are we sufficiently prepared for a scenario where the Strait of Malacca is disrupted, whether through geopolitical tension, blockages, or other crises? And do we have robust contingency plan to mitigate the impact?
Minister Tan.
The answer is yes.
With that, we have had almost 3.5 hours of debate on this ministerial statement. I think all clarifications have been sought and answered sometimes more than once. With that order, end of ministerial statements. I propose to take a break now. I suspend the sitting and will take the chair at 5:30 p.m. Order, order.
Order.
Item 1, Energy Conservation Amendment Bill, second reading.
The Minister for Sustainability and the Environment.
Sir, on behalf of the Minister for Sustainability and the Environment, I move that the bill be now read a second time. Sir, the Energy Conservation Amendment Bill, or EC Bill in short, seeks to introduce Minimum Energy Performance Standards, or MEPS, MEPS in short, and the Mandatory Energy Labeling Scheme, or MELS, MELS in short, to regulated goods that are imported by end users for their own use. So Singapore remains committed to meet our 2050 net zero target to secure long-term competitiveness and climate resilience. We were among just 13 countries to submit our 2035 NDC to the UNFCCC on time in February 2025, where we pledged to reduce our emissions to between 45 to 50 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2035. Today, about 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions are attributed to electricity consumption. Through long-term planning, Singapore has built up a resilient and diversified energy supply through our 4 switches approach to facilitate our net zero and energy transitions: solar energy, regional power grids, low carbon alternatives, and natural gas, whilst decarbonizing our energy mix. We are accelerating our energy transition and have achieved 2 gigawatt peak of installed solar capacity in 2025. We have raised our 2030 solar deployment target to 3 gigawatt peak, as announced in Budget 2026. To date, we've also awarded around 8.4 gigawatts of conditional approvals for low-carbon electricity imports. Even as we pursue low-carbon alternatives, natural gas will remain Singapore's primary energy source for the foreseeable future. We will deploy advanced combined cycle gas turbine facilities to improve generation efficiency, lower our carbon footprint, and support energy resilience. Energy efficiency continues to be a key enabler of our energy transition and an important way to strengthen energy security and cost competitiveness. As a small and alternative energy disadvantaged country, Singapore imports nearly all our energy supply, and we must make every joule of energy count. We are making good progress. According to the International Energy Agency, Singapore's energy intensity, which is the ratio of energy consumption to economic output, improved by 39% between 2000 and 2023. The Middle East conflict has further reinforced the critical importance of energy resilience amid economic uncertainty, trade frictions, and geopolitical conflicts. As DPM Gan highlighted in his ministerial statement on the Middle East conflict earlier today, this crisis has exposed vulnerabilities in global energy supply chains and underscored the importance of a diversified and resilient power supply for our economy and our society. With rising energy demands and disrupted energy supplies, we must seize opportunities to decarbonize, reduce energy usage, and conserve electricity by adopting more energy-efficient practices and equipment. This allows households, businesses, and industries to reap cost savings and to do more with less. The MEPS, the performance standards, and the MELS, the energy labeling, under the Energy Conservation Act, or ECA in short, are key regulatory tools to enhance the energy efficiency of common energy-intensive equipment such as refrigerators, air conditioners, motors, and commercial storage refrigerators. These regulations were introduced in 2009 to regulate the local supply of such regulated goods. The Minimum Energy Performance Standards, the MEPS, aims to raise the average of energy efficiency of regulated goods in Singapore by removing the least energy efficient models. Under the MELS, the Mandatory Energy Labeling Scheme, local suppliers are required to affix energy labels on regulated goods, which enable customers to compare energy efficiencies and savings across models and make more informed purchasing decisions. These two go together. One is a set of performance standards for the equipment, and the other is a mandatory labeling scheme to make sure consumers are informed about the performance standards of the equipment. To enhance energy efficiencies across sectors, regulatory coverage has progressively expanded from 3 types of regulated goods in 2009 to 8 today. Commercial storage refrigerators and water heaters were the most recent additions in April 2025. This approach has significantly increased the market share of more energy-efficient appliances. For example, the average energy efficiency of air conditioners and refrigerators has improved by 61% and 45% respectively since 2009. This translates to annual energy savings of more than $560 million. The ECA currently regulates importers, manufacturers, and suppliers that provide the local sale and supply of regulated goods, with non-compliance carrying fines of up to $10,000. However, similar goods that are directly imported by end users, such as businesses and households, for their own use, are not covered under the ECA today. The current volume of such imports may be small, but this could increase over time as online marketplaces have made it increasingly easy for consumers to import such goods. Some businesses are already directly importing commercial storage refrigerators for their own use. This regulatory gap raises 2 concerns. First, this leads to the uneven application of MEPS and MELS regulations on regulated goods. Currently, only regulated goods from local suppliers face compliance requirements, while those imported for own use are not covered. Second, the purchase of imported regulated goods that are energy inefficient and do not comply with MEPS and MELS could lock businesses and households into higher life cycle energy costs. Energy efficient appliances might have a higher upfront cost, but typically offer lower life cycle costs through energy savings. For example, the life cycle costs of MEPS compliant commercial storage refrigerators are on average 30% lower than non-compliant models. The adoption of energy inefficient equipment reduces cost savings for consumers and leads to lower abatement outcomes. We have already taken some administrative steps to address this regulatory gap. Since 2023, NEA has collaborated with online platforms like Lazada and Shopee to voluntarily remove listings of non-compliant to voluntarily remove listings of non-compliant regulated goods. Nonetheless, given growing trends of importing regulated goods for one's own use, regulatory levers are needed to ensure such goods comply with MEPS and MELS requirements. Sir, the EC bill aims to ensure a level application of MEPS and MELS requirements for all regulated goods in Singapore and further improve energy efficiency. Specifically, regulated goods imported for own use will be subjected to similar MEPS and MELS compliance requirements as those intended for supply in Singapore. End users would be required to ensure that regulated goods brought into Singapore for own use are registered with NEA, meet MEPS in accordance with prescribed international test standards and test conditions, and are labeled with the required energy labels under MELS. The proposed regulations exclude second-hand or used regulated goods where it is impractical to assess MEPS compliance. These compliance requirements are not expected to be onerous for end users. While local suppliers pay a one-time registration fee of approximately $70 per model of regulated good, this will be waived for end users who typically cannot spread registration costs across multiple units. To demonstrate MEPS and MELS compliance, end users can rely on test reports from overseas suppliers and manufacturers, and this would achieve a comparable cost of compliance between end users and local suppliers at approximately $1 per unit of regulated good. The compliance requirements will extend to all regulated goods imported for own use, except regulated lamps, we will prioritize regulating the import of more energy-intensive goods, such as commercial storage refrigerators for own use, compared to less energy-intensive goods, such as lamps. We intend to effect the enforcement regime from the 1st of July 2026 to deter end users from importing non-compliant regulated goods for own use and ensure compliance to the new requirements. End users who import regulated goods that do not comply with MEPS and MELS requirements will face penalties of up to $10,000 in fines per import. This is consistent with existing penalties in the ECA for the local supply of non-compliant regulated goods and the import of non-compliant greenhouse gas goods for own use in the Environmental Protection and Management Act 1999. The proposed amendments to the ECA will also empower the Minister to make regulations to compel online platforms in Singapore or with a business establishment in Singapore to remove non-compliant listings. This will ensure that non-compliant products are not offered to end users in Singapore. NEA will conduct systematic monitoring of online platforms and spot checks for non-compliance as needed. NEA will also conduct investigations in response to whistleblowing reports or complaints and leverage existing powers in the ECA to enforce compliance with the new regulations. To adjust to these regulatory changes, businesses and households can continue to leverage existing government schemes to offset higher upfront costs of energy-efficient regulated goods and realize energy savings. For example, small and medium-sized enterprises in the food services and manufacturing sectors that meet prescribed criteria, such as a 30% local shareholding, can tap Enterprise SG's energy efficiency grant, which has been expanded to all sectors and extended for one more year to 21st of March 2028, as announced by SMS Finance. This grant covers up to 70% of costs for pre-approved energy-efficient regulated goods, such as 3-tick refrigerators and 5-tick air conditioning units, to help businesses improve energy-efficient outcomes. Singaporean and permanent resident HDB households, as well as Singaporean citizen households living in private residential properties, can use $400 of climate vouchers under the enhanced climate-friendly household programs to purchase eligible energy-efficient regulated goods. Sir, the EC bill will ensure that energy efficiency remains a cornerstone of our net zero and energy transition, create a level playing field for regulated goods in Singapore, and improve energy efficiency for our industries, businesses, and households. With that, sir, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Ms. Po Lee San.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this Energy Conservation Bill amendment could not have been more timely. The Iran war is affecting our energy supply and our daily lives. Rising petrol and diesel prices and higher electricity prices. In fact, if the war prolongs, the supply of fuel and electricity may have to be rationed too, which is already happening in our neighboring countries. We must be prepared for the worst. This is a stark reminder that we must conserve energy to the best we can and use energy-efficient equipment and appliances in our industries, in our factories, and in our homes. Sir, this is not a new effort. The Minimum Energy Performance Standards and Minimum Energy Labeling Scheme, MEPS and MELS, for local supply of regulated goods were first introduced back in 2012. However, there was a gap as the Act did not cover regulated goods imported by end users for own use. Over the years, as business practices evolved and consumers import equipment and appliances directly from foreign OEMs or wholesalers, there is a growing volume of imported electrical appliances being used by end users in businesses and in households, which may be non-energy efficient. These direct imports are usually significantly cheaper than regulated goods, sold by local suppliers because of the removal of a layer of middleman costs. most end users buy these imported goods to save money upfront. They may not care about energy efficiency or longer-term higher electricity prices. A local catering business owner told me that he imports refrigerators, chillers, and freezers directly from OEMs because of the lower prices, which can be 60 to 70% cheaper than similar models sold by local suppliers. But there is a trade-off. These appliances typically last only around 1.5 to 2 years, while reputable brands with high energy efficiency from local suppliers may last longer, around 2 to 2.5 years. Despite the poorer efficiency and lifespan, many food business owners would still rather take advantage of the substantial upfront cost savings by importing these electrical appliances directly from the OEMs and wholesalers. The bill amendment will address this. It will place the onus on end users to register the imported regulated goods with NEA and demonstrate evidence of compliance with MAPs and MELs. NEA will also be empowered to take enforcement action against businesses and households that import non-compliant regulated goods for own use. Overall, we'll see more efficient appliances on the market soon, not because of this bill amendment, but because of the global energy crisis. OEMs will be motivated to produce energy-efficient models because end users will now care about both upfront capital expenses and recurring electricity costs. The outcome of this amendment is that end users will have more choices of energy-efficient models, as well as savings in both in capital expenses and recurring electricity costs. Singaporean households can use the $400 climate vouchers for purchases of energy-efficient models from local suppliers, as well as importing energy-efficient electrical appliances directly from foreign suppliers. While I do have 2 questions for the Minister. The bill amendment would empower NEA to take action against businesses and households which import non-compliant regulated goods. In the F&B sector alone, there were 6,355 registered restaurants as of 2023. This figure would be a lot higher if we include the broader food and beverage sector, such as cafes, bars, food courts, hawker stores, and other specialized food services. Also, there is a high churn in this industry. In 2024, about 3,000 restaurants closed down, while nearly 3,800 new food and restaurant businesses opened. Given the large number of F&B businesses, coupled with the short average lifespan of 2 to 3 years for refrigerators, chillers, and freezers, does NEA have an estimate of the total number of electrical appliances and equipment that may be procured annually, as well as a total annual energy consumption? And with the bill amendment, what is the projected reduction in energy consumption should all F&B businesses deploy MAPs and MELs compliant appliances and equipment? Secondly, given the large number of end users, how does NEA intend to police and enforce this new requirement? I hope the process and requirements will not be too onerous, both for the NEA enforcement team and on the part of end users. We should not want to conserve energy in one form only to expand it in another form. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to make a few points in Mandarin. 副议长先生，能源节约法案修正案要求进口受管制的电器产品用于个人或商业的用途的最终用户，必须向国家环境局注册这些器材，并证明符合最低能源性能标准，以弥补之前此类进口未受监管的漏洞。国家环境局将获得执法权力，以针对不合规行为采取行动。全球能源危机将促使 制造商生产更多的节能型号，从而让最终用户受益，能够节省初期成本和持续电费的开支。新加坡家庭可以通过将政府提供的气候优惠券与直接从海外供应商进口高效电器相结合，取得双重节省。而企业者，特别是需要购买多台电器的餐饮业业者，通过使用节源型号，也能避免过高能源开支。该修正案旨在节省成本与环境责任之间取得平衡。然而，实现节能的关键在于以高效和有效的方式执行这新的条令，否则我们也是在某一种形式上节约能源，却在另一种形式上消耗更多的人力资源。Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is important that we do what is right for the environment, especially at this time of threatened energy supplies. I support the Energy Conservation Bill amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Workers' Party supports the intent of this bill. Climate change is an existential threat to our island nation. As I argued during the budget debate in February, our transition to net zero must be backed by rigorous, effective action that is both technically sound and socially just. We must ensure that our green ambitions do not inadvertently place an unfair burden on our SMEs and lower-income citizens. Addressing the digital removal of SME listings. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would first like to turn to the new provisions regarding the digital removal of non-compliant products from online platforms. While we must prevent the entry of energy-guzzling appliances into our market, we must consider the SME squeeze in the e-commerce space. Unlike large multinational corporations with dedicated compliance departments, our local SME retailers often lack the resources to navigate complex technical test reports for every niche product they list. If a listing is flagged and digitally removed due to a documentation error or a delay in NEA registration, the loss of sales momentum and search algorithm ranking can be devastating for a small business. How will the ministry ensure that these digital enforcement powers do not unfairly penalize local SMEs who may inadvertently fall victim to automated takedown algorithms? Will there be a grace period or a simplified verification pathway for local micro-enterprises to ensure they are not crowded out of the digital marketplace by larger players with deeper pockets for compliance? Next, ambiguity in the circumvention threshold for consumers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would also like to raise a concern regarding the new Section 78, which targets the circumvention of registration requirements. This bill expands the Act to cover goods imported for own use. While this certainly closes a loophole for traders, it creates a grey area for individual consumers. Many Singaporeans often sell items on online platforms like Carousel. They are almost brand new, perhaps a gift they cannot use or a high-end appliance bought for a renovation that was later aborted. Under this bill, if a resident imports a non-compliant appliance for own use, but later decides to sell it because they have changed their mind, will they suddenly become an unregistered supplier subject to prosecution? I have three specific clarifications for the SMS. First, the scope of marketplaces. Are all listings on peer-to-peer sites like Carousel now subject to these digital removal laws? If so, how will the NEA distinguish between a genuine second-hand sale by a resident and a commercial trader masquerading as an individual to offload non-compliant stock? Second, the evidentiary threshold. What criteria will NEA officers use to prove deliberate evasion versus a genuine change of mind? Without clear guidelines, we risk a situation where innocent individuals selling a gift is caught under the same heavy penalty framework as a rogue trader. Third, protecting the gift economy. How does the bill apply to those who receive an imported appliance as a gift and wish to sell it? We must ensure that our drive for energy efficiency does not inadvertently criminalize the legitimate second-hand gift economy. Addressing the software-defined energy gap. Mr. Deputy Speaker, while this bill focuses heavily on regulated goods as physical hardware, we must acknowledge that in 2026, energy efficiency is increasingly governed by software. We are certifying the physical engine but ignoring the digital driver. I'm concerned that the bill remains silent on software-driven energy degradation. There is a growing risk that the product's registered efficiency, the very basis of its NEA approval, can be remotely altered post-purchase. This may happen in 3 ways. First, firmware throttling. Manufacturers can push over-the-air OTA updates that cap performance to protect hardware longevity at the expense of efficiency. In a Tesla battery litigation in the US linked to the 2019 Hong Kong incident, Rasmussen against Tesla 2021 and the 2024 Norwegian Court of Appeal case, we saw disputes over allegations that over-the-air updates throttled capacity and charging speeds to manage hardware longevity post-sale. If an industrial battery or EV charger is registered at a certain efficiency, but a firmware update throttles it 6 months later, the original registration becomes a moot point. Second, the SaaS trap and false telemetry. Companies like ABB now offer energy optimization as a service. These AI-driven systems predict load demands for industrial motors. However, how do we prevent the possible scenario that the hardware may revert to a high consumption baseline mode if a local SME stops paying the subscription, even though the physical hardware is perfectly capable of running efficiently? We must ensure that energy efficiency is not held hostage by software subscriptions. Third, software bloatware. The US Department of Energy found that heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, or in short, HVAC systems, often prioritize warranty protection over energy savings. If a chiller's software detects a minor sensor error, it may default to a mechanical safety mode that consumes 30 to 40% more energy without alerting the owner. This silent degradation means a building's energy audit may look good on paper, but the software is secretly wasting power. I would like to ask the SMS1, does the definition of regulated goods under the Act extend to the firmware and software that control energy consumption? 2, how does the NEA intend to monitor and regulate software-driven energy degradation once an item has been registered and cleared for use? 3, will the government consider a software integrity requirement where manufacturers must declare if their hardware requires a paid subscription to maintain its registered MEPS rating? 4, next, quantitative transparency and impact accountability. The proposed amendment in this bill seeks to encompass own-use imports and digital advertising within the regulatory framework. However, the absence of specific projections regarding expected energy savings or carbon abatement from these suggested additions prevent Parliament and Singaporeans from being able to value the efficacy of these measures or account for their performance. Furthermore, there's a lack of clarity regarding whether the administrative burdens and costs placed upon the public and SMEs are truly proportionate to the actual carbon reductions achieved. While the bill closes existing regulatory gaps, could the SMS provide the specific annual energy conservation targets the government expects to meet through these new own use and advertising measures? Specifically, how will these regulations contribute to our national target of peaking emissions at 60,000 kilotons of CO2 equivalent by 2030? And what methodology will the NEA employ to track and report these savings to the public? Next, impact on low-income families. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm also concerned that the bill's restrictions on own-use e-commerce imports may inadvertently raise the entry price for essential appliances. While high-efficiency models offer long-term savings, the upfront green premium may potentially create a financial barrier for lower-income households. We must ensure that these regulations do not unfairly burden those who are currently relying on budget-friendly direct imports. Will the ministry consider top-ups to the climate-friendly households program or other social equity measures to ensure lower-income families are not priced out of the appliance market by these stricter import controls? Next, technical and financial barriers of SME compliance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, for an SME importing a single piece of specialized industrial equipment for own use, the administrative process of mapping foreign laboratory data to NEA-specific registrations can be a significant hurdle. Unlike large retailers who spread these costs over thousands of units, small enterprises face a compliance tax, inverted commas, that creates a literal barrier to modernization as such. Without a simplified registration pathway, the potentially high cost and complexity of compliance may pervert the bill's intent. Local firms may find it cheaper to keep older, less efficient machinery in operation longer, rather than navigating the new regulatory hurdles to import updated, high-efficiency technology. While the NEA recognizes test report for MRA-accredited labs, the actual data submission for single-unit imports remains administratively heavy for SMEs. In the spirit of Singapore-Australia Green Economy Agreement, SAGEA, and our APEC and ASEAN commitments, will the minister consider a fast-track or deemed compliant registration pathway for own-use imports? Such a move would ensure that compliance costs do not inadvertently discourage our local enterprises from adopting the latest energy-saving technologies. Next, addressing the exclusion of high-frequency goods like lighting. While the ministry has prioritized larger appliances like refrigerators and chillers for the own-use import regime, it has specifically excluded lighting for the time being. However, the cumulative energy footprint of inefficient lighting imported via direct e-commerce remains significant. A phased approach that leaves out these high-frequency items may allow a continued influx of substandard bulbs and tubes, which may undermine our overarching goal of reducing aggregate household demand. What is the specific data-driven justification for excluding lighting from own-use import regulations at this stage? Furthermore, can the SMS provide a definitive timeline or roadmap for when these and other low-consumption but high-frequency goods will be included to prevent a prolonged regulatory vacuum? Next. Mr. Deputy Speaker, while this bill closes necessary retail loopholes, we must not lose sight of the bigger picture. Since 2013, our most energy-intensive facilities have been tracking data under this Act. Yet for a number of years, the needle on actual efficiency may not have moved much. At the debate for the second reading of the 2017 amendments for the Energy Conservation Act, the then Minister for the Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Masagos Zulkifli, noted that while ECA companies saw efficiency gains of 0.4 and 0.6% in 2014 and 2015, respectively, meeting our climate pledge requires doubling or tripling these rates to 1 to 2% annually in order to match then leaders like Belgium and the Netherlands. While the 2017 amendments introduced mandatory management systems and audits, they seem to have stopped short of requiring companies to actually implement these energy-saving opportunities they identified, provided they met the MEPS for their equipment. The 2024 amendments mandated the minimum energy efficiency standards, which are more prescriptive regarding actual performance levels. So can I ask the SMS to provide an update? For facilities under this regime over the last decade, what is the actual aggregate energy reduction achieved to date? And is the ministry confident that the incremental system-by-system mandates will hit our 2030 targets in time? Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Mandarin, please. 副议长先生，工人党支持这项法案的宗旨。气候变化对新加坡是生存威胁。 但在追求净零目标的进程中，我们也必须兼顾政策的公平性与透明度。第一，我担心中小型企业的负担，我担心新的数字删除规定和复杂的注册程序，对于资源有限的小商家来说是一项合规税。政府应该提供快速通道或简化程序，不要让繁琐的文书工作阻碍企业采用节能科技。第二，二手市场的灰色地带，很多居民会在 Carousel 等网站卖掉闲置的电器或礼物。如果法律定义不清楚，普通百姓会不会因为卖掉一个非合格的礼物而变成非法供应商？我们应该保护合法的二手经济。第三，软件导致的能源损耗。现在很多电器的效率是由软件控制的。如果厂家在卖出产品后，通过远程更新减低了节能效果，或者因为用户没付软件月费，就让设备变回高耗能模式，那当初的节能注册就失去了意义了。政府必须监管这些隐藏的能源浪费。第四，照顾低收入家庭，限制网购廉价电器可能会提高生活成本。政府应该增加气候友好家庭计划的津贴，确保弱势群体不会因为买不起高价的节能电器而被排挤。副议长先生，虽然我有上述几点担忧，但我依然支持这项法案。Mr. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the Workers' Party believes in a green transition defined by transparency and accountability. We must implement changes in this bill with operational integrity and the just transition protections our people and our SMEs deserve. Notwithstanding clarification I've sought, I support the bill.
Mr. Ng Shi Xuan.
Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the Energy Conservation Amendment Bill. This amendment comes at a time of volatility in global energy markets and where energy efficiency remains one of our first lines of defense against rising fuel costs. I support the bill because it closes a gap in our energy efficiency framework. While regulating local supply has been effective, global procurement channels now allow individuals and SMEs to access non-compliant goods directly. To ensure this amendment works in practice, there are 3 areas we must get right. First, ensuring clarity on who bears responsibility and how the requisite standards can be met. In practice, end users such as SMEs often operate through layered procurement arrangements and may not realize they are legally treated as the importer, even when they did not control the purchase. Second, ensuring adequate support for SMEs to transition. Compliance can be costly for SMEs, given that upfront costs for non-compliance are often lower. Third, taking a calibrated approach to enforcement and compliance. Sir, this bill addresses the gap in the current landscape by extending the minimum energy performance MAPS frameworks to goods imported for personal use. This bill will affect both individuals and businesses importing regulated goods for their own use, including SME owners, purchasing equipment for shops, offices, clinics, enrichment centers, or F&B outlets. In many cases, household purchases are occasional and more straightforward, as consumers often turn to trusted local suppliers who have already registered these appliances and ensured that they meet prevailing standards. The compliance risks are likely to be more acute for businesses, in particular SMEs. Unlike larger corporations, many SMEs do not have dedicated procurement, legal, or compliance teams to check whether the goods they are bringing in meet Singapore's regulatory requirements. Their decisions are often driven by cost, speed, and availability, and are frequently made through contractors, franchises, fit-out firms, or overseas suppliers. There are at least 3 scenarios where SME may inevitably fall foul of the rules. First, an SME setting up a new outlet may engage a contractor to source the necessary appliances. In trying to keep costs low and meet timelines, the contractor may purchase these goods from an overseas online platform without checking whether they comply with Singapore's MAPs and MELS requirements. Second, a franchisee may purchase equipment specified by the brand owner in order to maintain consistency with a wider franchise network, or may have a contractual obligation to purchase such equipment. A franchisee may assume that because the equipment is approved or offered by the franchisor, it is also compliant with Singapore's regulatory standards. Third, many SMEs rely on interior designers or contractors to deliver a unit on a turnkey basis. Appliances such as refrigeration units, water heaters, or air conditioning systems may be imported as part of the fit-out package. And the SME owner may not even realize they are also, in legal terms, treated as the importer responsible for compliance. In each of these scenarios, the SMEs may not have controlled the procurement decision, but may still bear the responsibility as the importer. Unlike larger corporations, SMEs may not have the bargaining power to transfer compliance obligations or enforce standards on third-party vendors. For that reason, while this bill affects both individuals and businesses, it has greater practical impact on local businesses, and I would like to focus my remarks mainly on SMEs and on how importer liability will be determined in practice. It is perhaps helpful to start by understanding the scale of the problem that the new laws seek to address. In particular, it will be useful to understand how significant this gap has become and why it is important to address it at this point in time. Could the Minister share the government's assessment of the percentage of regulated goods currently entering Singapore through direct imports or other channels that may previously have fallen outside of the MAPs and MELS frameworks? And what factors drove the need for the amendment at this point in time? It is also helpful to understand the feedback that went into shaping the proposed new laws. So my second question relates to the public consultation, where NEA received feedback from 15 respondents, most of which were from local suppliers of regulated goods. Could the Minister clarify whether SMEs, platform operators, and other intermediaries in the procurement chain were also consulted, and how their views were taken into account? This brings me to my concerns about compliance and enforcement. That is, whether and how SMEs will comply with the Act, and whether and how NEA will actively enforce this new offence. In principle, I appreciate that businesses operating in Singapore should know that they must comply with Singapore laws. In an ideal world, all consumers and businesses would check before purchasing and importing regulated goods. However, as explained earlier, that is not how many SMEs actually buy equipment. Take the example of a franchisee in the F&B sector who is told to purchase a standard set of equipment from the franchisor. Where the franchisee chooses to move ahead with the purchase, it could be a case of reasonably assuming or relying on third-party assurances that the equipment is compliant, not having enough bargaining power to convince the franchisor to switch, or making an informed commercial decision that this may fall foul of the regulations. If it makes more commercial sense for SMEs to risk non-compliance with the Act, then the amendment may not have achieved its intended deterrent effect. First, there are the cost savings of imported versus non-imported goods. Importing an approved single-phase air conditioning unit costs about $3,299 online, while it costs $3,999 when bought locally. That is a substantial difference for a single unit, and even more so for bulk purchases. In many cases, the headline cost of regulated goods from overseas sources or parallel imports can be significantly lower. Second, there are also further indirect costs which may accompany compliance. Where a company or person intends to import a regulated good for their own use, they must still produce test reports to demonstrate that goods are compliant with the relevant standards. However, where the brand is less known, or where the manufacturer's in-house laboratory testing is not to the required standards, the business owner would bear the responsibility of sourcing private lab testing, which can be very costly, both in terms of time and cost. A simple search on NEA's website shows that for new registrants to be a supplier of regulated goods, the application takes 7 working days. And for a VRF air conditioner, a new registration fee costs $85 with renewal fees of $55 yearly. Lab test lead time and cost could potentially result in commercial delays of months and cost businesses thousands of dollars. Whether one is a contractor, fit-out firm, or end user, there is often little immediate incentive to choose the more expensive piece of equipment. Yet, these appliances also have long operating lives, which means that once a non-compliant equipment enters the market, it may remain in use for many years. This makes the NEA task of education and enforcement significantly more challenging. One may argue that the long-term energy savings from more efficient equipment should make commercial sense, but that is not always immediately apparent to SMEs that are managing day-to-day operational pressures, cash flow constraints, and tight setup budgets. While larger firms may be able to absorb these compliance costs, SMEs may instead treat the risk of non-compliance as part of their startup considerations. In that case, the amendment may not achieve its intended deterrent effects. So I will ask the Minister whether NEA has assessed the average lead time and total compliance costs for SMEs' imported regulated goods for their own use. More importantly, has NEA considered how these factors may shape business behavior, including whether some SMEs may treat the risk of non-compliance as part of their setup considerations? In addition, will the NEA consider publishing a public list of commonly used equipment that are compliant, their cost relative to non-compliant equipment, and the estimated lifetime energy cost savings? This serves two purposes: empowering and educating the public to make informed decisions and incentivizing upstream suppliers to ensure that their equipment are compliant. Moving on from compliance, I would like to ask about NEA's plans for enforcement. The issue of who bears responsibility as the importer is particularly important when we consider how enforcement will operate in practice. If penalties are to shape behavior, they must be understood in practice and calibrated relative to the upfront savings from non-compliant equipment. Enforcement should follow a clear sequence, closing the information gap, supporting compliance, and then applying firm penalties. Sir, I understand that Clause 17 of the Bill empowers the Minister to make further transitional regulations that are necessary and expedient. I also note that the current saving and transitional provisions do not appear to provide any relief for SMEs which are facing new registration costs. Therefore, I would like to ask the Minister to consider a transition period with fee waivers, fee support or waivers, especially for SMEs, consumers, and first-time applicants. Given that much of the current risks appear to arise from information gaps and layered procurement arrangements, I hope the government will consider a stronger transition approach. This could include broader consultation and outreach, a temporary transition or regularization window, and when appropriate, expedited support for SMEs that are willing to switch to compliant and more energy-efficient equipment. In this regard, schemes such as the Energy Efficiency Grant play an important role in supporting SMEs in this transition. In practice, an SME's decision may change when the support quantum and scope are taken into account, particularly if audit and reimbursement processes do not place pressure on immediate cash flow. I would therefore suggest that such schemes can be further streamlined or enhanced to support affected SMEs. And I note that SMS Finance have already expanded this EEG to all sectors today. I will encourage the Ministry to consider further expanding EEG scope to cover all regulated goods. Deputy Speaker, sir, this bill serves Singapore's goals of meeting our climate targets and paves our paths for sustainable growth. Energy efficiency is a quiet but important part of energy policy. It goes beyond regulating appliances, and it is about managing Singapore's electricity demand and strengthening our resilience to external energy shocks. Amidst ongoing geopolitical uncertainties and volatility in global energy markets, improving energy efficiency becomes even more important. Every unit of electricity we save reduces exposure to external energy shocks and builds towards our energy resilience. However, I believe that this must also be balanced against the impact of regulations on the people. It is not sufficient for us to rely on regulations and expect the people to meet our energy efficiency goals. The government and the people must work hand in hand in order to ensure that not only our climate targets and energy goals are met, but our economy continues to grow on a model of sustainable energy. With this in mind, I support the bill and look forward to the Minister's clarifications, particularly on how we can ensure that SMEs are supported to comply, even as we strengthen our energy resilience.
Mr. Abdul Muhaimin bin Abdul Malik.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the objectives of this bill. Extending our energy efficiency framework to cover goods imported for personal use is a logical and necessary step. This bill will align all imported electronic goods with the energy efficiency standards and labeling requirements that already apply to goods supplied commercially in Singapore, ensuring a level playing field and giving consumers a consistent basis for informed purchasing decisions. However, I wish to seek several clarifications from the SMS on the enforcement architecture, the scope of Director General's new powers, and the question of interagency coordination, particularly between the Ministry of Sustainability and the Environment, which oversees the industry and household sectors under this Act, and the Ministry of Transport, which oversees the transport sector. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill creates a new prohibition on importing non-compliant regulated goods for personal use, but it is entirely silent on how this prohibition will be enforced at the border. This is not a minor operational detail. It goes to the heart of whether these amendments will have practical effect. For commercial shipments, our existing regulatory infrastructure is well established. Trade net declarations, licensed warehouses, and customs checkpoints provide natural interception points, but the own-use imports targeted by this bill arrive through very different channels. Consider the practical scenarios. A person orders a portable air conditioning unit from an overseas e-commerce platform, and it arrives via international parcel post. A business owner drives across the causeway with a piece of industrial equipment in the back of a van. A traveler returns from a trip with a new kitchen appliance in checked baggage. In none of these cases is there an obvious regulatory checkpoint at which compliance can be verified. I would like to ask the SMS to address the following. First, rather than building a new declaration regime from scratch, will the Ministry consider leveraging the Trade Information Certificate framework under the Regulation of Imports and Exports Act? That framework already provides the certificates certifying matters relating to the import of goods, and includes a provision allowing the Minister to prescribe additional certifiable matters. Energy efficiency compliance could be prescribed as one such matter, allowing importers of regulated goods to declare compliance through an existing system that Singapore Customs and traders are already familiar with. Second, for goods arriving by post or courier, will the Ministry be working with Singapore Customs and Singapore Post to establish screening protocols? Will parcel manifest or trade description be used to flag potential non-compliant imports? Third, for goods brought in by land through the checkpoints, what role will the Immigration and Checkpoint Authority play? Is it realistic to expect ICA officers whose primary focus is immigration and security to also screen for energy efficiency compliance? Fourth, will enforcement be proactive through inspections and spot checks, or reactive, relying on complaints and tip-offs? If the latter, the bill's deterrent effect may be significantly limited. Without a credible enforcement framework, we risk creating a prohibition that exists on paper, but is widely disregarded in practice. That outcome would undermine public confidence in the regulatory regime and create unfairness between compliant importers who bear the cost of registration and those who simply do not bother. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill significantly expands the discretionary powers of the Director General of Environmental Protection. Under the new sections 13.2a and 15.5, the Director General may, at any time after registration or renewal, impose new conditions on or modify or revoke existing conditions of a registration. The bill also grants the Director General broad discretion under Section 31B to grant or refuse waivers based on whether there are good reasons to do so. I acknowledge that the bill includes procedural safeguards. The Director General must give written notice of proposed conditions or modifications and allow registration holder to make written representations before a decision is made. There is also an appeal mechanism to the Minister under Section 17. However, I wish to raise several points on the adequacy of these safeguards. First, the power to impose or modify conditions at any time is very broad. There is no requirement that conditions be related to the original purpose of the registration, no cap on the frequency of modifications, and no requirement that conditions be proportionate. Second, the bill does not specify any time frame within which the registration holder must be given to make representations. This is left entirely to the Director General's discretion. In other legislations, the Healthcare Services Act, the Maintenance of Religious Harmony Act, and the Workplace Safety and Health Act, to name three, Parliament has seen fit to prescribe a minimum period, typically 14 days, within which affected persons may make representations or appeal. This bill, by contrast, sets no such minimum. Third, on the waiver mechanism under Section 31B, the criterion of good reason is inherently subjective. I will ask the SMS whether the Ministry intends to issue published guidelines setting out the circumstances in which waivers will typically be considered, so that applicants have reasonably certainty and the regime is applied consistently across cases. Fourth, will decisions of the Director General, particularly refusals of waivers and impositions of conditions, be published or reported in any aggregated form? Transparency in decision-making is essential to maintaining public and industry confidence in the regulatory regime. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my final point concerns the practical coordination required to make this bill work. The Energy Conservation Act is jointly administered by the Ministry of Sustainability and the Environment, which oversees the industry and household sectors, and the Ministry of Transport, which oversees the transport sector. The Act is primarily enforced by the National Environment Agency. This bill expansion to cover own-use imports will necessarily engage many more government agencies beyond this existing arrangement. Enforcement at the border will require the active cooperation of Singapore Customs for commercial and postal shipments, the Immigration and Checkpoint Authority for goods brought in at the land and air checkpoints, and potentially the Infocom Media Development Authority for enforcement against online platforms and digital advertisements. For the industrial sector, there will also be a need for coordination with Economic Development Board, which promotes industrial investment, and the Energy Market Authority, which oversees broader energy sector. Where a regulated good falls under both the household and transport sectors, for example, an electric vehicle charger imported for personal use, it is not immediately clear whether the importer's obligations fall under MSC's or MOT's purview, or both. The bill does not address this. The bill itself does not address interagency coordination. This is not unusual. Such matters are typically handled through administrative arrangements. But given the breadth of the new regime, I will ask the SMS to assure this chamber that, first, there is a clear interagency coordination framework between MSC and MOT, as well as between NEA and other enforcement agencies, with defined roles and responsibilities for each agency involved. Second, the NEA will have adequate resources both in terms of manpower and technical capabilities to administer the new registration, inspection, and waiver processes for personal imports, which will be a significant expansion of its current workload. I note, however, that the bill's closing statement declares that it will not involve the government in any extra financial expenditure. That is difficult to comprehend with the substantial new administrative functions these amendments introduce. Third, there will be a single point of contact or one-stop service for importers so that individuals and businesses are not sheltered between MSC, MOT, NEA, Customs, and ICA when trying to comply with the new requirements. for goods that may fall within the jurisdiction of both MSC and MOT, such as transport-related equipment imported for personal use, the Ministry will clarify which regime applies to avoid regulatory ambiguity or duplication. Mr. Deputy Speaker, to conclude, closing the regulatory gap for personal imports is the right thing to do for our energy conservation goals and for fair competition. My concerns are not with the bill's objectives, but with the practical details that will determine whether these amendments work on the ground, how we enforce at the border, and how we safeguard against unchecked discretionary powers, and how we coordinate across the many agencies involved. I look forward to the SMS response to these points. Notwithstanding my queries and clarifications, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. David Ho.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm speaking in support of the amendment to the Energy Conservation Bill. Strengthening energy efficiency remains an important pillar in Singapore's energy transition. Now, this is not new, because since 2012, our approach rested on two sensible ideas. First, to set minimum standards for energy performance, and second, to help consumers like you and I with clearer information through energy labeling, so that households and businesses can make better purchasing decisions. Now, this bill takes the next step in this journey. It closes an increasingly important gap by extending the regime to regulated goods imported by end users for their own use, and it also gives government stronger tools to deal with non-compliant advertisement of regulated goods that are accessible in Singapore, including the online space. Hence, I support that direction. However, I would like to raise four broad concerns. First, the ordinary layperson doesn't think of himself or herself as an importer when they purchase goods from overseas to Singapore. Second, the current user journey to register makes it difficult for those who are not confident in English. Third, I wonder whether it's time to review the volume of information on the energy label. Lastly, the challenges in online platform implementation. My first point is about how we secure, support, and buy-in of individual customers or consumers. You see, under this bill, a person who imports certain regulated goods for his or her own use will have to grapple with the framework that was previously once used for commercial supply lines into Singapore's market. I note that during a public consultation, one suggestion was to require end users, which is consumers like myself, to buy goods only from local suppliers, since local suppliers may be better placed to handle compliance requirements. The government didn't take that route, and I think that's sensible. We should preserve consumer choice so long as compliance framework applies consistently. In the same vein, my remarks pertain mainly to ensure that reporting and compliance regime is workable and understandable for the ordinary consumer. Let me explain why. The ordinary layperson doesn't think of himself or herself as an importer in any formal sense. To many, they are simply just thinking they are making a purchase. This is especially so because some Singaporeans do cross over the causeway to buy household appliances because of lower prices. Some might even organize trips with their friends across the causeways to shop for items for their BTO flats. In such cases, such consumers are unlikely to perceive themselves as importing a regulated good subjecting to registration or compliance requirement in the first instance. So in this regard, I would like to ask how the Ministry intends to communicate these requirements to the public. In responding to how, I'm keen to understand how various personas have been considered. As a matter of fact, not every Singapore resident will be following this bill or even looking at this response that I'm making. And many might not even realize that if they purchase certain regulated goods from overseas for their own use, there might be a need for registration or compliance requirement that applies to them. So, public education matters a great deal. Related to this, it might be helpful if Ministry can also publicly clarify upfront the compliance cost implication. For instance, the waiving of costs for end users and $80 cost per model of regulated goods applied to local suppliers. I note that the bill also extends waiver mechanism to persons who intends to import for his or her own use and is unable to comply with a requirement in a particular case, which is reflected in the proposed amendment to Section 31B. But again, such mechanism only helps if a person knows that it exists, understand what it may be applied to, and know how to register. This brings me to my second point, which is the accessibility of user journey. I know this may sound operational, but operational details matter because they shape whether people comply easily or give up along the way. If the registration journey is mainly online, then we should think carefully about who are likely the users. When I tried to visit the registration page, my experience is one that the information on that registration page today, it's mainly in English. While some might be comfortable using their smartphones, not all will be fully comfortable navigating an English-only or English-heavy website. There are those who are not deterred by the policy itself, but because of the number of steps they have to go through, they give up halfway. And I'm sure most of us at some point in our life would have experienced this because you have to fill in so many steps or do many things. Halfway you decide you don't want to continue that journey of application. In short, what I'm really trying to say is that have we designed this portal with various personas in mind? I would like to ask whether the ministry can review the user journey through that lens that I mentioned earlier, and with the understanding that what was once primarily business-centric is now something expected to impact certain individual consumers, households to some extent. So questions worth asking: can the process be made simpler? Can there be clearer step-by-step guidance? Can more language supported be provided? Can there be automatic reminders or notification if renewal is required for certain registration? Furthermore, some of our residents who are not digitally savvy might purchase non-bulky instantaneous water heater or mini refrigerator from overseas as part of their shopping. Would there be a possibility that they can register in person simply because they are not digitally confident? If so, could MSE or NEA share what would the process look like? This will go a long way in enabling businesses and individuals to comply with more robust reporting more seamlessly. You see, in policy design, reducing friction is not a soft issue. It is part of what makes policy workable. If we want wider compliance, then the process must be intuitive and low friction as possible. My third point is on the mandatory energy labeling scheme, or easily known as the sticker that you see on the fridge that you need to buy from Best Denki. When you buy the fridge from Best Denki, that sticker that you see. This familiar tick has served important purpose by making energy efficiency more visible to consumers. But I think it's also fair to ask whether the current presentation remains useful and usable as it should be, and whether there should be further improvement moving forward. I understand, in my observation of various stickers, there are at least 10 sets of information in practice. And what consumers first notice are the ticks. Other information might be valuable, for example, annual energy consumption or estimated costs. But I also wonder, for those that have very small font size, whether this information are equally important in influencing purchasing decision. So against this backdrop, I would like to ask the ministry whether it has reviewed how consumers actually interpret such labeling, and perhaps consider a more robust means of understanding what people focus on when they look at the label. So questions to ask ourselves would be this: what information do they notice? What do they understand? What influence their choice? More broadly, what is the behavioral objective of the label today? Is it mainly to help the uncle and auntie who is wandering around Best Denki or Gain City to nudge them towards a higher efficiency option within that compliant range? If so, do we really need at least 10 sets of information on that sticker? This matters because a label is only effective. It's not only just rich in information, but it should be useful in helping to shape decision. My last point is about online advertising provision. I understand the need for stronger powers in this space, As purchasers shift online, it will make little sense to just only tighten offline while leaving major loopholes in the digital market space. This is why I also appreciate that NEA has started its clarification with some of the online platforms on the implementation concerns. But there are additional pointers that I would like to raise. First, will there be a transition period for platforms to review and update their listing? Second, what type of platforms will likely be covered? Will the framework focus mainly on largely e-commerce operators, or could it also extend to peer-to-peer market spaces like Carousel, where individuals, users, upload listings directly? Third, in the case where a platform holds large volumes of listing, what levels of monitoring and due diligence will be expected of them, and what guidance or support might be provided for them so that they would comply easily? You see, this question matters because the line between platform responsibility, seller's responsibility, and practical enforceability can be complex. We should want a regime that is effective, but also clear and proportionate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, to conclude, I support this bill, both as a member of the MSC GPC and also as a regular consumer, because it strengthens an important part of Singapore's energy efficiency framework. But if we want this framework to work well, we must pay attention to the last mile. We should not only set sound legal rules, but also make compliance straightforward and simple for ordinary users. We should not only raise standards, but we should also make it easy for people to understand and what is expected of them. We should not only regulate for digital age, but also must ensure that implementation is practical for consumers, businesses, and platforms alike. If we get this balance right, we will make it easier for people to support Singapore's energy transition. Thank you.
Leader of the House.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the proceedings on the business set down on the order paper for today be exempted at this day's sitting from the provisions of Standing Order Number 2.
The question is the motion moved by the Leader of the House. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ms. Valerie Lee.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, recent global developments remind us of a simple truth. Energy is not just an economic input, it is a matter of national resilience and survival. Conflicts such as the Iran war shows how quickly supply and prices can be disrupted. For Singapore, with no natural resources and heavy reliance on energy imports, that risk is real and immediate. I also speak from experience working in an energy generation firm. Every day, we push to produce energy more efficiently and in ways that are cleaner and more cost-effective. But supply is only half the equation. Demand matters just as much. Previously in this House, I raised concerns about water loss because every drop counts. The same applies here. Every electron counts. Energy efficiency is not a technical detail. It is a national imperative. Against this backdrop, this bill is timely and necessary. It strengthens one of the most practical levers we have, using less energy and using it more efficiently. So I'll first highlight 3 strengths of the amendments of the Energy Conservation Bill. First, Clause 5. This is a significant shift. Instead of focusing only on traditional suppliers, the bill targets the party making the prohibited supply, and this matters. Today, purchasing patterns are changing. More goods are being imported directly by end users, especially through e-commerce. If left unaddressed, this creates a loophole where suppliers are regulated but end users are not, and this is not sustainable. Clause 5 closes the gap. It ensures that rules apply across the board, and it prevents regulatory arbitrage. And it creates a fairer, more level playing field while achieving the end goal. Second, on Clause 7, This strengthens the regulatory regime by giving the Director General powers to impose or modify conditions. In a fast-moving technological landscape, this flexibility is important. Standards must evolve and new evidence must be acted upon. A rigid system quickly becomes outdated. A flexible one stays relevant. This is a practical and forward-looking move. Third, Clause 16 on advertisements. Rules shape behavior, but so does information. If advertisements mislead, consumers cannot make informed choices. If they are accurate, they reinforce the policy intent. Clear and consistent messaging matters. This provision helps align consumer behavior with our energy goals. Mr. Speaker, as such, I support the direction of the bill, but I have several clarifications. First, on business impact. Compliance is not cost-free. Firms, especially SMEs, may need to upgrade equipment or change processes. While I appreciate that the overall lifecycle cost is potentially lower, there are real upfront costs. Can the ministry elaborate on whether there will be more targeted support, transitional assistance, or differentiated timelines beyond the current schemes for smaller firms? We should avoid a situation where the burden falls disproportionately on those least able to bear it, especially in this business climate. Second, on cost pass-through. Higher compliance costs may be passed on to consumers, and this is a real risk. At a time of cost pressures, households will feel this. Has the ministry sized this impact, and if substantial, how does the ministry intend to mitigate these and ensure that the transition remains fair and inclusive? Third, on regulatory certainty. Yes, Clause 7 gives flexibility, but flexibility can also create uncertainty. Businesses need clarity to plan investments. Can the ministry provide greater clarity as to when will conditions be modified? And will there be notice periods or consultation? Greater predictability will give businesses the confidence to invest and comply. Fourth, on import trends. The bill addresses direct imports, currently estimated at less than 10%. But if we do nothing, what does that number become? And what would that mean for our overall energy efficiency outcomes? Understanding this trajectory will help us assess the scale and urgency of the problem. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill is a necessary step forward. It closes gaps, it strengthens enforcement, and it reinforces the importance of efficiency. But the transition will not be costless. We must manage a short-term impact on businesses, we must cushion households, and we must provide clarity to those affected. If we get this balance right, we'll do more than just improve efficiency. We will build trust, and we will move forward together towards a more sustainable future where everyone plays a part. Because in the end, this is not just about regulation. It is about resilience. It is about using what we have wisely, efficiently, and responsibly. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I support this bill.
Mr. Lee Hong Chuang.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Mandarin, please. 我支持2026年能源节约修正法案。最近，我与一位从事物流行业的中小企业业者交流，谈到近期能源价格波动对企业经营的影响，他告诉我，虽然价格上涨确实会增加成本，但他担心的是另外一件事情。 如果能源供应出现不稳定，或者甚至供不应求，企业可能连基本营运所需的能源都无法获得。换句话说，在充满地缘政治不确定性的时代，企业面对最大的风险，往往不仅仅是价格上涨，而是供应一旦中断，运营就可能被逼停下。 这也提醒我们，对新加坡而言，能源问题不仅仅是价格问题，更关系到国家韧性、企业运作稳定以及长期的增长竞争力。正如一句老话所说：“未雨绸缪，方能行稳致远。”在全球能源价格格局不断的变化的今天，提高能源效率 本身就是增强国家韧性的重要方式。能源效率仍然是新加坡在加强能源安全 以履行气候承诺方面最务实、最具有成本效益的方法之一。作为一个土地与资源有限的高度城市化国家，新加坡超过95%的能源依赖进口，同时能源相关活动也是我国碳排放的主要来源。这意味着我们节省了每一单位能源，不仅减少排放，也减少对进口能源的依赖，从而提升国家的整体韧性。副议长先生，本次能源节约修正法案的重点是进一步完善我国现有的能源效率监管框架，特别是在受管制产品 （regulated goods） 的监管方面。简单来说，这部法案的核心目的就是确保所有相关的设备，无论是用来销售还是企业自己进口使用，都必须符合能源效率标准。首先，堵住监管漏洞，确保规则一致。过去，如果企业销售设备就必须符合能源效率标准，但如果企业直接进口设备用于自身使用，有某些情况下可能未必完全纳入原有的监管体制。这就像一场比赛，如果有人从正门进场，有人却从侧门绕进去，最后遵守规则的人反而吃亏，制度就会失去公信力。通过这次修正，无论设备是用于销售还是企业自用，只要属于受管制产品，都必须符合相同的能源效率标准。这有助于确保所有企业在同一规则下竞争，也维护市场的公平性。第二，强化注册与合规机制。本法案进一步完善受管制产品的注册制度，进口商或制造商在供应或进口相关设备时，需要完成注册的程序，并确保产品符合能源效率的要求。如果能把能源效率制度比作交通规则，那么注册制度就像车辆登记，只要清楚知道哪些设施是在使用，由谁进入市场，监管机构才能真正确保规则得到落实。否则，再好的标准，如果没有清晰的登记与监管机制，也很难真正执行。第三，推动企业持续提升能源效率。在能源技术正在快速发展，10年前被认为高效率的设备，今天可能已经不再是最佳的选择。例如，一些较旧的空调系统或工业设备，如果通过技术或更新或运行优化，往往可以显著减少能源消耗，同时降低企业的运营成本。从企业角度来看，这其实是很容易理解的。同样一台设备，有的运行起来比较节能，有的却明显的更耗电。日子一长，差别就不是只是技术的问题，而是实实在在的成本差别。通过强化监管框架，本法案鼓励企业定期检视设备与系统，并逐步采用更高效率的技术。副议长先生，能源效率不仅仅是环境责任，同时也是经济的机遇。对企业而言，能源往往是重要的运营成本之一。提高能源效率，能够降低成本，提高生产力，并减少企业面对国际能源价格波动的风险。在全球逐步迈向低碳经济的背景下，能源效率也成为企业国际竞争力的重要因素。因此，提高能源效率符合可持续发展的目标，也有助于 增强经济竞争力。副议长先生，虽然我支持本法案的方向，但我却要提出3点以建议，提供政府参考。第一，关于执行与监管机制，法规的成效取决于落实情况。虽然本法案扩大了受管制产品的监管范围，请问部长，政府如何确保企业在进口和使用相关的设备时，真正遵守这些要求？举例来说，如果有2家企业使用类似的设备，一家按照规定完成注册，并确保符合能源效率标准，而另外一家却通过不同渠道进口设备，而未真正纳入监管，那么守规则的企业反而承担了更高的合规成本。长远来看，这不仅削弱制度的公信力，也会影响市场的公平性。因此，我建议政府考虑加强抽查与独立评估机制，以确保能源效率标准能够实际运营中得到落实。第二，关于协助企业，特别是中小企业进行设备提升，许多节约措施需要企业在设备更新或系统优化方面进行前期投资。大型企业通常具备资源进行这方面的升级，但中小企业可能面临资金和技术方面的极限。例如，一家中小企业即使是知道旧设备耗能较高，也未必能够马上更换。原因并不是企业不愿意提高效率，而是设备更新往往涉及一次性的投资。因此，请问部长，政府是否进一步加强支持计划或融资机制，协助中小企业采用更高效的设备？第三，关于能源管理专业的能力培养，随着能源系统越来越复杂，能源管理也逐渐成为一个需要专业技能的领域，包括数据分析、系统优化以及工业流程管理等能力。换句话说，企业即使买了高效率的设备，如果没有专业的人员去分析能耗数据、优化运行方式，设备的效率也未必能够充分的发挥。因此，我建议政府加强产业界与高等学府之间的合作，发展更多能源效率与能源管理方面的专业课程，以确保企业能够获得所需的人才。副议长先生，能源效率或许不像新型能源技术那样引人注目，但它依然是我们最直接、最成本效益的解决方法之一。我们节省了每一单位能源，都意味着减少进口、减少发电需求、降低成本，并减少碳排放。这不仅提升国家的韧性，也是提高了整体的经济效益。因此，能源节约修正法案是一个务实而必要的进步。它完善了监管的框架，加强了制度的执行，并推动企业继续提升能源效率。Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Energy Conservation Amendment Bill strengthens Singapore's energy efficiency framework by closing regulatory gaps and ensuring that regulated goods, whether supplied in the market or imported for own use, meet the required energy efficiency standard. By enhancing product registration, strengthening compliance mechanism, and encouraging continuous improvements in energy system, the bill helps us ensure that energy efficiency standards are applied more consistently across industries. Energy efficiencies remain one of the most practical and cost-effective ways for Singapore to enhance energy security, reduce emissions, and strengthen long-term economic competitiveness. For this reason, I support the bill.
That was a very strong and passionate speech in Chinese. Mr. Edward Chia.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of the Energy Conservation Amendment Bill. This amendment is both timely and necessary. Around 40% of Singapore's greenhouse gas emissions are linked to electricity consumption. With the ongoing Middle East conflicts driving volatility in global energy supply and prices, energy efficiency is not just about sustainability. It is a critical pillar of Singapore's energy resilience. If we are serious about our net zero ambitions and resilience, then energy efficiency must remain a foundational pillar of our strategy. This bill strengthens the Energy Conservation Act by closing an important gap. Today, minimum energy performance standards and labeling requirements apply mainly to goods supplied locally. The amendment now extends these requirements to goods imported for persons' own use. I support the intent of the bill, but would like to raise several implementation considerations. First, on enforcement. A key question is how enforcement will work in practice, particularly for small-scale imports. Increasingly, individuals and small businesses procure equipment through e-commerce platforms and parcel shipments. While each import may be small, the cumulative impact could be significant. Given the scale and speed of online commerce, could the Minister clarify whether NEA has sufficient enforcement capacity and how it intends to prioritize and operationalize these expanded responsibilities? Could the Minister clarify how enforcement will be carried out for imports intended for a person's own use, particularly through online marketplaces or small parcel deliveries? Will there be thresholds below which enforcement becomes impractical? And if so, how do we ensure that this does not create loopholes? Related to this, there may be scope to integrate enforcement across agencies. For example, in sectors such as F&B, where businesses import equipment directly, could existing inspection regimes, such as SFA's inspection for licensing, also incorporate checks on energy efficiency compliance and registration? This would reduce duplication of enforcement resources and strengthen on-the-ground compliance. Second, on regulatory burden and impact on businesses. Under the proposed framework, each importer is required to register regulated goods, even if the same product has already been registered by another importer. Could this create unnecessary duplication and administrative burden, particularly for SMEs importing small quantities? Would the Ministry consider a shared product registry that allows for product-level registration while still maintaining accountability at the importer level? More broadly, many SMEs import specialized equipment for their own operations. Will there be a simplified compliance pathway for low-volume importers or SMEs so that the compliance cost remains proportionate and do not become a barrier to business operations? And third, on consumer awareness and the digital marketplace. As more consumers purchase appliances online, they may unknowingly buy non-compliant products. Would the government consider strengthening consumer education and requiring clear visibility of energy efficiency labeling on online marketplaces, for example, by mandating the display of Singapore energy labels in listings? Fourth, on waivers and safeguards. The bill allows for waivers where compliance with requirements may not be possible in specific cases. Could the Minister clarify the criteria and safeguards for granting such waivers and how consistency will be ensured? It will be important to avoid unintended circumvention or uneven application across businesses. Finally, on transition and unintended behaviors. I note that there will be a transition period before full implementation. Could the Minister share how the government intends to mitigate any potential surge in imports of non-compliant equipment ahead of the enforcement date? Without appropriate safeguards, there may be a risk of front-loading less efficient equipment into the system. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this amendment is necessary step to strengthen the integrity of our energy efficiency framework. It closes an emerging gap, reinforces fairness, and supports our broader energy transition. With the right attention to implementation, enforcement, and business impact, I believe it will achieve its intended outcomes. Thank you.
Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim.
Mr. Speaker, energy efficiency remains a cornerstone of Singapore's sustainability and energy security strategy. As a resource-constrained nation that imports almost all of its energy, we must continue to treat efficiency not as an option, but as a necessity, both to manage costs and to meet our climate commitments. Earlier, members also touched on the minimum energy performance standards, or the MEPS, and the mandatory energy labelling scheme, or the MELS. In this regard, both MEPS and MELS are effective policy tools insofar. MEPS play a critical role in removing less efficient products from the market. It sets the minimum level of energy efficiency that appliances must meet before they can even be sold in Singapore. In other words, if it wastes too much energy, it doesn't quite make the cut. As for MELS, as earlier mentioned by another member, Best Denki was his choice. It's that familiar tick label we see on our appliances. The more ticks, the more energy efficient the product, and the more we save on electricity bill. It helps us make smarter and more energy efficient purchasing decisions. Now, together, both MEPS and MELS have shaped market behavior and raised overall energy performance standards. The proposed extension of these frameworks to end-user imports is logical and a necessary next step. By ensuring that even goods imported for own use meet baseline efficiency standards, we strengthen the integrity of our regulatory regime and promote more responsible energy consumption across the board. Now, sir, while I support the intent of these amendments, I'm seeking clarification on several aspects relating to implementation and enforcement. First, on the compliance framework and its practical implications. Under the proposed amendments, regulated goods imported for own use must be registered with the National Environment Agency, meet MEPS requirements based on prescribed tests, and where applicable, be affixed with an energy label. Now, these are reasonable safeguards. However, they will inevitably introduce additional compliance steps for businesses and individuals. It's therefore important that implementation remains practical and proportionate. In particular, I'd like to ask whether simplified or streamlined processes will be made available for small and medium-sized enterprises, as well as for individuals or businesses importing goods in small volumes. Additionally, I urge the government to consider creating a priority processing lane, perhaps, for SMEs that register products with energy ratings exceeding the current minimum energy performance standards, or MEPS. By fast-tracking high-efficiency products, the government would provide SMEs with a competitive edge over larger competitors. Now, without such accommodations, we risk placing a disproportionate burden on smaller players. I would also appreciate clarification on how the government intends to ensure compliance in respect of online marketplaces where many such transactions increasingly take place. This brings me to my second point, the role of online platforms and enforcement. Given the significant presence of e-commerce in our daily lives, enforcement cannot rely solely on downstream checks. I urge the government to consider placing clear obligations on platform operators to prevent the listing of non-compliant products in the first place. In addition, stronger communication mechanisms between regulators and platform providers will be necessary to ensure that non-compliant listings are swiftly identified and removed. Without such upstream measures, enforcement risks become reactive rather than preventive. Now, third, on balancing sustainability with cost considerations. For these measures to gain broad-based support, we must recognize that higher efficiency products often come with higher upfront costs. While such products typically deliver long-term savings through reduced energy consumption, the initial price difference will still pose a barrier, particularly for households and SMEs. To address this, the government could consider targeted support measures, increased targeted support measures, such as rebates, grants, or co-funding schemes to help defray upfront costs and make energy efficient appliances more accessible. In addition, bulk procurement programs and partnerships with retailers could help lower prices and encourage wider adoption, especially among SMEs. At the same time, public education remain key. Continued efforts to raise awareness for the long-term cost savings and environmental benefits of energy efficiency will help shift mindsets and strengthen public support. Mr. Speaker, in Malay, please. Secara keseluruhan, saya menyokong pembinaan ini yang penting untuk jangka masa panjang dan situasi yang kita alami masa kini mencerminkan kepentingannya. Namun bagi memastikan langkah-langkah ini mendapat sokongan yang luas, pemerintah harus akur bahawa produk yang cermat tenaga yang berkecekapan tinggi lazimnya datang dengan kos permulaan yang lebih mahal. Walaupun produk sedemikian akan mendatangkan penjimatan jangka panjang melalui penggunaan tenaga yang lebih rendah, perbezaan harga pada mulanya masih boleh menjadi halangan dan hadangan, terutama bagi mereka yang berpendapatan rendah dan perusahaan kecil dan sederhana ataupun SME. Justru bagi menangani perkara ini, pemerintah harus mempertimbangkan langkah sokongan seperti rebat, geran atau skim pembiayaan bersama demi membantu mengurangkan kos di peringkat awal. Pokoknya, usaha memastikan peralatan cekap tenaga lebih mudah diperolehi warga Singapura dan para peniaga. Selain itu, kerjasama dengan peniaga juga boleh membantu menurunkan harga serta menggalakkan penggunaan yang lebih meluas, khususnya di kalangan SMEs, perusahaan kecil dan sederhana. Pada masa yang sama, pendidikan awam juga amat penting. Usaha berterusan untuk meningkatkan kesedaran pemahaman mengenai penjimatan kos jangka panjang dan manfaat menjaga alam sekitar serta mengutamakan kecekapan tenaga akan membantu mengubah minda serta mengukuhkan sokongan masyarakat. Maka itu, penting untuk pemerintah memperluaskan kempen kesedaran dengan kerjasama menerusi sekolah-sekolah, media sosial dan juga badan-badan masyarakat dalam pelbagai bahasa bagi mendidik pengguna dari usia muda maupun golongan warga senja. Latihan kepada peniaga juga boleh memainkan peranan dalam memberi penerangan yang jelas dan juga keyakinan kepada pengguna dan ianya harus dijalankan dengan lebih kerap dan teliti. Dengan pendekatan yang lebih menyeluruh dan berterusan, tahap kesedaran awam dapat dipertingkatkan. Mr. Speaker, the intention behind the bill is sound and forward-looking. It reinforces Singapore's commitment to sustainability while safeguarding our energy security. Notwithstanding the clarifications, I support the bill. Thank you.
Senior Minister of State, Janil Puthucheary, would you like to adjourn the debate?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. SMS Janil Puthucheary, resumption of debate which day?
Tomorrow, sir.
So be it. Leader of the House.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Mr. Melvin Yong.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on a matter close to my heart, how we can do more to support our injured workers in returning to work with dignity. Sir, this is not just about recovery. It is about whether every worker gets a fair chance to stand back up after a fall. Over the years, I've spoken in this House about preventing workplace fatalities, strengthening safety culture, and improving near-miss reporting. These remain critical. But while we have invested heavily in preventing injuries, we must now invest just as seriously in what happens after. Because for many workers, that is when the real struggle begins. In 2025, Singapore recorded 660 major workplace injuries. Behind each number is a worker and a family, relief that a life was not lost, but deep anxiety about recovery, about income, and whether life can return to normal. And this challenge is not limited to workplace injuries. We are seeing more serious health conditions affecting working-age Singaporeans. A recent report highlighted rising stroke cases among those in their 30s, people who are in the prime of their working lives. Whether from injury or illness, the pattern is the same. The longer a worker stays away from work, the harder it becomes to return. Savings run down, confidence drops, stress builds, recovery slows. Mr. Deputy Speaker, work is more than a paycheck. It is dignity, purpose, and a sense of belonging. That is why return to work must be treated as a core pillar of our workforce system, not a secondary consideration. If we look at leading jurisdictions, there is a clear lesson for us. The most effective systems do not wait for full recovery. They support recovery through work. In the Netherlands, employers and injured workers have clear duties where such workers are actively reintegrated through structured plans, medical support, and suitable work arrangements. In Australia and New Zealand, return to work is embedded early with work capacity assessments and coordinated rehabilitation support involving employers, insurers, public agencies, and healthcare professionals to support workplace reintegration. In Ontario, Canada, 9 in 10 injured workers supported by the Workplace Safety and Insurance Board returned to work within a year through customized support and clear employer obligations to provide suitable work and accommodations. In Germany, employers are required to offer structured reintegration processes for workers who have been absent for more than 6 weeks within a 12-month period. In Sweden, the Social Insurance Agency coordinates support for workers returning to employment after prolonged illness. Employers ensure workplace adaptation and plan for return to work, while workers who cannot return to their previous jobs are further supported by various agencies through skills training, vocational rehabilitation, and job matching aligned with their work capacity. Across these systems, 3 principles stand out: early intervention, shared responsibility, and workplace-centered solutions. Singapore has made good progress in this area, but we can and we should take the next step forward. First, we must intervene earlier and more systematically. Studies show that having structured systems in place to deliver return to work sooner is a strong determinant of whether a worker successfully reintegrates at their workplace to contribute productively and without feeling excluded. International evidence shows that the first few weeks after an injury or illness are critical. In return to work, timing is everything. If we miss the window, we lose the worker. If support comes too late, workers risk drifting into long-term absence from the workforce. Today, while Singapore has return to work programs, activation may not always happen early enough or consistently across sectors. This is because participation is voluntary and largely dependent on employer willingness. We should therefore strengthen early intervention by encouraging earlier referral into return to work support, establishing clearer expectations for employer engagement, and promoting early coordination between employers, workers, insurers, and healthcare practitioners. If we act earlier, we can significantly improve outcomes for our workers. I'm therefore glad that the forthcoming Alliance for Action on Safety and Health for Employment Longevity intends to explore industry-led solutions to promote return to work. NTUC stands ready to support this effort. Second, we must strengthen employer capability, especially among SMEs. SMEs employ around 70% of our local workforce today. If they are not equipped to support return to work, many workers will fall through the cracks. In short, if return to work does not work for SMEs, it does not work for Singapore. Many employers want to help, but may not know how. In leading jurisdictions, employers are supported with clear frameworks, practical tools, and access to return to work coordinators. In Singapore, NTUC, together with MOM and SNEF, is developing the tripartite advisory on providing reasonable accommodations to persons with disabilities. This is a positive step. I urge the Ministry to consider expanding this advisory or perhaps introducing a complementary one to explicitly cover workers recovering from injuries and serious health conditions. This should include practical guidance on job redesign and phased return, workplace adjustments and assistive solutions, and managing productivity during recovery. We should also explore a shared return-to-work support model and increase awareness and access for SMEs to train coordinators or centralize expertise. This will ensure that smaller firms are not disadvantaged in supporting their workers. Third, we must support workers who are unable to return to their previous roles. For some workers, especially after serious injury or illness, returning to the same job may no longer be possible. Without structured support, these workers risk long-term unemployment and loss of livelihood. A worker who cannot return to the same job should not be left without a future. In Canada and parts of Europe, workers are supported through vocational rehabilitation, retraining, and job matching based on their work capacity post-injury. This ensures that they remain active contributors to the workforce. In Singapore, we have strong foundations. For example, SG Enable offers both job placement and job support services, which provide coaching, job matching, and workplace support to help persons with disabilities enter and remain in employment. But we can go further. By drawing inspiration from these programs, I propose that we develop a dedicated back-to-work pathway that supports workers who are unable to return to their previous jobs due to illness or injury. Facilitated transition into suitable new roles will provide stricken family breadwinners with much-needed assurance and hope of reskilling that is aligned with their new health conditions. This pathway should include targeted skills training aligned with medical capacity, career coaching and confidence rebuilding, job matching with supportive employers, and transitional employment opportunities. This will ensure that a health setback does not become a permanent setback. Finally, we must take a forward-looking step to broaden support beyond workplace injuries. Today, support pathways are strongest for work-related injuries. But for workers recovering from serious non-work-related conditions, support remains uneven today. From the worker's perspective, there is no difference between a workplace injury and a serious illness, only the question of whether they can return to work. The impact is the same: loss of income, reduced work capacity, and uncertainty about the future. In countries like New Zealand, support is structured around recovery and work capacity, not just the cause of injury. This is a direction I hope Singapore should aspire to move towards. I therefore suggest that the government consider introducing a time-bound wage support scheme to help employers reintegrate workers recovering from serious health conditions. Unlike support for persons with disabilities, there is currently no dedicated funding mechanism to incentivize employers to provide workplace accommodations for workers returning to work after serious non-work-related illnesses or medical conditions. Therefore, such a time-bound scheme could help to offset productivity adjustments and accommodation costs as workers gradually regain work capacity. At the same time, we should reduce financial barriers for our workers, allowing MediSave to be used for return-to-work-related expenses such as assessments and evaluations of a worker's condition and fitness for work. This would ease out-of-pocket costs and support the worker's recovery. Fairness must not depend on how a worker fell ill or got injured. It must depend on our commitment to help them recover. Mr. Deputy Speaker, for a worker recovering from injury or illness, the journey is fought on 3 fronts: physical recovery, mental resilience, and financial survival. A strong return-to-work system can make the difference between recovery and long-term exclusion. As our workforce ages and working lives lengthen, such challenges will become more commonplace. We must therefore act with urgency and with purpose. Sir, I call on the government to take the next step in strengthening Singapore's return-to-work ecosystem, to strengthen early intervention, equip our employers, build clear pathways back to work, and ensure no worker is left behind. A fair society is not judged by how it protects our workers from harm, but by how we help them recover when harm occurs. Let us build a system where recovery does not end at discharge, but leads back to work, to dignity, and a second chance. Because at NTUC, we strongly believe that every worker matters. Thank you, sir.
MOS Dinesh Vasu Dash.
I thank the member, Mr. Melvin Yong, for his continued passion in championing safety and well-being for our workers across their diverse life circumstances. Indeed, efforts to strengthen workplace safety and health are not limited to prevention and enforcement. They include helping workers to maintain or re-enter employment after a serious injury or health episode. Notwithstanding Singapore's low fatal and major injury rates, MOM is keenly aware that there are also workers who experience health-related setbacks or other types of injuries that impact their functional capacity. As people live longer and have longer working lives, it will become increasingly important to support individuals through their careers, including during periods of recovery from injury or ill health. Our survey data shows that on average, over the last 5 years, there were about 3,800 unemployed residents who had left their previous jobs due to health-related reasons. These job seekers have the potential to regain meaningful employment if given appropriate and adequate support. MOM therefore shares Mr. Yong's interest in strengthening return-to-work pathways which can contribute to workforce well-being and productivity. When implemented effectively, all stakeholders stand to gain. Return-to-work services aim to support individuals as they resume employment after illness or injury in a safe and sustainable manner. This requires vocational rehabilitation and coordination across healthcare providers, employers, and workers, and involves personalized plans based on functional ability and job requirements. For workers, this reduces the risk of re-injury or relapse and facilitates psychological readiness to work. It also provides income security and prevents early attrition from the workforce. For employers, effective return-to-work policies not only demonstrate a genuine commitment to employee well-being, but also safeguards valuable human capital by retaining trained and experienced workers. There are different pathways to return to employment. One could return to the same role with the same employer and with modifications to support the recovery process. Alternatively, the worker could return to the same employer but undertake a different role, more suited to his or her current capabilities. Or, as the member had mentioned, some workers may need to be matched with a different organization or consider a new career path. Beyond medical treatment and rehabilitative therapy, MOM recognizes that workplaces play a crucial role too. Success hinges on having workplaces that are committed to facilitating workers' reintegration, recognizing workers' strengths, and enabling them to fulfill their potential at work. This means fostering a supportive workplace culture and implementing practical accommodations so that workers can perform their roles effectively despite their limitations. Over the years, MOM had worked with our partners to strengthen the spectrum of return-to-work pathways in Singapore. To support workers returning to their previous employment after a work injury, MOM conducted a pilot with the Workplace Safety and Health Council from 2017 to 2021 to establish return-to-work capabilities in 7 public hospitals. Back then, MOM observed that return-to-work services were typically limited to multinational corporations with in-house capabilities. We worked with hospitals to develop workflows and to train coordinators to support injured workers in navigating them back to work. Besides undergoing occupational therapy and rehabilitation, workers received support from coordinators who engaged their employers on implementing a customized return-to-work plan. The pilot enrolled a total of 3,700 workers whose employers were committed to supporting their participation in the program. It was found that the workflows managed by the coordinators and their orchestration of support enabled 95% of these workers to successfully return to work. With the experience from the pilot, hospitals continue to offer return-to-work services today. For work-related injuries, such as return-to-work expenses are claimable under the Work Injury Compensation Act. We agree with the member that beyond this group of workers resuming their previous employment after a workplace injury, return-to-work pathways should be made more available to other workers facing non-work-related conditions or who cannot return to their previous jobs. To this end, MOH rolled out an interagency pilot called the Bounce Back Lab from 2023 to 2025. The pilot involved a partnership between Workforce Singapore and the public health institutions targeting workers who were recovering from a recent health setback and had been assessed as fit to re-enter the workforce. Participating workers received personalized career coaching services alongside targeted health advisory and emotional support from medical and community social workers. Coordination between career coaches and social workers was facilitated through a shared case management platform. Following the Bounce Back Lab pilot, healthcare clusters have implemented processes to strengthen integrated healthcare and employment support. Additionally, the healthcare clusters have fostered partnerships with organizations beyond Workforce Singapore to provide a wider range of referral options for patients seeking employment support. The pilots I've highlighted set forth our initial efforts to lay the foundation for return-to-work ecosystem in Singapore. Even so, MOM recognizes that more can be done, including through learning from best practices in other countries, as suggested by Mr. Yong. First, we can do more to raise awareness and utilization of existing return-to-work services. For example, the hospital's return-to-work programs provide an established and proven pathway to support workers in returning to their former employment post-injury. Greater awareness of these programs among healthcare professionals, workers, and employers would facilitate early intervention, which is important for workers to return to work. Second, To remain effective, return-to-work service providers must strengthen their competencies to better integrate workers' safety and health needs with employment support, especially as our workforce composition and working conditions evolve. For example, familiarity with industry-specific job tasks and new assistive technologies would enable service providers to better engage employers on job redesign and modification. Third, we can better encourage and equip employers, especially SMEs, to implement practical work arrangements for recovering workers to support their gradual resumption of work responsibilities. The Ministry will be conducting a review of the return-to-work landscape in Singapore and will consider the members' suggestions carefully. As a first step, MOM is looking to partner with the industry and crowdsource innovative ideas to improve return-to-work outcomes. As announced at the Committee of Supply debate last month, we will be launching an Alliance for Action on Safety and Health for Employment Longevity, or AFA Shell, together with NTUC and SNAF in the second half of 2026. The AFA Shell will catalyze ground-up solutions to common workplace safety risks and concerns, and facilitating injured workers back to work is one of our focus areas. Drawing from the lessons from the previous pilots with hospitals, as well as the Bounce Back Lab pilot, proposals could include innovative job redesign approaches for common injuries or health conditions, initiatives to build SMEs' capabilities in supporting return to work, or new partnership models that better match workers to jobs based on their functional abilities. We encourage the public to participate in these ground-up solutions later in the year. Promising prototypes can be scaled for wider adoption, while insights from the AFA process will also inform our policy reviews. While there are areas for improvement, I would like to acknowledge the current return-to-work efforts of our healthcare professionals, career and employment agencies, employers, unions, and workers themselves, who have contributed to helping workers overcome health-related setbacks so that they can continue on their career journeys. Ultimately, further strengthening return-to-work pathways will require the commitment of all relevant stakeholders in the ecosystem. Let us continue working together to maximize the employment potential and longevity of all workers, a thriving economy, and an inclusive Singapore. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair.
Any further clarifications, Mr. Melvin Yong? None? The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 2 sub 3 sub A, I wish to inform honourable members that the sitting tomorrow will commence at 12 noon. Order, order.